The First Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The First Book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The Gods in council sit, to call Ulysses from Calypso's thrall, and order their high pleasures thus. Grey Pallas to Telemachus in Ithaca her way address'd, and did her heav'nly limbs invest in Mentas likeness, that did reign King of the Taphians, in the main whose rough waves near Leucadia run, advising wise Ulysses' son to seek his father, and address his course to young Tantalides, that govern'd Sparta. Thus much said, she shew'd she was heav'n's martial maid, and vanish'd from him. Next to this, the banquet of Wooers is. Another Argument. Alpha. The Deities sit, the man retir'd, the Ulyssean wit by Pallas fir'd. The man, O Muse, inform that many a way Wound with his wisdom to his wished stay, that wander'd wondrous far, when he the town Of sacred Troy had sack'd and shiver'd down, the cities of the world of nations with all their manners, minds, and fashions he saw and knew. At sea felt many woes, much care sustain'd to save from overthrows himself and friends in their retreat for home. But so their fates he could not overcome, though much he thirsted it. O men unwise, they perish'd by their own impieties, that in their hunger's rapine would not shun the oxen of the lofty going sun, who therefore from their eyes the day bereft of safe return. These acts in some part left tell us, as others, deified seed of Jove. Now all the rest, that austere death outstrove At Troy's long siege, at home safe anchor'd are, Free from the malice both of sea and war. Only Ulysses is denied access To wife and home. The grace of Goddesses, The rev'rend nymph Calypso, did detain Him in her caves, past all the race of men Enflam'd to make him her lov'd lord and spouse. And when the Gods had destin'd that his house, Which Ithaca on her rough bosom bears, The point of time wrought out by ambient years, Should be his haven, contention still extends Her envy to him, ev'n amongst his friends. All Gods took pity on him; only he, That girds the earth in the cincture of the sea, Divine Ulysses ever did envy, And made the fix'd port of his birth to fly. But he himself solemniz'd a retreat To the Æthiops far disunder'd in their seat, In two parts parted, at the sun's descent, And underneath his golden orient The first and last of men, t' enjoy their feast Of bulls and lambs in hecatombs address'd, At which he sat, giv'n over to delight. The other Gods in heav'n's supremest height Were all in council met, to whom began The mighty Father both of God and man Discourse, inducing matter that inclin'd To wise Ulysses, calling to his mind Faithful Ægisthus, who to death was done By young Orestes, Agamemnon's son. His memory to the Immortals then Mov'd Jove thus deeply: "O how falsely men Accuse us Gods as authors of their ill, When, by the bane of their own bad lives instill, They suffer all the miseries of their states Past our inflictions, and beyond their fates, As now Ægisthus, past his fate, did wed The wife of Agamemnon, and, in dread To suffer death himself, to shun his ill, Incurr'd it by the loose bent of his will In slaughtering Atrides in retreat, Which we foretold him would so hardly set To his murd'rous purpose, sending Mercury That slaughter'd Argus, our considerate spy, To give him this charge: Do not wed his wife, Nor murder him, for thou shalt buy his life With ransom of thine own, impos'd on thee By his Orestes, when in him shall be Atrides' self renew'd, and but the prime Of youth's spring put abroad, in thirst to climb His haughty father's throne by his high acts. These words of Hermes wrought not into facts Ægisthus' powers. Good counsel he despis'd, and to that good His ill is sacrificed. Pallas, whose eyes did sparkle like the skies, Answer'd: "O Sire, supreme of Deities, Ægisthus past his faith, and had desert To warrant our infliction. And convert may all the pains such impious men inflict On innocent sufferers to revenge as strict, Their own hearts eating. But that Ithacus, Thus never meriting should suffer thus, I deeply suffer. His more pious mind Divides him from these fortunes; though unkind Is piety to him, giving him a fate More suff'ring than the most unfortunate, So long kept friendless in the sea girt soil, Where the sea's navel is a sylvan isle, In which the Goddess dwells that doth derive Her birth from Atlas, who of all alive The motion and the fashion doth command With his wise mind, whose forces understand The inmost deeps and gulfs of all the seas; Who, for his skill of things superior, Stays the two steep columns that prop earth and heaven. His daughter 'tis, who holds this homeless driven Still mourning with her, evermore profuse Of soft and winning speeches, that abuse And make so languishingly, and possest With so remiss a mind her lovéd guest, Manage the action of his way for home, Where he, though in affection overcome In judgment, yet more longs to show his hopes His country's smoke leap from their chimney tops, And death asks in her arms. Yet never shall Thy lov'd heart be converted on his thrall, Austere Olympius. Did not ever he In ample Troy thy altars gratify, And Grecians' fleet make in thy off'ring swim? Jove, why still then burns thy wrath to him?" The Cloud assembler answer'd: "What words fly, Bold daughter, from thy pale ivory? As if I ever could cast from my care Divine Ulysses, who exceeds so far All men in wisdom, and so oft hath giv'n To all th' Immortals, thron'd in ample heav'n, So great and sacred gifts. But his decrees, That holds the earth in with his nimble knees, Stand to Ulysses' longing so extreme, For taking from the God foe Polypheme His only eye, a Cyclop that excell'd All other Cyclops, with whose burden swell'd The nymph Thoosa, the divine increase Of Force's seed, the great God of the seas. She mix'd with Neptune in his hollow caves, And bore this Cyclop to that God of waves, For whose lost eye the Earth shaker did not kill Erring Ulysses, but reserves him still In life for more death. But use we our pow'rs, And round about us cast these cares of ours, All to discover how we may prefer His wish'd retreat, and Neptune make forbear His stern eye to him, since no one God can, In spite of all, prevail but 'gainst a man." To this answer made the grey eyed Maid: "Supreme of Rulers, since so well apaid The blessed Gods are all then, now in thee To limit wise Ulysses' misery, And that you speak as you referr'd to me Prescription for the means, in this sort be Their sacred order: Let us now address With utmost speed our swift Argicides, To tell the Nymph that bears the golden tress In the isle Ogygia, that 'tis our will She should not stay our lov'd Ulysses still, But suffer his return. And then will I to Ithaca, to make his son Apply his sire's inquest the more, Infusing force into his soul, to summon The concourse of curl headed Greeks To council, and deter each wooer That hath been the slaughterer of his fat sheep And crooked headed beeves, from more wrong to his mother, and their leaves take In such terms as fit deserts so great. To Sparta then, and Pylos, where doth beat Bright Amanthus, the flood and epithet To all that kingdom, my advice shall send The spirit advanc'd prince to the pious end Of seeking his lost father, if he may Receive report from Fame where rests his stay, And make, besides, his own successive worth Known to the world, and set in action forth." This said, her wing'd shoes to her feet she tied, Form'd all of gold, and eternified, That on the round earth o'er the sea sustain'd Her ravish'd substance, swift as gusts of wind. Then took she her strong lance with steel made keen, Great, massy, active, that whole hosts of men, Though all heroes, conquers, if her ire Their wrongs inflame. Back'd by so great a sire Down from Olympus' top she headlong div'd, And swift as thought in Ithaca arriv'd, Close at Ulysses' gates, in whose first court She made her stand, and for her breast's support Lean'd on her iron lance. her form impress with Mentas likeness, come as being a guest. There found she those proud Wooers, that were then set on those ox hides, that themselves had slain, before the gates, and all at dice were playing. To them the heralds, and the rest obeying, fill'd wine and water; some still as they play'd, and some for solemn supper state, purvey'd with porous sponges, cleansing tables, serv'd with much rich feast, of which to all they curv'd. God‐like Telemachus amongst them sat, griev'd much in mind, and in his heart begat all representment of his absent sire. How come from far off parts his spirits would fire with those proud Wooers' sight, with slaughter parting their bold concourse, and to himself converting the honours they usurped, his own commanding. In this discourse he first saw Pallas standing unbidden entry, uprose and address'd his pace right to her, angry that a guest should stand so long at gate, and coming near, her right hand took in his own her spear, and thus saluted: "Grace to your repair, fair guest, your welcome shall be likewise fair. Enter, and, cheer'd with feast, disclose the intent that caused your coming." This said, first he went, and Pallas follow'd. To a room they came, steep, and of state. The javelin of the dame he set against a pillar vast and high, amidst a large and bright kept armoury, which was, besides, with woods of lances grac'd of his grave fathers. In a throne he placed the man turn'd Goddess, under which was spread a carpet, rich and of deviceful thread, a footstool staying her feet, and by her chair another seat, all garnish'd wondrous fair, to rest or sleep on in the day, he set, far from the prease of Wooers, lest at meat the noise they still made might offend his guest, disturbing him at banquet, or at rest, even to his combat with that pride of theirs, that kept no noble form in their affairs, and these he set far from them, much the rather to question freely of his absent father. A table, fairly polish'd, then was spread, on which a reverend officer set bread, and other servitors all sorts of meat, salads, and flesh, such as their haste could get, serv'd with observance in. And then the sewer pour'd water from a great and golden ewer, that from their hands to a silver caldron ran. Both wash'd, and seated close, the voiceful man fetch'd cups of gold, and set by them, and round those cups with wine with all endeavour crown'd. Then rush'd in the rude Wooers, themselves plac'd, the heralds water gave, the maids in haste serv'd bread from baskets. When, of all prepar'd, and set before them, the bold Wooers shar'd, their pages plying their cups past the rest. But lusty Wooers must do more than feast, for now, their hungers and their thirsts allay'd, they call'd for songs and dances. Those, they said, were the ornaments of feast. The herald straight a harp, carv'd full of artificial sleight, thrust into Phemius, a learned singer's hand, who till he much was urg'd on terms did stand, but, after, play'd and sung with all his art. Telemachus to Pallas then, apart, his ear inclining close that none might hear, in this sort said: "My guest exceeding dear, will you not sit incens'd with what I say? These are the cares these men take, feast and play, which easily they may use, because they eat free and unpunish'd of another's meat, and of a man's, whose white bones wasting lie in some far region, with the incessancy of showers pour'd down upon them, lying ashore, or in the seas wash'd naked; who, if he wore those bones with flesh and life and industry, and these might here in Ithaca set eye on him return'd, they all would wish to be either past other in celerity of feet and knees, and not contend t' exceed in golden garments. But his virtues feed the fate of ill death, nor is left to me the least hope of his life's recovery. No, not if any of the mortal race should tell me his return, the cheerful face of his return'd day never will appear. But tell me, and let truth your witness bear, who, and from whence you are, what city's birth, what parents, in what vessel set you forth, And with what mariners arriv'd you here? I cannot think you a foot passenger. Recount then to me all, to teach me well Fit usage for your worth. And if it fell In chance now first that you thus see us here, Or that in former passages you were My father's guest. For many men have been Guests to my father. Studious of men His sociable nature ever was. On him again the grey eyed maid did pass This kind reply: "I'll answer passing true All thou hast ask'd. My birth his honour drew From wise Anchialus. The name I bear Is Mentas, the commanding islander Of all the Taphians, studious in the art Of navigation, having touch'd this part With ship and men, of purpose to maintain Course through the dark seas to the other languag'd men. And Thamesis sustains the city's name For which my ship is bound, made known by fame For rich in brass, which my occasions need. And therefore bring I shining steel instead, Which their use wants, yet makes my vessel's freight That near a plow'd field rides at anchor's weight. Apart this city, in the harbour call'd Rhethrus, whose waves with Neæus' woods are wall'd. Thy sire and I were ever mutual guests At either's house, still interchanging feasts. I glory in it. Ask when thou shalt see Laertes, the old hero, these of me From the beginning. He, men say, no more Visits the city, but will needs deplore His son's believ'd loss in a private field. One old maid only at his hands to yield Food to his life, as oft as labour makes His old limbs faint; which, though he creeps, he takes Along a fruitful plain, set all with vines, Which husbandman like, though a king, he proins. But now I come to be thy father's guest. I hear he wanders, while these Wooers feast, And, as the Immortals prompt me at this hour, I tell thee out of a prophetic pow'r, Not as profess'd a prophet, nor clear seen At all times what shall after chance to men, What I conceive for this time will be true. The Gods' inflictions keep your sire from you. Divine Ulysses yet abides not dead Above earth, nor beneath, nor buried In any seas, as you late conceive, But with the broad sea sieg'd is kept alive, Within an isle, by rude and upland men, That in his spite his passage home detain. Yet long it shall not be before he tread His country's dear earth, though solicited And held from his return with iron chains. For he hath wit to forge a world of trains, And will, of all, be sure to make good one For his return, so much relied upon. But tell me, and be true, art thou indeed So much a son, as to be said the seed Of Ithacus himself? Exceeding much Thy forehead and fair eyes at his form touch. For oftentimes we met, as you and I Meet at this hour, before he did apply His pow'rs for Troy, when other Grecian states In hollow ships were his associates. But, since that time, mine eyes could never see Renown'd Ulysses, nor met his with me." The wise Telemachus again replied: "You shall with all I know be satisfied. My mother certain says I am his son. I know not, nor was ever simply known By any child the sure truth of his sire, But would my veins had took in living fire From some man happy, rather than one wise, Whom age might see seis'd of what youth may prize. But he, whoever of the mortal race Is most unblest, he holds my father's place. This, since you ask, I answer." She again: "The Gods sure did not make the future strain Both of thy race and days obscure to thee, Since thou wert born so of Penelope. The style may by thy after acts be won Of so great sire the high undoubted son. Say truth in this then, what this feasting here? What all this rout? Is all this nuptial cheer? Or else some friendly banquet made by thee? For here no shots are, where all sharers be. Past measure contumeliously This crew fare through thy house, which should th' ingenuous view Of any good or wise man come and find, Impiety seeing play'd in ev'ry kind, He could not but through ev'ry vein be mov'd." Again Telemachus: "My guest much lov'd, since you demand And sift these sights so far, I grant 'twere fit A house so regular, rich, and so faultless Once in government, should still at all parts the same form present that gave it glory while her lord was here. But now the Gods, that us displeasure bear, have otherwise appointed, and disgrace my father most of all the mortal race, for whom I could not mourn so were he dead, amongst his fellow captains slaughtered by common enemies, or in the hands of his kind friends had ended his commands, after he had egregiously bestowed his pow'r and order in a war so vow'd, and to his tomb all Greeks their grace had done, that to all ages he might leave his son immortal honour. But now Harpies have digg'd in their gorges his abhorred grave. Obscure, inglorious, death had made his end, and me, for glories, to all griefs contend, nor shall I any more mourn him alone. The Gods have given me other cause of moan. For look how many Optimates remain in Samos, or the shores Dulichian, Shades, and Cynthus, or how many bear rule in the rough brows of this island here. So many now my mother, and this house, at all parts make defame and ruinous. And she her hateful nuptials nor denies, nor will dispatch their importunities. Though she beholds them, spoil still, as they feast, all my free house yields, and the little rest of my dead sire in me perhaps intend to bring ere long to some untimely end. This Pallas sigh'd, and answer'd: "O," said she, "absent Ulysses is much miss'd by thee, that on these shameless suitors he might lay his wreakful hands. Should he now come, and stay in thy court's first gates, arm'd with helm and shield, and two such darts as I have seen him wield, when first I saw him in our Taphian court, feasting, and doing his deserts' disport, when from Epirus he return'd by us, from Ilus, son to Centaur Mermerus, to whom he travell'd through the wat'ry dreads, for bane to poison his sharp arrows' heads, that death but touch'd caus'd, which he would not give, because he fear'd the Gods that ever liv'd would plague such death with death, and yet their fear was to my father's bosom not so dear as was thy father's love. For what he sought my loving father found him to a thought. If such as then Ulysses might but meet with these proud Wooers, all were at his feet but instant dead men, and their nuptials would prove as bitter as their dying galls. But these things in the Gods' knees are repos'd, if his return shall see with wreak enclose these in his house, or he return no more. And therefore I advise thee to explore all ways thyself, to set these Wooers gone; to which end give me fit attention. To‐morrow into solemn council call the Greek heroes, and declare to all, the Gods being witness, what thy pleasure is. Command to towns of their nativity these frontless Wooers. If thy mother's mind stands to her second nuptials so inclin'd, return she to her royal father's tow'rs, where the one of these may wed her, and her dow'rs make rich, and such may consort with grace so dear a daughter of so great a race, and thee I warn as well. If thou as well wilt hear and follow, take thy best built sail, with 20 oars mann'd, and haste to enquire where the abode is of thy absent sire. If any can inform thee, or thine ear From Jove the fame of his retreat may hear, For chiefly Jove gives all that honours men. To Pylos first be thy addression then, To godlike Nestor; thence to Sparta haste, To gold lock'd Menelaus, who was last Of all the brass arm'd Greeks that sail'd from Troy; And try from both these, if thou canst enjoy News of thy sire's return'd life anywhere, Though sad thou sufferest in his search a year. If of his death thou hearest, return thou home, And to his memory erect a tomb, Performing parent rites, of feast and game Pompous, and such as best may fit his fame, And then thy mother a fit husband give. These past, consider how thou mayst deprive Of worthless life these Wooers in thy house, By open force, or projects enginous. Things childish fit not thee, th' art so no more. Hast thou not heard how all men did adore Divine Orestes, after he had slain Ægisthus, murdering by a treach'rous train His famous father? Be then, my most lov'd, Valiant and manly, every way approv'd as great as he. I see thy person fit, noble thy mind, and excellent thy wit, all giv'n thee so to use and manage here, that ev'n past death they may their memories bear. In mean time I'll descend to ship and men, that much expect me. Be observant then of my advice, and careful to maintain in equal acts thy royal father's reign." Telemachus replied: "You ope, fair guest, a friend's heart in your speech, as well express'd as might a father serve to inform his son; all which sure place have in my memory won. Abide yet, though your voyage calls away, that, having bath'd and dignified your stay with some more honour, you may yet beside delight your mind by being gratified with some rich present taken in your way, that, as a jewel, your respect may lay up in your treasury, bestow'd by me, as free friends use to guests of such degree." "Detain me not," said she, "so much inclin'd to haste my voyage. What thy lovéd mind commands to give, at my return this way bestow on me, that I directly may convey it home, which more of price to me the more it asks my recompense to thee." This said, away grey eyed Minerva flew, like to a mounting lark, and did endue his mind with strength and boldness, and much more made him his father long for than before. And weighing better who his guest might be, he stood amaz'd, and thought a Deity was there descended, to whose will he fram'd his powers at all parts, and went so inflam'd amongst the Wooers, who were silent set, to hear a poet sing the sad retreat the Greeks perform'd from Troy, which was from thence proclaim'd by Pallas, pain of her offence. When which divine song was perceiv'd to bear that mournful subject by the list'ning ear of wise Penelope, Icarius' seed, who from an upper room had giv'n it heed, down she descended by a winding stair, not solely, but the state in her repair two maids of honour made. And when this queen of women stoop'd so low, she might be seen by all her Wooers, in the door, aloof, entering the hall grac'd with a goodly roof, she stood in shade of graceful veils, implied about her beauties, on either side her honour'd women. When to tears mov'd thus she chid the sacred singer: "Phemius, you know a number more of these great deeds Of Gods and men, that are the sacred seeds And proper subjects of a poet's song, And those due pleasures that to men belong. Besides these facts that furnish Troy's retreat, Sing one of those to these, that round your seat They may with silence sit, and taste their wine. But cease this song, that through these ears of mine Conveys deserv'd occasion to my heart Of endless sorrows, of which the desert In me unmeasur'd is past all these men, So endless is the memory I retain, And so desertful is that memory, Of such a man as hath a dignity So broad it spreads itself through all the pride Of Greece and Argos." To the queen replied inspir'd Telemachus: "Why thus envies my mother him that fits Societies with so much harmony, To let him please his own mind in his will To honour these? For these ingenious And first sort of men, that do immediately From Jove retain their singing raptures, are By Jove as well inspir'd with choice of what Their songs impel. Jove's will is free in it, And therefore theirs; nor is this man to blame That the repairs the Greeks make homeward sings. For his fresh muse men still most celebrate That sings most news. And therefore in his note your ears employ. For not Ulysses only lost in Troy The day of his return, but numbers more The deadly ruins of his fortunes bore. Go you then in, and take your work in hand, Your web and distaff, and your maids command To ply their fit work. Words to men are due, And those reproving counsels you pursue, And most to me of all men, since I bear The rule of all things that are manag'd here." She went amaz'd away, and in her heart Laid up the wisdom Pallas did impart To her lov'd son so lately, turn'd again Up to her chamber, and no more would rein In manly counsels. To her women she Applied her sway, and to the Wooers he Began new orders, other spirits bewray'd Than those in spite of which the Wooers sway'd. And, whiles his mother's tears still wash'd her eyes, till grey Minerva did those tears surprise with timely sleep, and that her wooers did rouse rude tumult up through all the shady house, disposed to sleep, because their widow was. Telemachus this new given spirit did pass on their old insolence. Ho! you that are my mother's wooers, much too high ye bear your petulant spirits. Sit, and while ye may enjoy me in your banquets, see ye lay these loud notes down, nor do this man the wrong because my mother hath disliked his song, to grace her interruption. 'Tis a thing honest, and honour'd too, to hear one sing numbers so like the Gods in elegance, as this man flows in. By the morn's first light I call ye all before me in a court, that I may clearly banish your resort, with all your rudeness, from these roofs of mine. Away, and elsewhere in your feasts combine. Consume your own goods, and make mutual feast at either's house. Or, if ye still hold best, and for your humours more sufficed fill, to feed, to spoil, because unpunish'd still, on other findings spoil. But here I call th' eternal Gods to witness, if it fall in my wish'd reach once to be dealing wrecks, by Jove's high bounty these your present checks to what I give in charge, shall add more range to my revenge hereafter, and the pains ye then must suffer shall pass all your pride, ever to see redress'd or qualified." At this all bit their lips, and did admire his words sent from him with such phrase and fire, which so much mov'd them, that Antinous, Eupitheus' son, cried out: "Telemachus, the Gods, I think, have rapt thee to this height of elocution, and this great conceit of self ability. We all may pray, that Jove invest not in this kingdom's sway thy forward forces, which I see put forth a hot ambition in thee for thy birth." "Be not offended," he replied, "if I shall say I would assume this empery if Jove gave leave. You are not he that sings, 'The rule of kingdoms is the worst of things.' Nor is it ill at all to sway a throne. A man may quickly gain possession of mighty riches, make a wondrous prize set of his virtues; but the dignities that deck a king, there are enough beside in this circumfluous isle that want no pride to think them worthy of, as young as I, and old as you are. An ascent so high my thoughts affect not. Dead is he that held desert of virtue, to have so excell'd. But of these turrets I will take on me to be the absolute king, and reign as free as did my father, over all his hand, left here in this house slaves to my command." Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, to this made this reply: "Telemachus, the girlond of this kingdom let the knees of Deity run for, but the faculties this house is seiz'd of, and the turrets here, thou shalt be lord of, nor shall any bear the least part off of all thou dost possess, as long as this land is no wilderness nor ruled by outlaws. But give these their pass, and tell me, best of princes, who he was that guested here so late, from whence, and what in any region boasted he his state, his race, his country? Brought he any news of thy returning father? Or for dues of moneys to him made he fit repair? How suddenly he rush'd into the air, nor would sustain to stay and make him known? His port show'd no debauch'd companion." He answer'd: "The return of my lov'd sire is past all hope, and should rude Fame inspire from any place a flatt'ring messenger with news of his survival, he should bear no least belief off from my desperate love; which if a sacred prophet should approve, call'd by my mother for her care's unrest, it should not move me. For my late fair guest, he was of old my father's, touching here from sea girt Taphos, and for name doth bear Mentas, the son of wise Anchialus, and governs all the Taphians studious of navigation." This he said, but knew it was a Goddess. These again withdrew to dances and attraction of the song, and while their pleasures did the time prolong, the sable even descended, and did steep the lids of all men in desire of sleep. Telemachus into a room built high, of his illustrious court, and to the eye of circular prospect, to his bed ascended, and in his mind much weighty thought contended. Before him Euryclea, that well knew All the observance of a handmaid's due, Daughter to Opus Passanarides, bore 2 bright torches; who did so much please Laertes in her prime, that for the price Of 20 oxen he made merchandise Of her rare beauties; and love's equal flame To her he felt as to his nuptial dame, Yet never durst he mix with her in bed, So much the anger of his wife he fled. She, now grown old, to young Telemachus 2 torches bore, and was obsequious Past all his other maids, and did apply Her service to him from his infancy. His well built chamber reach'd, she op'd the door. He on his bed sat, the soft weeds he wore Put off, and to the diligent old maid Gave all, who fitly all in thick folds laid, And hung them on a beam pin near the bed, That round about was rich embroidered. Then made she haste forth from him, and did bring The door together with a silver ring, And by a string a bar to it did pull. He, laid, cover'd well with curled wool, Woven in silk quilts, all night employ'd his mind About the task that Pallas had design'd. End of the first book. The second book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The second book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The argument. Telemachus to court doth call The Wooers, and commands them all To leave his house. And taking then From wise Minerva ship and men, And all things fit for him beside, That Euryclea could provide For sea rights till he found his sire, He hoists sail, when heav'n stoops his fire. Another argument. Beta. The old maid's store The voyage cheers. The ship leaves shore. Minerva steers. Now when with rosy fingers, the early born, And thrown through all the air, appear'd the morn, Ulysses' lov'd son from his bed appear'd, His weeds put on, and did about him gird His sword, that thwart his shoulders hung, and tied To his fair feet fair shoes, and all parts plied For speedy readiness; who, when he trod The open earth, to men show'd like a God. The heralds then he straight charg'd to consort The curl'd headed Greeks with loud calls to a court. They summon'd, the other came in utmost haste; Who all assembled, and in one heap placed, He likewise came to council, and did bear In his fair hand his iron headed spear, Nor came alone, nor with men troops prepar'd, But 2 fleet dogs made both his train and guard. Pallas supplied with her high wisdom's grace, That all men's wants supplies, State's painted face. His ent'ring presence all men did admire, Who took seat in the high throne of his sire, To which the grave peers gave him rev'rend way. Amongst whom an Egyptian hero, Crooked with age, and full of skill, begun The speech to all, who had a lovéd son, That with divine Ulysses did ascend His hollow fleet to Troy, to serve which end. He kept fair horse, and was a man at arms, And in the cruel Cyclops' stern alarms His life lost by him in his hollow cave, Whose entrails open'd his abhorréd grave, And made of him, of all Ulysses' train, His latest supper, being latest slain. His name was Antiphus; and this old man, This crooked grown, this wise Egyptian, Had 3 sons more, of which one riotous A wooer was, and call'd Eurynomus. The other 2 took both his own wish'd course, Yet both the best fates weigh'd not down the worse, But left the old man mindful still of moan, Who, weeping, thus bespake the session: "Hear, Ithacensians, all I fitly say. Since our divine Ulysses' parting day Never was council call'd, nor session; And now by whom is this thus undergone? Whom did necessity so much compell Of young or old? Hath anyone heard tell Of any coming army, that he thus now May openly take boldness to avow, First having heard it? Or will any here some motion for the public good prefer? Some worth of note there is in this command, And, methinks, it must be some good man's hand That's put to it, that either hath direct Means to assist, or for his good effect Hopes to be happy in the proof he makes, And that Jove grant whate'er he undertakes." Telemachus, rejoicing much to hear The good hope and opinion men did bear Of his young actions, no longer sat, But long'd t' approve what this man pointed at, And made his first proof in a cause so good, And in the council's chief place up he stood. When straight Pisenor, herald to his sire, And learn'd in counsels, felt his heart on fire To hear him speak, and put into his hand The sceptre that his father did command. Then, to the old Egyptian turn'd, he spoke: "Father, not far he is that undertook To call this council, whom you soon shall know. Myself, whose wrongs my griefs will make me show, Am he that author'd this assembly here. Nor have I heard of any army near, Of which, being first told, I might iterate, Nor for the public good can aught relate. Only mine own affairs all this procure, That in my house a double ill endure. One, having lost a father so renown'd, Whose kind rule once with your command was crown'd. The other is, what much more doth augment His weighty loss, the ruin imminent Of all my house by it, my goods all spent. And, of all this the wooers, that are Sons of our chief peers, are the confusions, Importuning my mother's marriage Against her will. Nor dares their blood's bold rage Go to Icarius' her father's court, That his will ask'd in kind and comely sort He may endow his daughter with a dow'r, And, she consenting, at his pleasure's pow'r Dispose her to a man, that, thus behav'd, May have fit grace, and see her honour sav'd. But these, in none but my house all their lives Resolve to spend, slaughtering my sheep and beeves, And with my fattest goats lay feast on feast, My gen'rous wine consuming as they list. A world of things they spoil, here wanting one, That, like Ulysses, quickly could get gone These peace plagues from his house, that spoil like war, Whom my pow'rs are unfit to urge so far, Myself immartial. But, had I the pow'r, My will should serve me to exempt this hour From out my lifetime. For, past patience, base deeds are done here, that exceed defence Of any honour. Falling is my house, which you should shame To see so ruinous. Reverence the censures that all good men give, That dwell about you, and for fear to live Exposed to heav'n's wrath, that doth ever pay Pains for joy's forfeit. Even by Jove I pray, Or Themis, both which pow'rs have to restrain Or gather counsels, that ye will abstain From further spoil, and let me only waste In that most wretched grief I have embrac'd For my lost father. And though I am free From meriting your outrage, yet, if he, Good man, hath ever with a hostile heart Done ill to any Greek, on me convert Your like hostility, and vengeance take Of his ill on my life, and all these make Join in that justice. But, to see abus'd Those goods that do none ill, but being ill us'd Exceeds all right, yet better 'tis for me My whole possessions and my rents to see Consum'd by you, than lose my life and all. For on your rapine a revenge may fall, While I live, and so long I may complain About the city, till my goods again, Oft ask'd, may be with all amends repaid. But in the mean space your misrule hath laid Griefs on my bosom, that can only speak, And are denied the instant pow'r of wreak." This said, his sceptre 'gainst the ground he threw, And tears still'd from him, which mov'd all the crew. The court struck silent, not a man did dare To give a word that might offend his ear. Antinous only in this sort replied: "High spoken, and of spirit unpacified, How have you sham'd us in this speech of yours? Will you brand us for an offence not ours? Your mother, first in craft, is first in cause. 3 years are past, and near the 4th now draws, Since first she mock'd the peers Achaean. All she made hope, and promis'd every man, Sent for us ever, left love's show in nought, But in her heart conceal'd another thought. Besides, as curious in her craft, her loom She with a web charg'd, hard to overcome, And thus bespake us: "Youths, that seek my bed, Since my divine spouse rests among the dead, Hold on your suits but till I end, at most, This funeral weed, lest what is done be lost. Besides, I purpose, that when th' austere fate Of bitter death shall take into his state Laertes the heroë, it shall deck His royal corse; since I should suffer check In ill report of ev'ry common dame, If one so rich should show in death his shame." This speech she us'd, and this did soon persuade Our gentle minds. But this a work she made So hugely long, undoing still in night, By torches, all she did by day's broad light, That 3 years her deceit div'd past our view, And made us think that all she feign'd was true. But when the 4th year came, and those sly hours That still surprise at length dames' craftiest pow'rs, One of her women, that knew all, disclos'd The secret to us, that she still unloos'd Her whole day's fair affair, in depth of night, And then no further she could force her sleight, But of necessity her work gave end. And thus, by me, doth ev'ry other friend, Professing love to her, reply to thee, That ev'n thyself, and all Greeks else may see That we offend not in our stay, but she. To free thy house then, send her to her sire, Commanding that her choice be left entire To his election, and one settled will. Nor let her vex with her illusions still Her friends that woo her, standing on her wit, Because wise Pallas hath giv'n wills to it So full of art, and made her understand All works in fair skill of a lady's hand. But, for her working mind, we read none Of all the old world, in which Greece hath shown Her rarest pieces, that could equal her. Tyro, Alcmena, and Mycena were To hold comparison in no degree, For solid brain, with wise Penelope. And yet in her delays of us, she shows No prophet's skill with all the wit she owes. For all this time thy goods and victuals go To utter ruin, and shall ever so, While thus the Gods her glorious mind dispose. Glory herself may gain, but thou shalt lose Thy longings ev'n for necessary food. For we will never go where lies our good, Nor any other where, till this delay She puts on all, she quits with the endless stay Of some one of us, that to all the rest May give free farewell with his nuptial feast." The wise young prince replied: "Antinous, I may by no means turn out of my house Her that hath brought me forth and nourish'd me. Besides, if quick or dead my father be In any region, yet abides in doubt; And 'twill go hard, my means being so run out, To tender to Icarius again, If he again my mother must maintain In her retreat, the dow'r she brought with her; And then a double ill it will confer, Both from my father, and from God on me, When, thrust out of her house, on her bent knee, My mother shall the horrid Furies raise With imprecations, and all men dispraise My part in her exposure. Never then Will I perform this counsel. If your spleen Swell at my courses, once more I command Your absence from my house; some other's hand Charge with your banquets; on your own goods eat; And either other mutually intreat At either of your houses with your feast. But if ye still esteem more sweet and best Another's spoil, so you still reckless live, Gnaw, vermin like, things sacred, no laws give To your devouring. It remains that I Invoke each ever living Deity, And vow, if Jove shall deign in any date Pow'r of like pains for pleasure so past rate, From thenceforth look where ye have revell'd so Unwreak'd, your ruins all shall undergo." Thus spake Telemachus, to assure whose threat Far seeing Jove upon their pinions set 2 eagles from the high brows of a hill, That mounted on the winds, together still Their strokes extended; but arriving now Amidst the council, over ev'ry brow Shook their thick wings, and threat'ning death's cold fears Their necks and cheeks tore with their eager seres. Then on the court's right hand away they flew, Above both court and city; with whose view, And study what events they might foretell, The council into admiration fell. The old hero, Halitherses, then, the son of Nestor, that of all old men his peers in that court, only could foresee by flight of fowls man's fix'd destiny, 'twixt them and their amaze, this interposed: "Hear, Ithacensians, all your doubts disclosed. The Wooers most are touch'd in this ostent, To whom are dangers great and imminent. For now not long more shall Ulysses bear Lack of his most lov'd, but fills some place near, Addressing to these Wooers fate and death. And many more this mischief menaceth Of us inhabiting this famous isle. Let us consult yet, in this long forewhile, How to ourselves we may prevent this ill. Let these men rest secure, and revel still, Though they might find it safer, if with us They would in time prevent what threats them thus. Since not without sure trial I foretell These coming storms, but know their issue well. For to Ulysses all things have event, As I foretold him when for Ilion went The whole Greek fleet together, and with them The abundant in all counsels took the stream. I told him that when much ill he had past, And all his men were lost, he should at last The 20th year turn home to all unknown, All which effects are to perfection grown." Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, Oppos'd this man's presage, and answer'd thus: "Hence, great in years, go, prophesy at home, Thy children teach to shun their ills to come. In these superior far to thee am I. The world of fowls beneath the sun beams fly That are not fit t' inform a prophecy. Besides, Ulysses perish'd long ago, And would thy fates to thee had destin'd so, Since so thy so much prophecy had spar'd Thy wronging of our rights; which, for reward, Expected home with thee hath summon'd us With the anger of Telemachus. But this I will presage, which shall be true: If any spark of anger chance t' ensue Thy much old art in these deep auguries, In this young man, incensed by thy lies, Ev'n to himself his anger shall confer The greater anguish, and thine own ends err From all their objects. And, besides, thine age Shall feel a pain to make thee curse presage With worthy cause, for it shall touch thee near. But I will soon give end to all our fear, Preventing whatsoever chance can fall In my suit to the young prince for us all, To send his mother to her father's house, That he may sort her out a worthy spouse, And such a dow'r bestow as may befit One lov'd, to leave her friends and follow it. Before which course be, I believe that none Of all the Greeks will cease th' ambition Of such a match. For, chance what can to us, We no man fear, no, not Telemachus, Though ne'er so greatly spoken. Nor care we For any threats of austere prophecy, Which thou, old dotard, vaunt'st of so in vain. And thus shalt thou in much more hate remain. For still the Gods shall bear their ill expense, Nor ever be dispos'd by competence, Till with her nuptials she dismiss our suits. Our whole lives' days shall sow hopes for such fruits. Her virtues we contend to, nor will go To any other, be she never so Worthy of us, and all the worth we owe." He answer'd him: "Eurymachus, and all ye gen'rous Wooers, now in general I see your brave resolves, and will no more Make speech of these points, and much less implore. It is enough, that all the Grecians hear, And all the Gods besides just witness bear, What friendly premonitions have been spent On your forbearance, and their vain event. Yet, with my other friends, let love prevail To fit me with a vessel free of sail, And 20 men, that may divide to me My ready passage through the yielding sea For Sparta, and Amathuan Pylos' shore. I am now bound in purpose to explore My long lack'd father, and to try if Fame Or Jove, most author of man's honour'd name, With his return in life may glad mine ear, Though toil'd in that proof I sustain a year. If dead I hear him, nor of more state, Here retir'd to my lov'd country I will rear a sepulchre to him, And celebrate such royal parent rites As fits his state, and then my mother to A spouse dispose." This said, he sat, and to the rest arose Mentor, that was Ulysses' chosen friend, to whom, when he set forth, he did commend his complete family, and whom he will'd to see the mind of his old sire fulfill'd, all things conserving safe, till his retreat; who, tender of his charge, and seeing so set in slight care of their king his subjects there, suff'ring his son so much contempt to bear, thus gravely, and with zeal, to him began: "No more let any sceptre bearing man, Benevolent, or mild, or human be, Nor in his mind form acts of piety, But ever feed on blood, and facts unjust Commit, ev'n to the full swing of his lust, Since of divine Ulysses no man now, Of all his subjects, any thought doth show; All whom he govern'd, and became to them, Rather than one that wore a diadem, A most indulgent father. But, for all that can touch me, within no envy fall These insolent Wooers, that in violent kind Commit things foul by the ill wit of the mind, And with the hazard of their heads devour Ulysses' house, since his returning hour They hold past hope. But it affects me much, Ye dull plebeians, that all this doth touch Your free states nothing, who, struck dumb, afford These Wooers not so much wreak as a word, Though few, and you with only number might Extinguish to them the profan'd light." Evenor's son, Leocritus, replied: "Mentor! the railer! made a fool with pride! What language giv'st thou that would quiet us With putting us in storm, exciting thus The rout against us? Who, though more than we, Should find it no easy victory to drive men, habited in feast, from feasts? No, not if Ithacus himself such guests should come And find so furnishing his court, And hope to force them from so sweet a fort. His wife should little joy in his arrive, Though much she wants him; for, where she alive Would hers enjoy, there death should claim his rights. He must be conquer'd, that with many fights. Thou speak'st unfit things. To their labours then Disperse these people, and let these two men, Mentor and Halitherses, that so boast From the beginning to have govern'd most In friendship of the father, to the son Confirm the course he now affects to run. But my mind says, that, if he would but use A little patience, he should hear news Of all things that his wish would understand, But no good hope for of the course in hand." This said, the council rose; when ev'ry peer And all the people in dispersion were To houses of their own. The Wooers yet Made to Ulysses' house their old retreat. Telemachus, apart from all the prease, Prepar'd to shore, and in the aged seas His fair hands wash'd, did thus to Pallas pray: "Hear me, O Goddess, that but yesterday Didst deign access to me at home, and lay Grave charge on me to take ship, and enquire Along the dark seas for mine absent sire; Which all the Greeks oppose, amongst whom most Those that are proud still at another's cost, Past measure, and the civil rights of men My mother's Wooers my repulse maintain." Thus spake he praying, when close to him Came Pallas, resembling Mentor both In frame of voice and person, and advis'd him thus: "Those Wooers well might know, Telemachus, Thou wilt not ever weak and childish be, If to thee be instill'd the faculty Of mind and body that thy father grac'd; And if, like him, there be in thee enchanc'd Virtue to give words works, and works their end. This voyage, that to them thou didst commend, Shall not so quickly, as they idly ween, Be vain or giv'n up, for their opposite spleen. But, if Ulysses nor Penelope Were thy true parents, I then hope in thee Of no more urging thy attempt in hand. For few, that rightly bred on both sides stand, Are like their parents; many that are worse, And most few better. Those then that the nurse, Or mother, call true born, yet are not so, Like worthy sires, much less are like to grow. But thou show'st now that in thee fades not quite Thy father's wisdom; and that future light Shall therefore show thee far from being unwise, Or touch'd with stain of bastard cowardice. Hope therefore says, that thou wilt to the end Pursue the brave act thou didst erst intend. But for the foolish Wooers, They bewray they neither counsel have nor soul, since they are neither wise nor just, and so must needs rest ignorant how black above their heads Fate hovers, holding death, that one sole day will make enough to make them all away. For thee, the way thou wishest shall no more fly thee a step. I, that have been before thy father's friend, thine likewise now will be. Provide thy ship myself, and follow thee. Go thou then home, and soothe each wooer's vein, but underhand fit all things for the main. Wine in as strong and sweet casks as you can, and meal the very marrow of a man, which put in good sure leather sacks, and see that with sweet food sweet vessels still agree. I from the people straight will press for you free voluntaries. And for ships, enow sea‐circled Ithaca contains, both new and old built; all which I'll exactly view, and choose what one soever most doth please. Which rigg'd, we'll straight launch, and assay the seas." This spake Jove's daughter, Pallas; whose voice heard, no more Telemachus her charge deferr'd, but hasted home, and, sad at heart, did see amidst his hall th' insulting Wooers flea goats, and roast swine. 'Mongst who, Antinous, careless, discov'ring in Telemachus his grudge to see them, laugh'd, met, took his hand, and said: "High spoken! With the mind so mann'd, come, do as we do. Put not up your spirits with these low trifles, Nor our loving merits in gall of any Hateful purpose steep, but eat egregiously, And drink as deep. The things thou think'st on, all at full shall be By the Achives thought on, and perform'd to thee. Ship and choice oars, that in a trice will land Thy hasty fleet on heav'nly Pylos' sand, And at the fame of thy illustrious sire." He answer'd: "Men whom pride did so inspire Are not fit consorts for an humble guest, Nor are constrain'd men merry at their feast. Is't not enough that all this time ye have oped in your entrails my chief goods a grave, And, while I was a child, made me partake? My now more growth more grown my mind doth make, And, hearing speak more judging men than you, Perceive how much I was misgovern'd now. I now will try if I can bring ye home An ill fate to consort you, if it come From Pylos, or amongst the people here. But thither I resolve, and know that there I shall not touch in vain. Nor will I stay, Though in a merchant's ship I steer my way, Which shows in your sights best, since me ye know Incapable of ship, or men to row." This said, his hand he coyly snatch'd away From forth Antinous' hand. The rest the day spent through the house with banquets, some with jests, and some with railings, dignifying their feasts. To whom a jest‐proud youth the wit began: "Telemachus will kill us every man, From Sparta to the very Pylian sand. He will raise aids to his impetuous hand. O, he affects it strangely! Or he means to search Ephyra's fat shores, and from thence bring deathful poisons, which amongst our bowls Will make a general shipwrack of our souls." Another said: "Alas, who knows but he, once gone, And erring like his sire at sea, May perish like him, far from aid of friends? And so he makes us work? For all the ends Left of his goods here we shall share, the house Left to his mother and her chosen spouse." Thus they, while he a room ascended, high And large, built by his father, where did lie Gold and brass heap'd up, and in coffers were Rich robes, sweet store of odorous oils, And there stood tuns of sweet old wines along the wall, Neat and divine drink, kept to cheer withal Ulysses' old heart, if he turn'd again From labours fatal to him to sustain. The doors of plank were, their close exquisite, Kept with a double key, and day and night A woman lock'd within, and that was she Who all trust had for her sufficiency, Old Euryclea, one of Opus' race, Son to Pisenor, and in passing grace With grey Minerva. Her the prince did call, And said: "Nurse, draw me the most sweet Of all the wine thou keep'st, next that which for My sire thy care reserves, in hope he shall retire. 12 vessels fill me forth, and stop them well. Then into well sew'd sacks of fine ground meal Pour 20 measures. Nor to any one But thee thyself let this design be known. All this see got together. I it all in night will fetch off, when my mother shall Ascend her high room, and for sleep prepare. Sparta and Pylos I must see, in care To find my father." Out Euryclea cried, And ask'd with tears: "Why is your mind applied, Dear son, to this course? Whither will you go? So far off leave us, and belov'd so only, and the sole hope of your race? Royal Ulysses, far from the embrace Of his kind country, in a land unknown Is dead, and you from your lov'd country gone. The Wooers will with some deceit assay To your destruction, making then their prey Of all your goods. Where in your own y'are strong, Make sure abode. It fits not you so young To suffer so much by the aged seas, And err in such a wayless wilderness." "Be cheer'd, lov'd nurse," said he, "for, not without The will of God go my attempts about. Swear therefore not to wound my mother's ears With word of this, before from heav'n appears The 11th or 12th light, or herself shall please To ask me, or hears me put to seas, Lest her fair body with her woe be wore." To this the great oath of the Gods she swore. Which having sworn, and of it every due Perform'd to full, to vessels wine she drew, And into well sew'd sacks pour'd foody meal. In mean time he, with cunning to conceal All thought of this from others, himself bore In broad house, with the Wooers as before. Then grey eyed Pallas other thoughts did own, And like Telemachus trod through the town, Commanding all his men in th' even to be Aboard his ship. Again then question'd she Noënon, fam'd for aged Phronius' son, About his ship, who all things to be done Assur'd her freely should. The sun then set, and sable shadows slid Through every street, when forth they launch'd, and soon Aboard did bring all arms, and choice Of every needful thing that fits a well rigg'd ship. The Goddess then stood in the port's extreme part, Where her men, nobly appointed, thick About her came, whose ev'ry breast she did With spirit enflame. Yet still fresh projects laid the grey eyed Dame. Straight to the house she hasted, and sweet sleep Pour'd on each Wooer, which so laid in steep Their drowsy temples, that each brow did nod As all were drinking, and each hand his load The cup let fall. All start up, and to bed, nor more would watch, when sleep so surfeited Their leaden eyelids. Then did Pallas call Telemachus, in body, voice, and all Resembling Mentor, from his native nest, And said, that all his arm'd men were address'd To use their oars, and all expected now He should the spirit of a soldier show. "Come then," said she, "no more let us defer Our honour'd action." Then she took on her A ravish'd spirit, and led as she did leap, And he her most haste took out step by step. Arriv'd at sea in ship, they found ashore The soldiers that their fashion'd long hair wore. To whom the prince said: "Come, my friends, let's bring Our voyage's provisions. Every thing Is heap'd together in our court, and none, No, not my mother, nor her maids, but one Knows our intention." This express'd, he led. The soldiers close together followed, And all together brought aboard their store. Aboard the prince went. Pallas still before Sat at the stern, he close to her, the men Up hasted after. He and Pallas then Put from the shore. His soldiers then he bad See all their arms fit, which they heard, and had. A beechen mast then in the hollow base They put, and hoisted, fix'd it in its place With cables, and with well wreath'd halsers hois'd Their white sails, which grey Pallas now employs With full and fore gales through the dark deep main. The purple waves so swift cut roar'd again Against the ship's sides, that now ran and plow'd The rugged seas up. Then the men bestow'd Their arms about the ship, and sacrifice With crown'd wine cups to the endless Deities They offer'd up. Of all yet throned above, They most observ'd the grey eyed seed of Jove, who from the evening till the morning rose, and all day long their voyage did dispose. End of the second book. The third book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The third book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The argument. Telemachus, and heaven's wise dame that never husband had, now came to Nestor, who his either guest received at the religious feast he made to Neptune, on his shore, and there told what was done before the Trojan turrets, and the state of all the Greeks since Ilion's fate. This book these three of greatest place doth serve with many a varied grace. Which past, Minerva takes her leave, whose state when Nestor doth perceive, with sacrifice he makes it known, where many a pleasing rite is shown. Which done, Telemachus hath gained a chariot of him, who ordained Pisistratus his son his guide to Sparta. And when starry‐eyed the ample heaven began to be, all house rites to afford them free, in Pharis Diocles did please, his surname Ortilochides. Another argument. Gamma. Ulysses' son with Nestor lies, to Sparta gone, thence Pallas flies. The sun now left the great and goodly lake, and to the firm heaven bright ascent did make, to shine as well upon the mortal birth, inhabiting the ploughed life‐giving earth, as on the ever‐treaders upon death, and now to Pylos, that so garnisheth herself with buildings, old Neleus' town, the prince and goddess come had strange sights shown, for, on the marine shore, the people there, to Neptune, that the azure locks doth wear, beeves that were wholly black gave holy flame. 9 seats of state they made to his high name, and every seat set with 500 men, and each 500 was to furnish then with 9 black oxen every sacred seat. These of the entrails only pleased to eat, and to the god inflame the fleshy thighs. By this time Pallas with sparkling eyes, and he she led, within the haven bore, struck sail, cast anchor, and trod both the shore, she first, he after. Then said Pallas, "Now no more befits thee the least bashful brow, t' embolden which this act is put on thee, to seek thy father both at shore and sea, and learn in what clime he abides so close, or in the power of what fate doth repose. Come then, go right to Nestor, let us see If in his bosom any counsel be That may inform us. Pray him not to trace The common courtship, and to speak in grace Of the demander, but to tell the truth, Which will delight him, and commend thy youth For such prevention, for he loves no lies, Nor will report them, being truly wise." He answer'd, "Mentor, how, alas, shall I present myself? How greet his gravity? My youth by no means that ripe form affords, That can digest my mind's instinct in words Wise, and beseeming the ears of one so sage. Youth of most hope blush to use words with age." She said, "Thy mind will some conceit impress, And something God will prompt thy towardness. For, I suppose, thy birth and breeding too Were not in spite of what the Gods could do." This said, she swiftly went before, and he her steps made guides, and followed instantly. When soon they reach'd the Pylian throngs and seats, Where Nestor with his sons sat, and the meats, That for the feast serv'd, round about them were Adherents dressing, all their sacred cheer Being roast and boil'd meats. When the Pylians saw these strangers come, in thrusts did all the men draw About their entry, took their hands, and pray'd they both would sit. Their entry first assay'd by Nestor's son, Pisistratus, in grace of whose repair He gave them honour'd place, betwixt his sire And brother Thrasymed, who sat at feast On soft fells that were spread along the sea sands, Curv'd, and reach'd to them parts of the inwards, And did make a stream of sprightly wine Into a golden bowl. which to Minerva with a gentle soul he gave, and thus spake: "Ere you eat, fair guest, invoke the sea's King, of whose sacred feast your travel hither make ye partners now. When, sacrificing as becomes, bestow this bowl of sweet wine on your friend, that he may likewise use these rites of piety. For I suppose his youth doth prayers use, since all men need the Gods. But you I chose first in this cup's disposure, since his years seem short of yours, who more like me appears." Thus gave he her the cup of pleasant wine; and since a wise and just man did design the golden bowl first to her free receipt, even to the Goddess it did add delight, who thus invoked: "Hear thou, whose vast embrace enspheres the whole earth, nor disdain thy grace to us that ask it, in performing this. To Nestor first, and these fair sons of his, vouchsafe all honour, and next them bestow on all these Pylians, that have offer'd now this most renownéd hecatomb to thee, remuneration fit for them, and free. And lastly deign Telemachus and me the work perform for whose effect we came, our safe return, both with our ship and fame." Thus pray'd she, and herself obey'd, in the end performing all for which she pray'd. And now, to pray, and do as she had done, she gave the fair round bowl to Ulysses' son. The meat then dress'd and drawn, and serv'd to each guest, they celebrated a most sumptuous feast. When, appetite to wine and food allay'd, horse taming Nestor then began and said: "Now life's desire is serv'd, as far as fair. Time fits me to enquire what guests these are. Fair guests, what are ye? And for what coast tries your ship the moist deeps? For fit merchandise? Or rudely coast ye, like our men of prize, the rough seas tempting, desperately erring, the ill of others in their good conferring?" The wise prince now his boldness did begin, For Pallas' self had harden'd him within, by this device of travel to explore His absent father, which two girlonds wore, His good by manage of his spirits, and then To gain him high grace in the accounts of men. "O Nestor, still in whom Neleus lives, And all the glory of the Greeks survives, You ask from whence we are, and I relate: From Ithaca, whose seat is situate Where Nius the renownéd mountain rears His haughty forehead, and the honour bears To be our sea mark. We assay'd the waves. The business, I must tell, our own good craves, And not the public. I am come t' enquire, If, in the fame that best men doth inspire Of my most suff'ring father, I may hear Some truth of his estate now, who did bear The name, being join'd in fight with you alone, To even with earth the height of Ilion, Of all men else that any name did bear, And fought for Troy the sev'ral ends we hear. But his death Jove keeps from the world unknown, The certain fame thereof being told by none. If on the continent by enemies slain, Or with the waves eat of the ravenous main. For his love 'tis that to your knees I sue, That you would please, out of your own clear view, To assure his sad end; or say, if your ear Hath heard of the unhappy wanderer, To too much sorrow, whom his mother bore. You then by all your bounties I implore, If ever to you deed or word hath stood, By my good father promis'd, render'd good Amongst the Trojans, where ye both have tried The Grecians' suff'rance, that in nought applied To your respect or pity you will glose, But uncloth'd truth to my desires disclose." "O much lov'd," said he, "since you renew Remembrance of the miseries that grew Upon our still in strength opposing Greece Amongst Troy's people, I must touch a piece Of all our woes there, either in the men Achilles brought by sea, and led to gain About the country, or in us that fought About the city, where to death were brought All our chief men, as many as were there. There Mars like Ajax lies, Achilles there the in council like the Gods, his friend, There my dear son Antilochus took end, Past measure swift of foot, and stay'd in fight. A number more than ills felt infinite, Of which to reckon all, what mortal man, If 5 or 6 years you should stay here, can Serve such enquiry? You would back again Affected with unsufferable pain Before you heard it. 9 years sieg'd we them, With all the depth and sleight of stratagem That could be thought. Ill knit to ill past end. Yet still they toil'd us, nor would yet Jove send rest to our labours, nor will scarcely yet. But no man liv'd that would in public set His wisdom by Ulysses' policy, as thought his equal so excessively He stood superior all ways. If you be his son indeed, mine eyes ev'n ravish me to admiration, and in all consent your speech puts on his speech's ornament. Nor would one say that one so young could use, unless his son, a rhetoric so profuse. And while we liv'd together, he and I never in speech maintain'd diversity, nor sat in council, but, by one soul led, with spirit and prudent counsel furnished the Greeks at all hours, that, with fairest course, what best became them, they might put in force. But when Troy's high tow'rs we had levell'd thus, we put to sea, and God divided us. And then did Jove our sad retreat devise, for all the Greeks were neither just nor wise, and therefore many felt so sharp a fate, sent from Minerva's most pernicious hate, whose mighty father can do fearful things, by whose help she betwixt the brother kings let fall contention, who in council met in vain, and timeless, when the sun was set, and all the Greeks call'd that came charg'd with wine. Yet then the kings would utter their design, and why they summon'd. Menelaus, he put all in mind of home, and cried, To sea. But Agamemnon stood on contraries, whose will was they should stay and sacrifice whole hecatombs to Pallas, to forego her high wrath to them. Fool, that did not know she would not so be won. For not with ease the eternal Gods are turn'd from what they please. So they, divided, on foul language stood. The Greeks in huge rout rose, their wine heat blood two ways affecting, and that night's sleep too, we turn'd to studying either other's woe, when Jove besides made ready woes enow. Morn came, we launch'd, and in our ships did stow our goods, and fair girt women. Half our men the people's guide Atrides did contain, and half, being now aboard, put forth to sea. A most free gale gave all ships prosperous way. God settled then the huge whale bearing lake, and Tenedos we reach'd, where, for time's sake, we did divine rites to the Gods. But Jove, inexorable still, bore yet no love to our return, but did again excite a second sad contention, that turn'd quite a great part of us back to sea again, which were the abundant in all counsels man your matchless father, who, to gratify the great Atrides, back to him did fly. But I fled all, with all that follow'd me, because I knew God studied misery to hurl amongst us. With me likewise fled martial Tydides. I the men he led gat to go with him. Winds our fleet did bring to Lesbos, where the yellow headed king, though late, yet found us, as we put to choice a tedious voyage. If we sail should hoise above rough Chios, left on our left hand, to the isle of Syria, or to that rugged land sail under, and for windy Mimas steer. We ask'd of God that some ostent might clear our cloudy business, who gave us sign, and charge that all should, in the middle line, the sea cut for Eubœa, that with speed our long sustain'd infortune might be freed. Then did a whistling wind begin to rise, and swiftly we flew through the fishy skies, till to Geræstus we in night were brought, where, through the broad sea since we safe had wrought, at Neptune's alders many solid thighs of slaughter'd bulls we burned for sacrifice. The fourth day came, when Tydeus' son did greet the haven of Argos with his complete fleet. But I for Pylos straight steer'd on my course, nor ever left the wind his foreright force, since God foresent it first. And thus I came, dear son, to Pylos, uninform'd by fame, nor know one saved by fate, or overcome. Whom I have heard of since, set here at home as fits, thou shalt be taught, not left unshown. The expert spearman, every Myrmidon, led by the brave air of the mighty soul'd unpeer'd Achilles, safe of home got hold. Safe Philoctetes, Poeon's famous seed, and safe Idomeneus his men led to his home, Crete, who fled the arméd field, of whom yet none the sea from him withheld. Atrides, you have both heard, though ye be his far‐off dwellers, what an end he had, done by Ægisthus to a bitter death, who miserably paid for forced breath, Atrides leaving a good son, that died in blood of that deceitful parricide his wreakful sword. And thou, my friend, as he for this hath his fame, the like spirit in thee assume at all parts. Fair and great I see thou art in all hope. Make it good to the end, that aftertimes as much may thee commend. He answered: O thou greatest grace of Greece! Orestes made that wreak his masterpiece, and him the Greeks will give a master praise, verse finding him to last all after days. And would to God, the Gods would favour me with his performance, that my injury done by my mother's Wooers, being so foul, I might revenge upon their every soul, who, pressing me with contumelies, dare such things as past the power of utterance are. But Heaven's great powers have graced my destiny with no such honour. Both my sire and I are born to suffer everlastingly. Because you name those Wooers, friend, said he, report says, many such, in spite of thee, wooing thy mother, in thy house commit the ills thou nam'st. But say, proceedeth it from will in thee to bear so foul a foil? Or from thy subjects' hate, that wish thy spoil, and will not aid thee, since their spirits rely against thy rule on some grave augury? What know they, but at length thy father may come, and with violence their violence pay, or he alone, or all the Greeks with him? But if Minerva now did so esteem thee as thy father in times past, whom, past all measure, she with glorious favours graced amongst the Trojans, where we suffered so, O, I did never see in such clear show the Gods so grace a man, as she to him, to all our eyes, appear'd in all her trim. If so, I say she would be pleas'd to love, and that her mind's care thou so much couldst move, as did thy father, every man of these would lose in death their seeking marriages. O father, answer'd he, you make amaze seize me throughout. Beyond the height of phrase you raise expression, but 'twill never be, that I shall move in any deity so blest an honour. Not by any means, if hope should prompt me, or blind confidence, the Gods of fools, or every deity should will it, for 'tis past my destiny. The burning‐eyed Dame answer'd: What a speech hast passed the teeth guard Nature gave to teach fit questions of thy words before they fly. God easily can, when to mortal eye he's furthest off, a mortal satisfy, and does the more still. For thy cared for sire I rather wish, that I might home retire, after my suff'rance of a world of woes, far off, and then my glad eyes might disclose the day of my return. Then straight retire, and perish standing by my household fire, as Agamemnon did, that lost his life by false Ægisthus, and his falser wife. For death to come at length, 'tis due to all, nor can the Gods themselves, when fate shall call their most lov'd man, extend his vital breath beyond the fix'd bounds of abhorred death. Mentor, said he, let's dwell no more on this, although in us the sorrow pious is. No such return as we wish, Fates bequeath my erring father, whom a present death the deathless have decreed. I now use speech that tends to other purpose, and beseech instruction of grave Nestor, since he flows past shore in all experience, and knows the sleights and wisdoms, and whose heights aspire others, as well as my commended sire, whom fame reports to have commanded 3 ages of men, and doth in sight to me show like the Immortals. Nestor, the renown'd of old Neleus, make the clear truth known, how the most great in empire, Atreus' son, sustained the act of his destruction. Where then was Menelaus? How was it that false Ægisthus, being so far unfit a match for him, could his death so enforce? Was he not then in Argos? Or his course with men so left, to let a coward breathe spirit enough to dare his brother's death? I tell thee truth in all, fair son, said he. Right well was this event conceived by thee. If Menelaus in his brother's house Had found the idle liver with his spouse, Arriv'd from Troy, he had not liv'd, nor dead Had the digg'd heap pour'd on his lustful head, But fowls and dogs had torn him in the fields. Far off of Argos, not a dame, it yields, Had given him any tear, so foul his facts Show'd ev'n to women. Us Troy's wars had rack'd To ev'ry sinew's suff'rance, while he In Argos' uplands liv'd, from those works free, And Agamemnon's wife, with force of word, Flatter'd and soften'd, who, at first, abhorr'd A fact so infamous. The heav'nly dame A good mind had, but was in blood to blame. There was a poet, to whose care the king His queen committed, and in everything, When he from Troy went, charg'd him to apply Himself in all guard to her dignity. But when strong Fate so wrapp'd in her affects, That she resolv'd to leave her fit respects, Into a desert isle her guardian led, There left, the rapine of the vultures fed. Then brought he willing home his will's won prize, On sacred altars offer'd many thighs Hung in the Gods' fanes many ornaments, Garments and gold, that he had the vast events Of such a labour to his wish had brought, As neither fell into his hope nor thought. At last, from Troy sail'd Sparta's king and I, Both holding her untouch'd; and, that his eye Might see no worse of her, when both were blown To sacred Sunium of Minerva's town, The goodly promontory, with his shafts severe Augur Apollo slew him that did steer Atrides' ship, as he the stern did guide, And she the full speed of her sail applied. He was a man that nations of men Excell'd in safe guide of a vessel, when A tempest rush'd in on the ruffled seas. His name was Phrontis Onetorides, and thus Was Menelaus held from home, whose way He thirsted so to overcome To give his friend the earth, being his pursuit, And all his exequies to execute, But sailing still the wine hued seas, To reach some shore for fit performance. He did fetch the steep mount of the Malians, and there, with open voice, Offended Jupiter proclaim'd the voyage His repugnant mind, and pour'd the puffs out Of a shrieking wind, that nourish'd billows Heighten'd like to hills, and with the fleet's division fulfils his hate proclaim'd. Upon a part of Crete casting the navy, where the sea waves meet Rough Jardanus, and where the Cydons live, There is a rock, on which the sea doth drive, Bare, and all broken, on the confines set Of Gortys, that the dark seas likewise fret, And hither sent the south a horrid drift Of waves against the top, that was the left Of that torn cliff as far as Phæstus' strand. A little stone the great sea's rage did stand. The men here driven, scrap'd hard the ship's sore shocks, The ships themselves being rack'd against the rocks, Save only 5, that blue forecastles bore, Which wind and water cast on Ægypt's shore. When he, there victualling well, and store Of gold aboard his ships brought, his wild way did hold, And the other languag'd men was forc'd to roam. Mean space Ægisthus made sad work at home, And slew his brother, forcing to his sway Atrides' subjects, and did 7 years lay His yoke upon the rich Mycenaean state. But in the 8th, and to his affrighting fate, Divine Orestes home from Athens came, And what his royal father felt, the same He made the false Ægisthus groan beneath. Death evermore is the reward of death. Thus having slain him, a sepulchre feast He made the Argives for his lustful guest, And for his mother, whom he did detest. The self same day upon him stole the king, Good at martial shout, and goods did bring, As many as his freighted fleet could bear. But thou, my son, too long by no means err, Thy goods left free for many a spoilful guest, Lest they consume some, and divide the rest, And thou, perhaps, besides thy voyage lose. To Menelaus yet thy course dispose I wish and charge thee, who but late arriv'd From such a shore and men as to have liv'd In a return from them that never thought, And whom black whirlwinds violently brought Within a sea so vast, that in a year Not any fowl could pass it anywhere, So huge and horrid was it. But go thou with ship and men, or if thou pleasest now to pass by land, there shall be brought for thee both horse and chariot, and thy guides shall be my sons themselves, to Sparta the divine, and to the king whose locks like amber shine. Entreat the truth of him, nor loves he lies. Wisdom in truth is, and he's passing wise." This said, the sun went down, and up rose night, when Pallas spake: "O father, all good right bear thy directions. But divide we now the sacrifices' tongues, mix wines, and vow to Neptune, and the other ever blest, that, having sacrificed, we may to rest. The fit hour runs now, light dives out of date. At sacred feasts we must not sit too late." She said; they heard. The heralds water gave, the youths crown'd cups with wine, and let all have their equal shares, beginning from the cup their parting banquet. All the tongues cut up, the fire they gave them, sacrificed, and rose. Wine, and divine rites us'd, to each dispose. Minerva and Telemachus desir'd they might to ship be, with his leave retir'd. He mov'd with that, provok'd thus their abodes: "Now Jove forbid, and all the long liv'd Gods, your leaving me to sleep aboard a ship, as I had drunk of poor Penea's whip even to my nakedness, and had nor sheet nor cov'ring in my house, that warm nor sweet a guest, nor I myself had means to sleep, where I both weeds and wealthy cov'rings keep for all my guests. Nor shall fame ever say, the dear son of the man Ulysses lay all night a ship board here while my days shine, or in my court while any son of mine enjoys survival, who shall guests receive, whomever my house hath a nook to leave." "My much lov'd father," said Minerva, "well all this becomes thee. But persuade to dwell this night with thee thy son Telemachus, for more convenient is the course for us, that he may follow to thy house and rest, and I may board our black sail, that address'd at all parts I may make our men, and cheer all with my presence, since of all men there I boast myself the senior. The others are youths, they attend in free and friendly care great soul'd Telemachus, and are his peers in fresh similitude of form and years. For their conferments I will therefore now sleep in our black bark, but, when light shall show his silver forehead, I intend my way amongst the Caucons, men that are to pay a debt to me, nor small nor new. For this, take you him home, who in the morn dismiss With chariot and your sons, and give him horse, Ablest in strength and of speediest course." This said, away she flew, form'd like the fowl Men call the ossifrage, when every soul Amaze invaded, even the old man admir'd, the youth's hand took, and said: "O most desir'd, my hope says thy proof will no coward show, nor one unskill'd in war, when Deities now so young attend thee, and become thy guides, nor any of the heav'n's hous'd states besides, but Tritogenea's self, the seed of Jove, the great in prey, that did in honour move so much about thy father amongst all the Grecian army. Fairest queen, let fall on me like favours, give me good renown, which, as on me, on my lovéd wife let down, and all my children. I will burn to thee an ox right bred, broad headed, and yoke free, to no man's hand yet humbled. Him will I, his horns in gold hid, give thy deity." Thus pray'd he, and she heard, and home he led His sons, and all his heaps of kindred; who, ent'ring his court royal, every one He marshall'd in his sev'ral seat and throne, And every one, so kindly come, he gave His sweet wine cup, which none was let to have Before his 11th year landed him from Troy, Which now the butleress had leave t' employ, Who therefore pierc'd it, and did give it vent. Of this the old Duke did a cup present To every guest; made his maid many a prayer That wears the shield fring'd with his nurse's hair, And gave her sacrifice. With this rich wine And food suffic'd, sleep all eyes did decline, And all for home went. But his court alone Telemachus, divine Ulysses' son, Must make his lodging, or not please his heart. A bed all checker'd with elaborate art, Within a portico that rung like brass He brought his guest to, and his bed fear was Pisistratus, the martial guide of men, That liv'd, of all his sons, unwed till then. Himself lay in a by room far above, His bed made by his barren wife, his love. The rosy finger'd Morn no sooner shone, But up he rose, took air, and sat upon A seat of white and goodly polish'd stone, That such a gloss as richest ointments wore, Before his high gates, where the counsellor That match'd the Gods, his father, used to sit, Who now, by fate forc'd, stoop'd as low as it. And here sat Nestor, holding in his hands A scepter, and about him round did stand, As early up, his sons' troop, Perseus, The godlike Thrasimèd, and Aretus, Echephron, Stratius, and sixth and last Pisistratus, and by him, half embrac'd Still as they came, divine Telemachus. To these spake Nestor, old Gerennius: "Haste, loved sons, and do me a desire, That, first of all the Gods, I may aspire To Pallas' favour, who vouchsaf'd to me At Neptune's feast her sight so openly. Let one to field go, and an ox with speed Cause hither brought, which let the herdsman lead. Another to my dear guest vessel go, And all his soldiers bring, save only two. A third, the smith that works in gold, command Laertius to attend and lend his hand, To plate the both horns round about with gold. The rest remain here close. But first see told The maids within that they prepare a feast, Set seats through all the court, see straight address The purest water, and get fuel fell'd." This said, not one but in the service held Officious hand. The ox came led from field, The soldiers troop'd from ship. The smith he came, And those tools brought that serv'd the actual frame His art conceiv'd, brought anvil, hammers brought, Fair tongs, and all, with which the gold was wrought. Minerva likewise came, to set the crown On that kind sacrifice, and mak'd her own. Then the old knight, Nestor, gave the smith the gold, With which he straight did both the horns infold, And trimm'd the offering so the Goddess joy'd, About which thus were Nestor's sons employ'd. Divine Echephron and fair Stratius held both the horns, The water odorous, in which they wash What to the rites was vow'd. Aretus in the caldron all bestow'd With herbs and flowers, serv'd in from the holy room Where all were dress'd, and whence the rites must come. And after him a hallow'd virgin came, That brought the barley cake, and blew the flame. The axe, with which the ox should both be fell'd And cut forth, Thrasimèd stood by and held. Perseus the vessel held that should retain The purple liquor of the offering slain. Then wash'd the pious father; then the cake, Of barley, salt, and oil made, took, and brake. Ask'd many a boon of Pallas, and the state Of all the offering did initiate. In 3 parts cutting off the hair, and cast Amidst the flame, all the invocation past, And all the cake broke. Manly Thrasimèd stood near and sure, and such a blow he laid Aloft the offering, that to earth he sunk, His neck nerves sunder'd, and his spirits shrunk. Out shriek'd the daughters, daughter in laws, and wife Of 3 aged Nestor, who had eldest life Of Clymen's daughters, chaste Eurydice. The ox on broad earth then laid laterally They held, while Duke Pisistratus the throat Dissolv'd, and set the sable blood afloat. Then the life the bones left. Instantly they cut him up, apart flew either thigh, That with the fat they dubb'd, with art alone, The throat brisk, and the sweet bread pricking on. Then Nestor broil'd them on the coal turn'd wood, Pour'd black wine on, and by him young men stood That spits fine pointed held, on which, when burn'd, The solid thighs were. They transfix'd, and turn'd the inwards, cut in cantles, which the meat, Vow'd to the Gods, consum'd, they roast, and eat. In mean space, Polycaste, call'd the Fair, Nestor's youngest daughter, bath'd Ulysses' heir, whom having cleans'd, and with rich balms bespread, She cast a white shirt, quickly over his head. Then his weeds put on, when forth he went, And did the person of a God present, Came, and by Nestor took his honour'd seat, This pastor of the people. Then, the meat of all the spare parts roasted, off they drew, Sat, and fell to. But soon the temp'rate few Rose, and in golden bowls fill'd others wine, Till, when the rest felt thirst of feast decline, Nestor his sons bad fetch his high man'd horse, And them in chariot join, to run the course The prince resolv'd. Obey'd, as soon as heard, Was Nestor by his sons, who straight prepar'd Both horse and chariot; she that kept the store, Both bread and wine, and all such viands more As should the feast of Jove fed kings compose, Purvey'd the voyage. To the rich coach rose Ulysses' son, and close to him ascended The Duke Pisistratus, the reins intended, And scourg'd, to force to field, who freely flew, And left the town that far her splendour threw, Both holding yoke, and shook it all the day. But now the sun set, darkening every way, When they to Pheris came, and in the house Of Diocles, the son to Arsilochus, Whom flood Alpheus got, slept all that night, Who gave them each due hospitable rite. But when the rosy finger'd morn arose, They went to coach, and did their horse enclose, Drave forth the forecourt, and the porch that yields Each breath a sound, and to the fruitful fields Rode scourging still their willing flying steeds, Who strenuously perform their wonted speeds, Their journey ending just when sun went down, And shadows always through the earth were thrown. End of the third book. The fourth book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The fourth book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 1. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Received now in the Spartan court, Telemachus prefers report To Menelaus of the throng Of wooers with him, and their wrong. Atrides tells the Greeks' retreat, And doth a prophecy repeat That Proteus made, by which he knew His brother's death; and then doth show How with Calypso liv'd the sire Of his young guest. The wooers conspire Their prince's death, whose treachery known Penelope in tears doth drown, Whom Pallas by a dream doth cheer, And in similitude appear Of fair Iphthima, known to be The sister of Penelope. Another argument. Delta. Hereof the sire the son doth hear, The wooers conspire, the mothers fear. In Lacedæmon now, the nurse of Wales, These two arriv'd, and found at festivals With mighty concourse the renownéd king, His son and daughter jointly marrying. Alector's daughter he did give his son, Strong Megapenthes, who his life begun By Menelaus' bondmaid, whom he knew In years when Helen could no more renew In issue like divine Hermione, Who held in all fair form as high degree As golden Venus. Her he married now to great Achilles' son, Who was by vow betroth'd to her at Troy. And thus the Gods to constant loves give Nuptial periods, whose state here past, The Myrmidons' rich town, of which she shar'd In the imperial crown, With horse and chariots he resign'd her to. Mean space, the high huge house with feast did flow Of friends and neighbours, joying with the king, Amongst whom did a heav'nly poet sing, And touch his harp. Amongst whom likewise danc'd two, who in that dumb motion advanc'd Would prompt the singer what to sing and play. All this time in utter court did stay With horse and chariot, Telemachus, And Nestor's noble son Pisistratus, Whom Eteoneus coming forth descried, And being a servant to the king most tried In care and his respect, he ran and cried: "Guests, Jove kept Menelaus, two such men as are for form of high Saturnius' strain. Inform your pleasure, if we shall unclose their horse from coach, or say they must dispose their way to some such house as may embrace their known arrival with more welcome grace. He, angry, answer'd: Thou didst never show thyself a fool, Boethides, till now; but now, as if turn'd child, a childish speech vents thy vain spirits. We ourselves now reach our home by much spent hospitality of other men, nor know if Jove will try with other after once our state again. And therefore from our feast no more detain Those welcome guests, but take their steeds from coach, And with attendants guide in their approach. This said, he rush'd abroad, and call'd some more Tried in such service, that together bore Up to the guests, and took their steeds that sweat Beneath their yokes from coach. At mangers set, Wheat and white barley gave them mix'd, and plac'd Their chariot by a wall so clear it cast A light quite through it. And then they led Their guests to the divine house, which so fed Their eyes at all parts with illustrious sights, that admiration seiz'd them. Like the lights the sun and moon gave, all the palace threw a lustre through it. Satiate with whose view, down to the king's most bright kept baths they went, where handmaids did their services present. Bath'd, balm'd them, shirts and well napp'd weeds put on, And by Atrides' side set each his throne. Then did the handmaid royal water bring, And to a laver, rich and glittering Of massy gold, pour'd, which she plac'd Upon a silver caldron, into which Might run the water as they wash'd. Then set she near a polish'd table, on which all the cheer The present could afford, a reverend dame That kept the larder set. A cook then came, And divers dishes, borne thence, serv'd again, Furnish'd the board with bowls of gold. And then, his right hand giv'n the guests, Atrides said: Eat and be cheerful. Appetite allay'd, I long to ask of what stock ye descend; For not from parents whose race nameless end We must derive your offspring. Men obscure Could get none such as you. The portraiture Of Jove sustain'd, and sceptre‐bearing kings Your either person in his presence brings. An ox's fat chine then they up did lift, And set before the guests, which was a gift, Sent as an honour to the king's own taste. They saw yet 'twas but to be eaten plac'd, And fell to it. But food and wine's care past, Telemachus thus prompted Nestor's son, His ear close laying to be heard of none: "Consider thou whom most my mind esteems, The brass work here, how rich it is in beams, And how, beside, it makes the whole house sound; What gold, and amber, silver, ivory, round, Is wrought about it. Out of doubt the hall Of Jupiter Olympius hath of all this state The like. How many infinites take Up to admiration all men's sights." Atrides overheard, and said: "Lov'd son, no mortal must affect contention With Jove, whose dwellings are of endless date. Perhaps of men some one may emulate, Or none my house or me; for I am one That many a grave extreme have undergone, Much error felt by sea, and till the 8th year Had never stay, but wander'd far and near, Cyprus, Phœnicia, and Cydonia, And fetch'd the far off Æthiopia, Reach'd the Arembi of Arabia, And Libya, where with horns use yean their lambs, Which every full year ewes are 3 times dams; Where neither king nor shepherd want comes near Of cheese, or flesh, or sweet milk; all the year They ever milk their ewes. And here while I err'd, gather'd means to live One murderously unwares, unseen Bereft my brother's life, chiefly betray'd By his abhorréd wife. So hold I, not enjoying what you see. And of your fathers, if they living be, You must have heard this, since my sufferings Were so great and famous. From this palace here, So rarely well built, furnished so well, And substanced with such a precious deal Of well got treasure, banish'd by the doom Of fate, and erring as I had no home. And now I have, and use it, not to take the entire delight it offers, but to make continual wishes, that a triple part of all it holds were wanting, so my heart were eas'd of sorrows, taken for their deaths that fell at Troy, by their revivéd breaths. And thus I sit here weeping, mourning still each least man lost, and sometimes make mine ill, in paying just tears for their loss, my joy, sometimes I breathe my woes, for in annoy the pleasure soon admits satiety. But all these men's wants whet not so mine eye, though much they move me, as one sole man's miss, for which my sleep and meat ev'n loathsome is in his renew'd thought. Since no Greek hath won grace for such labours as Laertes' son hath wrought and suffer'd, to himself nought else but future sorrows forging, to me hells for his long absence, since I cannot know if life or death detain him, since such woe for his love old Laertes his wise wife and poor young son sustains, whom new with life he left as sireless. This speech grief to tears, pour'd from the son's lids on the earth, his ears, told of the father, did excite, who kept his cheeks dry with his red weed as he wept, his both hands us'd therein. Atrides then began to know him, and did strife retain, if he should let himself confess his sire, or with all fitting circumstances enquire. While this his thoughts disputed, forth did shine, like to the golden distaff deck'd divine, from her bed's high and odoriferous room, Helen, to whom of an elaborate loom Adrastus set a chair. Alcippe brought a piece of tapestry of fine wool wrought. Philo a silver cabinet conferr'd, given by Alcandra, nuptially endear'd to lord Polybius, whose abode in Thebes, the Egyptian city, was, where wealth in heaps his famous house held, out of which did go, in gift to Atrides, silver bath tubs two tripods, and of fine gold talents 10. His wife did likewise send to Helen then fair gifts, a distaff that of gold was wrought, and that rich cabinet that Philo brought, round and with gold ribb'd, now of fine thread full, of which extended, crown'd with the finest wool of violet gloss, the golden distaff lay. She took her state chair, and a footstool's stay had for her feet, and of her husband thus ask'd to know all things: "Is it known to us, King Menelaus, whom these men commend themselves for, that our court now takes to friend? I must affirm, be I deceiv'd or no, I never yet saw man nor woman so like one another, as this man is like Ulysses' son. With admiration strike his looks my thoughts, that they should carry now pow'r to persuade me thus, who did but know, when newly he was born, the form they bore. But 'tis his father's grace, whom more and more his grace resembles, that makes me retain thought that he now is like Telemachus, then left by his sire, when Greece did undertake Troy's bold war for my impudency's sake." He answer'd: "Now, wife, what you think I know, the true cast of his father's eye doth show in his eyes' order. Both his head and hair, his hands and feet, his very father's are. Of whom, so well remember'd, I should now acknowledge for me his continual flow of cares and perils, yet still patient. But I should too much move him, that doth vent such bitter tears for that which hath been spoke, which, shunning soft show, see how he would cloak, and with his purple weed his weepings hide." Then Nestor's son, Pisistratus, replied: "Great pastor of the people, kept of God, he is Ulysses' son, but his abode not made before here, and he modest too. He holds it an indignity to do a deed so vain, to use the boast of words, where your words are on wing, whose voice affords delight to us, as if a God did break the air amongst us, and vouchsafe to speak. But me my father, old Duke Nestor, sent to be his consort hither, his content not to be heighten'd so as with your sight. in hope that therewith words and actions might inform his comforts from you, since he is extremely grieved and injur'd by the miss of his great father, suffering ev'n at home, and few friends found to help him overcome his too weak suff'rance, now his sire is gone. Amongst the people not afforded one to check the miseries that mate him thus. And this the state is of Telemachus. "O Gods," said he, "how certain now I see My house enjoys that friend's son, that for me Hath undergone so many willing fights, whom I resolv'd past all the Grecian knights To hold in love, if our return by seas The far off Thunderer did ever please To grant our wishes, and to his respect A palace and a city to erect. My vow had bound me, whither bringing then His riches and his son, and all his men From barren Ithaca, some one sole town Inhabited about him batter'd down, All should in Argos live. And there would I ease him of rule, and take the empery Of all on me, and often here would we, Delighting, loving each other's company, Meet and converse, whom nothing should divide, Till death's black veil did each all over hide. But this perhaps hath been a mean to take Ev'n God himself with envy, who did make Ulysses therefore only the unblest, That should not reach his lovéd country's rest. These woes made every one with woe in love. Ev'n Argive Helen wept, the seed of Jove. Ulysses' son wept, Atreus' son did weep, And Nestor's son his eyes in tears did steep. But his tears fell not from the present cloud That from Ulysses was exhal'd, but flow'd From brave Antilochus' remember'd dew, Whom the renown'd son of the morning slew. Which yet he thus excus'd: "O Atreus' son, old Nestor says, there lives not such a one Amongst all mortals as Atrides is For deathless wisdom. 'Tis a praise of his, Still giv'n in your remembrance, when at home Our speech concerns you. Since then overcome You please to be with sorrow, ev'n to tears, That are in wisdom so exempt from peers, Vouchsafe the like effect in me excuse. If it be lawful, I affect no use Of tears thus after meals, at least at night; But when the morn brings forth with tears her light, It shall not then impair me to bestow My tears on any worthy's overthrow. It is the only right that wretched men Can do dead friends, to cut hair and complain. But death my brother took, whom none could call The Grecian coward you best knew of all. I was not there, nor saw; but men report Antilochus excell'd the common sort For footmanship, or for the chariot race, Or in the fight for hardy hold of place." "O friend," said he, "since thou hast spoken so At all parts as one wise should say and do, And like one far beyond thyself in years, Thy words shall bounds be to our former tears. O he is questionless a right born son, That of his father hath not only won The person, but the wisdom; and that sire Complete himself that hath a son entire. Jove did not only his full fate adorn When he was wedded, but when he was born. As now Saturnius, through his life's whole date, Hath Nestor's bliss rais'd to as steep a state, Both in his age to keep in peace his house, And to have children wise and valorous. But let us not forget our rere feast thus. Let some give water here. Telemachus, the morning shall yield time to you and me To do what fits, and reason mutually." This said, the careful servant of the king Asphalion pour'd on the issue of the spring, And all to ready feast set ready hand. But Helen now on new device did stand, Infusing straight a medicine to their wine, That, drowning care and angers, did decline All thought of ill. Who drunk her cup could shed All that day not a tear, no, not if dead That day his father or his mother were; Not if his brother, child, or chiefest dear He should see murder'd then before his face. Such useful medicines, only born in grace Of what was good, would Helen ever have. And this juice to her Polydamna gave, The wife of Thoon, an Egyptian born. whose rich earth herbs of medicine do adorn in great abundance. Many healthful are, and many baneful. Every man is there a good physician out of nature's grace, for all the nation sprung of Paeon's race. When Helen then her medicine had infus'd, she bad pour wine to it, and thus speech us'd: "Atrides, and these good men's sons, great Jove Makes good and ill one after other move In all things earthly; for he can do all. The woes past, therefore, he so late let fall, The comforts he affords us let us take, Feast, and with fit discourses make merry, Nor will I other use. As then our blood Griev'd for Ulysses, since he was so good, Since he was good, let us delight to hear How good he was, and what his suff'rings were. Though every fight and every suff'ring deed Patient Ulysses underwent, exceed My woman's pow'r to number or to name. But what he did and suffer'd, when he came Amongst the Trojans, where ye Grecians all Took part with suff'rance, I in part can call To your kind memories. How with ghastly wounds Himself he mangled, and the Trojan bounds, Thrust thick with enemies, adventur'd on, His royal shoulders having cast upon Base abject weeds, and enter'd like a slave. Then, beggar like, he did of all men crave, And such a wretch was, as the whole Greek fleet Brought not besides. And thus through every street He crept, discov'ring of no man known. And yet through all this difference I alone Smok'd his true person, talk'd with him, but he Fled me with wiles still. Nor could we agree Till I disclaim'd him quite, and so, as mov'd With womanly remorse of one that prov'd So wretched an estate, whate'er he were, Won him to take my house. And yet ev'n there, Till freely I, to make him doubtless, swore A pow'rful oath to let him reach the shore Of ships and tents before Troy understood, I could not force on him his proper good. But then I bath'd and sooth'd him, and he then Confess'd, and told me all, and, having slain A number of the Trojan guards, retir'd, And reach'd the fleet for sleight and force admir'd. Their husbands' death by him the Trojan wives Shriek'd for, but I made triumphs for their lives. For then my heart conceiv'd, that once again I should reach home, and yet did still retain Woe for the slaughters Venus made for me, When both my husband, my Hermione In bridal room, she robb'd of so much right, And drew me from my country with her sleight. Though nothing under heaven I here did need, That could my fancy or my beauty feed. Her husband said: "Wife, what you please to tell Is true at all parts, and becomes you well. And I myself, that now may say have seen The minds and manners of a world of men, And great heroes, measuring many a ground, Have never, by these eyes that light me, found One with a bosom so to be belov'd As that in which th' accomplish'd spirit mov'd Of patient Ulysses. What brave man, he both did act and suffer, when he won The town of Ilion, in the brave built horse, When all we chief states of the Grecian force Were hous'd together, bringing death and fate Amongst the Trojans, you, wife, may relate, For you at last came to us. God, that would the Trojans glory give, Gave charge you should approach the engine, And Deiphobus, the godlike, follow'd. Thrice ye circled us with full survey of it, And often tried the hollow crafts that in it Were implied, when all the voices of Their wives in it you took on you With voice so like and fit, and every man By name so visited, that I, Ulysses, the king Diomed, set in the midst, And hearing how you call'd, Tydides, and myself, as half appall'd With your remorseful plaints, would passing fain Have broke our silence, rather than again Endure, respectless, their so moving cries. But Ithacus our strongest fantasies Contain'd within us from the slenderest noise, And every man there sat without a voice. Anticlus only would have answer'd thee, But his speech Ithacus incessantly With strong hand held in, till, Minerva's call Charging thee off, Ulysses sav'd us all." Telemachus replied: Much greater is my grief for hearing this high praise of his. For all this doth not his sad death divert, nor can, though in him swell'd an iron heart. Prepare and lead then, if you please to rest. Sleep, that we hear not, will content us best. Then Argive Helen made her handmaid go, And put fair bedding in the portico, Lay purple blankets on, rugs warm and soft, And cast an arras coverlet aloft. They torches took, made haste, and made the bed. When both the guests were to their lodgings led, Within a portico without the house, Atrides and his large train wearing spouse, The excellent of women, for the way In a retir'd receit together lay. The morn arose, the king rose, and put on His royal weeds, his sharp sword hung Upon his ample shoulders, forth his chamber went, And did the person of a God present. Telemachus accosts him, who begun Speech of his journey's proposition. And what, my young Ulyssean hero, Provoked thee on the broad back of the sea, To visit Lacedæmon the divine? Speak truth, some public good, or only thine? I come, said he, to hear if any fame Breath'd of my father to thy notice came. My house is sack'd, my fat works of the field Are all destroy'd, my house doth nothing yield But enemies, that kill my harmless sheep And sinewy oxen, nor will ever keep Their steels without them. And these men are they that woo my mother, most inhumanly, Committing injury on injury. To thy knees therefore I come, t' attend Relation of the sad and wretched end My erring father felt, if witness'd by Your own eyes, or the certain news that fly From others' knowledges. For, more than is The usual heap of human miseries, His mother bore him too. Vouchsafe me then, without all ruth Of what I can sustain, the plain and simple truth Of all you know. Let me beseech so much, if ever vow was made, And put in good effect to you at Troy, Where suff'rance bred you so much smart, Upon my father good Ulysses' part, And quit it now to me, himself in youth, Unfolding only the unclosed truth. He, deeply sighing, answer'd him: O shame, that such poor vassals should affect the fame To share the joys of such a worthy's bed, As when a hind, her calves late farrowed To give suck, enters the bold lion's den. He roots of hills and herby valleys then For food, there feeding, hunting; but at length Returning to his cavern, gives his strength The lives of both the mother and her brood In deaths indecent. So the wooer's blood Must pay Ulysses' pow'rs as sharp an end. O would to Jove, Apollo, and thy friend The wise Minerva, that thy father were As once he was, when he his spirits did rear Against Philomulides, in a fight Perform'd in well built Lesbos, where downright He strook the earth with him, and gat a shout Of all the Grecians. O, if now full out He were as then, and with the wooers cop'd, Short liv'd they all were, and their nuptials hop'd Would prove as desp'rate. But, for thy demand Enforc'd with prayers, I let thee understand The truth directly, nor decline a thought, Much less deceive or soothe thy search in aught, But what the old and still true spoken God, That from the sea breathes oracles abroad, Disclos'd to me. To thee I'll all impart, Nor hide one word from thy solicitous heart. End of the fourth book. Part 1. The fourth book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The fourth book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 2. Translated by George Chapman. I was in Egypt, where a mighty time The Gods detain'd me, though my natural clime I never so desir'd, because their homes I did not greet with perfect hecatombs. For they will put men evermore in mind How much their masterly commandments bind. There is, besides, a certain island, call'd Pharos, that with the high wav'd sea is wall'd, Just against Egypt, and so much remote, as in a whole day with a foregale smote a hollow ship can sail. And this isle bears a port most portly, where sea passengers put in still for fresh water, and away to sea again. Yet here the Gods did stay my fleet full 20 days. The winds, that are masters at sea, no prosperous puff would spare to put us off, and all my victuals here had quite corrupted, as my men's minds were, had not a certain Goddess given regard, and pitied me in an estate so hard. And 'twas Idothea, honour'd Proteus' seed, that old sea‐farer. Her mind I make bleed with my compassion, when, walk'd all alone, from all my soldiers that were ever gone about the isle on fishing with hooks bent, hunger their bellies on her errands sent, she came close to me, spake, and thus began: "Of all men thou art the most foolish man, or slack in business, or stay'st here of choice, and dost in all thy suff'rances rejoice, that thus long liv'st detain'd here, and no end canst give thy tarriance. Thou dost much offend the minds of all thy fellows." I replied: "Whoever thou art of the Deified, I must affirm, that no way with my will I make abode here, but it seems some ill the Gods, inhabiting broad heav'n, sustain against my getting off. Inform me then, for Godheads all things know, what God is he that stays my passage from the fishy sea?" "Stranger," said she, "I'll tell thee true, there lives an old seafarer in these seas, that gives a true solution of all the secrets here, who deathless Proteus is, the Egyptian peer, who can the deeps of all the seas exquire, who Neptune's priest is, and, they say, the sire that did beget me. Him if any way thou couldst inveigle, he would clear display thy course from hence, and how far off doth lie thy voyage's whole scope through Neptune's sky, informing thee, O God preserv'd, beside, if thy desires would be so satisfied, whatever good or ill hath got event, in all the time thy long and hard course spent since thy departure from thy house." This said, again I answer'd: "Make the sleights display'd thy father useth, lest his foresight see, or his foreknowledge take note of me. He flies the fix'd place of his us'd abode, 'Tis hard for man to countermine with God." She straight replied: "I utter truth in all. When heav'n's supremest height the sun doth skall, the old sea, tell truth, leaves the deeps, and hides amidst a black storm, when the west wind chides in caves still sleeping. Round about him sleep, with short feet swimming forth the foamy deep, the sea calves, lovely Halcyonës call'd, from whom a noisome odour is exhal'd, got from the whirlpools on whose earth they lie. Here, when the morn illustrates all the sky, I'll guide, and seat thee in the fittest place For the performance thou hast now in chase. In meantime reach thy fleet, and choose out 3 of best exploit, to go as aids to thee. But now I'll show thee all the old God's sleights. He first will number, and take all the sights Of those his guard that on the shore arrives, when, having view'd, and told them forth by fives, he takes place in their midst, and there doth sleep, like to a shepherd midst his flock of sheep. In his first sleep call up your hardiest cheer, Vigour, and violence, and hold him there, in spite of all his strivings to be gone. He then will turn himself to every one Of all things that in the earth creep and respire, In water swim, or shine in heav'nly fire. Yet still hold you him firm, and much the more press him from passing. But when, as before when sleep first bound his pow'rs, His form ye see, then cease your force, and the old heroë free, and then demand which heav'n born it may be that so afflicts you, hind'ring your retreat, and free sea passage to your native seat." This said, she div'd into the wavy seas, and I my course did to my ships address, that on the sand struck, where arriv'd, we made our supper ready. Then the ambrosian shade of night fell on us, and to sleep we fell. Rosy Aurora rose, we rose as well, and 3 of them, on whom I most relied, for firm at every force, I choos'd, and hied straight to the many river‐served seas, and all assistance asked the Deities. Meantime Idothea the sea's broad breast embraced, and brought for me and all my rest 4 of the sea calves' skins, but newly flay'd, to work a while which she fashioned upon her father. Then within the sand, a covert digging, when these calves should land, she sat expecting. We came close to her, she placed us orderly, and made us wear each one his calf's skin. But we then must pass a huge exploit. The sea calves' savour was so passing sour, they still being bred at seas, it much afflicted us. For who can please to lie by one of these same sea bred whales? But she preserves us, and to memory calls a rare commodity. She fetch'd to us ambrosia, that an air most odorous bears still about it, which she nointed round our either nostrils, and in it quite drown'd the nasty whale smell. Then the great event, the whole morn's date, with spirits patient we lay expecting. When bright noon did flame, forth from the sea in shoals the sea calves came, and orderly at last lay down and slept along the sands. And then the old sea god crept from forth the deeps, and found his fat calves there, survey'd and number'd, and came never near the craft we us'd, but told us 5 for calves. His temples then diseas'd with sleep he salves, and in rush'd we with an abhorred cry, cast all our hands about him manfully. And then the old forger all his forms began. First was a lion with a mighty mane, then next a dragon, a pied panther then, a vast boar next, and suddenly did strain all into water. Last he was a tree, curl'd all at top, and shot up to the sky. We with resolved hearts held him firmly still, when the old one, held too strait for all his skill to extricate, gave words, and question'd me. "Which of the Gods, O Atreus' son," said he, "advis'd and taught thy fortitude this sleight, to take and hold me thus in my despite?" "What asks thy wish now?" I replied. "Thou know'st. Why dost thou ask? What wiles are these thou show'st? I have within this isle been held for wind a wondrous time, and can by no means find an end to my retention. It hath spent the very heart in me. Give thou then vent to doubts thus bound in me. Ye Gods know all. Which of the Godheads doth so foully fall On my addression home, to stay me here, Avert me from my way, the fishy clear Barr'd to my passage?" He replied: "Of force, if to thy home thou wishest free recourse, To Jove and all the other Deities Thou must exhibit solemn sacrifice, And then the black sea for thee shall be clear, Till thy lov'd country's settled reach. But where ask these rites thy performance? 'Tis a fate to thee and thy affairs appropriate, That thou shalt never see thy friends, nor tread Thy country's earth, nor see inhabited Thy so magnificent house, till thou make good Thy voyage back to the Egyptian flood, Whose waters fell from Jove, and there hast given To Jove and all Gods hous'd in ample heav'n Devoted hecatombs, and then free ways Shall open to thee, clear'd of all delays." This told he, and methought he brake my heart, In such a long and hard course to divert My hope for home, and charge my back retreat As far as Egypt. I made answer yet: "Father, thy charge I'll perfect, but before Resolve me truly, if their natural shore All those Greeks and their ships do safe enjoy, That Nestor and myself left, when from Troy We first rais'd sail; or whether any died At sea a death unwish'd, or satisfied, When war was past, by friends embrac'd In peace resign'd their spirits." He made answer: "Cease to ask so far. It fits thee not to be so cunning In thine own calamity, nor seek To learn what learn'd thou shouldst forget. Men's knowledges have proper limits set, And should not prease into the mind of God. But 'twill not long be, as my thoughts abode, Before thou buy this curious skill with tears. Many of those, whose states so tempt thine ears, Are stoop'd by death, and many left alive. one chief of which in strong hold doth survive amidst the broad sea. 2 in their retreat are done to death. I list not to repeat who fell at Troy. Thyself was there in fight. But in return swift Ajax lost the light in his long oar'd ship. Neptune yet awhile saft him rack'd to the Gyræan isle, a mighty rock removing from his way. And surely he had 'scaped the fatal day in spite of Pallas, if to that foul deed he in her fane did, when he ravished the Trojan prophetess, he had not here adjoin'd an impious boast, that he would bear, despite the Gods, his ship safe through the waves then raised against him. These impious braves when Neptune heard, in his strong hand he took his massy trident, and so soundly strook the rock Gyræan that in two it cleft, of which one fragment on the land he left, the other fell into the troubled seas. At which first rush'd Ajax Oïleades, and split his ship, and then himself afloat Swum on the rough waves of the world's vast moat, till having drunk a salt cup for his sin, there perish'd he. Thy brother yet did win the wreath from death, while in the waves they strove, afflicted by the reverend wife of Jove. But when the steep mount of the Malian shore he seem'd to reach, a most tempestuous blore, far to the fishy world that sighs so sore, straight ravish'd him again as far away As to the extreme bounds where the Agrians stay, where first Thyestes dwelt, but then his son Ægisthus Thyestides liv'd. This done, when his return untouch'd appear'd again, back turn'd the Gods the wind, and set him then hard by his house. Then, full of joy, he left his ship, and close to his country earth he cleft, kiss'd it, and wept for joy, pour'd tear on tear, to set so wishedly his footing there. But see, a sentinel that all the year Crafty Ægisthus in a watch tow'r set, To spy his landing, for reward as great As 2 gold talents, all his pow'rs did call To strict remembrance of his charge, and all Discharg'd at first sight; which at first he cast On Agamemnon, and with all his haste Inform'd Ægisthus. He in instant train Laid for his slaughter. 20 chosen men Of his plebeians he in ambush laid. His other men he charg'd to see purvey'd A feast, and forth, with horse and chariots grac'd, He rode t' invite him, but in heart embrac'd Horrible welcomes, and to death did bring With treach'rous slaughter the unwary king. Receiv'd him at feast, and, like an ox Slain at his manger, gave him bits and knocks. No one left of Atrides' train, nor one Save to Ægisthus, but himself alone. All strew'd together there the bloody court. This said, my soul he sunk with his report. Flat on the sands I fell. Tears spent their store. I light abhorr'd. My heart would live no more. When dry of tears, and tir'd of tumbling there, the old tell truth thus my daunted spirits did cheer: No more spend tears nor time, O Atreus' son, With ceaseless weeping never wish was won. Use utmost assay to reach thy home, And all unawares upon the murderer come, For torture, taking him thyself alive; Or let Orestes, that should far outstrive Thee in fit vengeance, quickly quit the light Of such a dark soul, and do thou the rite Of burial to him with a funeral feast." With these last words I fortified my breast, in which again a generous spring began Of fitting comfort, as I was a man. But as a brother I must ever mourn. Yet forth I went, and told him the return Of these I knew; but he had nam'd a third, Held on the broad sea, still with life inspir'd, Whom I besought to know, though likewise dead, And I must mourn alike. He answer'd: "He is Laertes' son, whom I beheld In nymph Calypso's palace, who compell'd His stay with her; and since he could not see His country earth, he mourn'd incessantly. For he had neither ship instruct with oars, Nor men to fetch him from those stranger shores. Where leave we him, and to thyself descend, Whom not in Argos fate nor death shall end, But th' immortal ends of all the earth. so rul'd by them that order death by birth. The fields Elysian Fate to thee will give, where Rhadamanthus rules, and where men live a never troubled life, where snow nor showers no irksome winter spends his fruitless plowers, but from the ocean zephyr still resumes a constant breath, that all the fields perfumes, which since thou marriedst Helen are thy hire, and Jove himself is by her side thy sire." This said, he div'd the deepsome watery heaps. I and my tried men took us to our ships, And worlds of thoughts I varied with my steps. Arriv'd and shipp'd, the silent solemn night And sleep bereft us of our visual light. At morn, mast, sails rear'd, we sat, left the shores, And beat the foamy ocean with our oars. Again then we the Jove fall'n flood did fetch, As far as Egypt, where we did beseech The Gods with hecatombs, whose anger ceas'd. I tomb'd my brother that I might be blest. All rites perform'd, all haste I made for home, And all the prosp'rous winds about were come. I had the passport now of ev'ry God, And here clos'd all these labours' period. Here stay then till the 11th or 12th day's light, And I'll dismiss thee well, gifts exquisite, Preparing for thee chariot, horses 3, A cup of curious frame to serve for thee To serve the immortal Gods with sacrifice, Mindful of me while all suns light thy skies." He answer'd: "Stay me not too long time here, Though I could sit attending all the year. Nor should my house nor parents with desire Take my affections from you, so on fire With love to hear you are my thoughts. But so my Pylian friends I shall afflict with woe, Who mourn'd ev'n this stay. Whatsoever be the gifts your grace is to bestow on me, vouchsafe them such as I may bear and save For your sake ever. Horse I list not have, To keep in Ithaca, but leave them here, To your soil's dainties, where the broad fields bear Sweet cypress grass, where men fed Loté doth flow, Where wheat like spelt, and wheat itself doth grow, Where barley, white, and spreading like a tree. But Ithaca hath neither ground to be, For any length it comprehends, a race To try a horse's speed, nor any place To make him fat in; fitter far to feed A cliff bred goat, than raise or please a steed. Of all isles, Ithaca does least provide Or meads to feed a horse, or ways to ride." He smiling said: "Of good blood thou art, son. What speech so young? What observation hast thou made of the world? I well am pleas'd to change my gifts to thee, As being confess'd unfit indeed. My store is such I may. Of all my house gifts then, that up I lay For treasure there, I will bestow on thee The fairest and of greatest price to me. I will bestow on thee a rich carv'd cup, Of silver all, but all the brims wrought up With finest gold. It was the only thing That the heroical Sidonian king Presented to me, when we were to part At his receipt of me. And 'twas the art Of that great artist that of heav'n is free, And yet ev'n this will I bestow on thee." This speech thus ended, guests came, and did bring Muttons for presents to the godlike king, And spirit prompting wine that strenuous makes. Their ribbon'd wreath'd wives brought fruit and cakes. Thus in this house did these their feast apply, And in Ulysses' house activity The Wooers practis'd, tossing of the spear, The stone, and hurling. Thus delighted, where They exercis'd such insolence before, Ev'n in the court that wealthy pavements wore, Antinous did still their strifes decide, And he that was in person deified Eurymachus, both ringleaders of all, For in their virtues they were principal. These by Naamon, son to Phronius, Were sided now, who made the question thus: "Antinous, does any friend here know, When this Telemachus returns, or no, From sandy Pylos? He made bold to take My ship with him, of which I now should make Fit use myself, and sail in her as far As spacious Elis, where of mine there are 12 delicate mares, And under their sides go laborious mules, That yet did never know the yoke nor labour, Some of which should bear the taming now, If I could fetch them there." This speech the rest admir'd, nor dream'd that he Nelean Pylos ever thought to see, But was at field about his flock's survey, Or thought his herdsman held him so away. Eupitheus' son Antinous then replied: "When went he, or with what train dignified? Of his selected Ithacensian youth? Press'd men or bondmen were they? Tell the truth, Could he effect this? Let me truly know, To gain thy vessel did he violence show, And us'd her 'gainst thy will? Or had he her free, When fitting question he had made with thee?" Noëmon answer'd: "I did freely give My vessel to him. Who deserves to live That would do other, when such men as he Did in distress ask? He should churlish be That would deny him. Of our youth the best Amongst the people, to the interest His charge did challenge in them, giving way With all the tribute all their pow'rs could pay. Their captain, as he took the ship, I knew, Who Mentor was, or God, a Deity shew Mask'd in his likeness. But to think 'twas he I much admire, for I did clearly see But yestermorn God like Mentor here. Yet the other evening he took shipping there, And went for Pylos. Thus he went for home, And left the rest with envy overcome, Who sat, and pastime left. Eupitheus' son, Sad, and with rage his entrails overrun, His eyes like flames, thus interpos'd his speech: "Strange thing! An action of how proud a reach Is here committed by Telemachus, A boy, a child, and we, a sort of us, Vow'd 'gainst his voyage, yet admit it thus, With ship and choice youth of our people too. But let him on, and all his mischief do. Jove shall convert upon himself his pow'rs, Before their ill presum'd he brings on ours. Provide me then a ship, and 20 men To give her manage, that, against again He turns for home, on the Ithacensian seas, Or cliffy Samian, I may interprease, Waylay, and take him, and make all his craft Sail with his ruin for his father's saft." This all applauded, and gave charge to do, Rose, and to greet Ulysses' house did go. But long time pass'd not ere Penelope Had notice of their far fetch'd treachery. Medon the herald told her, who had heard Without the hall how they within conferr'd, And hasted straight to tell it to the queen, Who, from the entry having Medon seen, Prevented him thus: "Now, herald, what affair Intend the famous Wooers, in your repair? To tell Ulysses' maids that they must cease From doing our work, and their banquets dress? I would to heav'n, that, leaving wooing me, Nor ever troubling other company, Here might the last feast be, and most extreme That ever any shall address for them. They never meet but to consent in spoil, And reap the free fruits of another's toil. O did they never, when they children were, What to their fathers was Ulysses here, Who never did 'gainst any one proceed With unjust usage, or in word or deed. 'Tis yet with other kings another right, One to pursue with love, another spite. He still yet just, nor would, though might, devour, Nor to the worst did ever taste of pow'r. But their unrul'd acts show their mind's estate. Good turns receiv'd once, thanks grow out of date." Medon, the learned in wisdom, answer'd her: "I wish, O queen, that their ingratitudes Were their worst ill towards you. But worse by far, And much more deadly their endeavours are, Which Jove will fail them in. Telemachus their purpose is, as he Returns to us, to give their sharp steels In a cruel death; who now is gone to learn If Fame can breathe news of his sire, and will The Pylian shore, and sacred Sparta In his search explore." This news dissolv'd to her both knees and heart. Long silence held her, ere one word would part. Her eyes stood full of tears, her small soft voice All late use lost, that yet at last had choice Of wonted words; which briefly thus she us'd: "Why left my son his mother? Why refus'd His wit the solid shore, to try the seas, And put in ships the trust of his distress, That are at sea to men unbridled horse, And run, past rule, their far engaged course, Amidst a moisture past all mean unstay'd? No need compell'd this. Did he it, afraid to live and leave posterity his name? I know not," he replied, "if the humour came From current of his own instinct, or flow'd From others' instigations; but he vow'd Attempt to Pylos, or to see descried His sire's return, or know what death he died." This said, he took him to Ulysses' house, After the Wooers. The Ulyssean spouse, Run through with woes, let torture seize her mind, Nor in her choice of state chairs stood inclin'd To take her seat, but th' abject threshold chose Of her fair chamber for her loath'd repose, And mourn'd most wretch like. Round about her fell Her handmaids, join'd in a continuate yell. From ev'ry corner of the palace, of all degrees tun'd to her comfort's fall Their own dejections; to whom her complaint She thus enforc'd: "The Gods, beyond constraint Of any measure, urge these tears on me; Nor was there ever dame of my degree So past degree griev'd. First, a lord so good, That had such hardy spirits in his blood, That all the virtues was adorn'd withal, That all the Greeks did their superior call To part with thus and lose; and now a son, So worthily belov'd, a course to run Beyond my knowledge, whom rude tempests have made Far from home his most inglorious grave. Unhappy wenches, that no one of all, Though in the reach of ev'ry one must fall His taking ship, sustain'd the careful mind, To call me from my bed, who this design'd, And most vow'd course in him had either stay'd, How much soever hasted, or dead man laid He should have left me. Many a man I have, that would have call'd old Dolius my slave, That keeps my orchard, whom my father gave At my departure, to have run and told Laertes this, to try if he could hold From running through the people, and from tears, In telling them of these vow'd murderers, That both divine Ulysses' hope, and his Resolve to end in their conspiracies." His nurse then, Euryclea, made reply: "Dear sov'reign, let me with your own hands die, Or cast me off here. I'll not keep from thee One word of what I know. He trusted me With all his purpose, and I gave him all The bread and wine for which he pleas'd to call. But then a mighty oath he made me swear, Not to report it to your royal ear Before the 12th day either should appear, Or you should ask me, when you heard him gone. Impair not then your beauties with your moan, But wash, and put untear stain'd garments on. Ascend your chamber with your ladies here, And pray the seed of goat nurs'd Jupiter, Divine Athenia, to preserve your son, And she will save him from confusion. The old king, to whom your hopes stand so inclin'd For his grave counsels, you perhaps may find Unfit affected, for his age's sake. But heav'nly kings wax not old, and therefore Make fit pray'rs to them; for my thoughts never will Believe the heav'nly pow'rs conceit so ill The seed of righteous Arcesiades, To end it utterly, but still will please In some place evermore some one of them To save, and deck him with a diadem, Give him possession of erected tow'rs And far stretch'd fields, crown'd all of fruits and flow'rs." This eas'd her heart, and dried her humorous eyes, When having wash'd, and weeds of sacrifice Pure and unstain'd with her distrustful tears Put on, with all her women ministers, Up to a chamber of most height she rose, And cakes of salt and barley did impose Within a wicker basket; all which broke In decent order. Thus she did invoke: "Great Virgin of the Goat preservéd God, If ever the inhabited abode Of wise Ulysses held the fatted thighs Of sheep and oxen, made thy sacrifice By his devotion, hear me, nor forget His pious services, but safe see set His dear son on these shores, and banish hence These Wooers past all mean and insolence." This said, she shriek'd, and Pallas heard her pray'r. The Wooers broke with tumult all the air About the shady house; and one of them, Whose pride his youth had made the more extreme, Said: "Now the many Wooer honour'd queen Will surely satiate her delayful spleen, And one of us in instant nuptials take. Poor dame, she dreams not what design we make Upon the life and slaughter of her son." So said he; but so said was not so done. whose arrogant spirit in a vaunt so vain Antinous chid, and said: "For shame, contain These braving speeches. Who can tell who hears? Are we not now in reach of others' ears? If our intentions please us, let us call Our spirits up to them, and let speeches fall. By watchful danger men must silent go. What we resolve on, let's not say, but do." This said, he choos'd out 20 men, that bore Best reckoning with him, and to ship and shore All hasted, reach'd the ship, launch'd, rais'd The mast, put sails in, and with leather loops Made fast the oars. Sails hoisted, arms their men did bring, All giving speed and form to everything. Then to the high deeps, their rigg'd vessel driven, They supp'd, expecting the approaching even. Mean space Penelope her chamber kept, And bed, and neither eat, nor drank, nor slept. Her strong thoughts wrought so on her blameless son, Still in contention, if he should be done To death, or 'scape the impious Wooers' design. Look how a lion, whom men troops combine To hunt, and close him in a crafty ring, Much varied thought conceives, and fear doth sting For urgent danger. So far'd she, till sleep All juncture of her joints and nerves did steep In his dissolving humour. When, at rest, Pallas her favours varied, when address'd An idol, that Iphthima did present, In structure of her ev'ry lineament, Great soul'd Icarius' daughter, whom for spouse Eumelus took, that kept in Pheres' house. This to divine Ulysses' house she sent, To try her best mean how she might content Mournful Penelope, and make relent The strict addiction in her to deplore. This idol, like a worm, that less or more Contracts or strains her, did itself convey, Beyond the wards or windings of the key, Into the chamber, and above her head Her seat assuming, thus she comforted Distress'd Penelope: "Doth sleep thus seize Thy pow'rs, affected with so much dis ease? The Gods, that nothing troubles, will not see Thy tears nor griefs, in any least degree, Sustain'd with cause, for they will guard thy son Safe to his wish'd and native mansión, Since he is no offender of their states, And they, to such, are firmer than their fates." The wise Penelope receiv'd her thus, Bound with a slumber most delicious, And in the port of dreams. "O sister, why repair you hither, since so far off lie Your house and household? You were never here Before this hour, and would you now give cheer To my so many woes and miseries, Affecting fitly all the faculties My soul and mind hold, having lost before A husband, that of all the virtues bore The palm amongst the Greeks, and whose renown So ample was that fame the sound hath blown Through Greece and Argos to her very heart? And now again a son that did convert My whole pow'rs to his love, by ship is gone, A tender plant, that yet was never grown To labour's taste, nor the commerce of men, For whom more than my husband I complain. And lest he should at any suff'rance touch, Or in the sea, or by the men so much Estrang'd to him that must his consorts be, Fear and chill tremblings shake each joint of me. Besides, his danger sets on foes profess'd To way lay his return, that have address'd Plots for his death." The scarce discerned Dream said: "Be of comfort, nor fears so extreme Let thus dismay thee. Thou hast such a mate Attending thee, as some at any rate Would wish to purchase, for her pow'r is great. Minerva pities thy delight's defeat, Whose grace has sent me to foretell thee these. If thou," said she, "be of the Goddess, And heardst her tell thee these, thou mayst as well From her tell all things else. Deign then to tell, If yet the man to all misfortunes born My husband lives, and sees the sun adorn The darksome earth, or hides his wretched head In Pluto's house, and lives amongst the dead." "I will not," she replied, "my breath exhale In one continued and perpetual tale. Lives he, or dies he? 'Tis a filthy use To be in vain and idle speech profuse." This said, she through the key hole of the door Vanish'd again into the open blore. Icarius' daughter started from her sleep, And joy's fresh humour her lov'd breast did steep. When now so clear, in that first watch of night, She saw the seen dream vanish from her sight, The Wooers' ship the sea's moist waves did ply, And thought the prince a haughty death should die. There lies a certain island in the sea, 'Twixt rocky Samos and rough Ithaca, That cliffy is itself, and nothing great, Yet holds convenient havens that two ways Let ships in and out, call'd Asteris, And there the Wooers hope to make their massacre. End of the fourth book, part 2. The fifth book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shemp. The fifth book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The argument. A second court on Jove attends, who Hermes to Calypso sends, commanding her to clear the ways Ulysses sought, and she obeys. When Neptune saw Ulysses free, And so in safety plough the sea, Enrag'd, he ruffles up the waves, And splits his ship. Leucothea saves his person yet, as being a dame Whose godhead govern'd in the frame Of those seas' tempers. But the mean by which she curbs dread Neptune's spleen Is made a jewel, which she takes from off her head, And that she makes Ulysses on his bosom wear About his neck, she ties it there, And, when he is with waves beset, Bids wear it as an amulet, Commanding him, that not before He touch'd upon Phæacia's shore, He should not part with it, but then return it to the sea again, And cast it from him. He performs, yet, after this, bides bitter storms, And in the rocks sees death engrav'd, But on Phæacia's shore is sav'd. Another argument. Epsilon. Ulysses builds a ship, and gains The glassy fields, pays Neptune pains. Aurora rose from high born Tithon's bed, That men and Gods might be illustrated, And then the Deities sat. Imperial Jove, that makes the horrid murmur beat above, Took place past all, whose height for ever springs, And from whom flowers the eternal pow'r of things. Then Pallas, mindful of Ulysses, told The many cares that in Calypso's hold He still sustain'd, when he had felt before So much affliction, and such dangers more. "O father," said she, "and ye ever blest, Give never king hereafter interest In any aid of yours, by serving you, By being gentle, human, just; but grow Rude, and for ever scornful of your rights, All justice ordering by their appetites. Since he, that rul'd as it in right behov'd, That all his subjects as his children lov'd, Finds you so thoughtless of him, and his birth. Thus men begin to say, ye rule in earth, And grudge at what ye let him undergo, Who yet the least part of his suff'rance know, Thrall'd in an island, shipwrack'd in his tears, And, in the fancies that Calypso bears, Bound from his birthright, all his shipping gone, And of his soldiers not retaining one. And now his most lov'd son's life doth inflame Their slaughterous envies, since his father's fame He puts in pursuit, and is gone as far As sacred Pylos, and the singular Dame breeding Sparta." This with this replied The cloud assembler answer'd: "What words fly thine own remembrance, daughter? Hast not thou the counsel giv'n thyself, That told thee how Ulysses shall With his return address his Wooers wrong, And for the safe access his son shall make To his innative port? Do thou direct it in as curious sort As thy wit serves thee. It obeys thy pow'rs, And in their ship return the speedless Wooers." Then turn'd he to his issue Mercury, And said: "Thou hast made good our ambassy To the other statists. To the Nymph then now, On whose fair head a tuft of gold doth grow, Bear our true spoken counsel, for retreat Of patient Ulysses; who shall get No aid from us, nor any mortal man, But in a patch'd up skiff, Built as he can, and suff'ring woes enough, the 20th day at fruitful Scheria let him breathe his way with the Phæacians, that half Deities live, who like a God will honour him, and give his wisdom clothes, and ship, and brass, and gold, more than for gain of Troy he ever told, where, at the whole division of the prey, if he a saver were, or got away without a wound, if he should grudge, 'twas well. But the end shall crown all, therefore Fate will deal so well with him, to let him land and see his native earth, friends, house, and family." Thus charg'd he, nor Agesides denied, But to his feet his fair wing'd shoes he tied, Ambrosian, golden, that in his command Put either sea, or the unmeasur'd land With pace as speedy as a puft of wind. Then up his rod went, with which he declin'd The eyes of any waker, when he pleas'd, And any sleeper, when he wish'd, diseas'd. This took, he stoop'd Pieria, and thence glid through The air, and Neptune's confluents kiss'd as he flew, And check'd the waves as light as any sea mew In her fishing flight, her thick wings sousing in the savoury seas. Like her, he pass'd a world of wilderness; But, when the far off isle he touch'd, he went Up from the blue sea to the continent, And reach'd the ample cavern of the Queen, Whom he within found, without seldom seen. A sun like fire upon the hearth did flame, The matter precious, and divine the frame Of cedar cleft, and incense was the pile, That breath'd an odour round about the isle. Herself was seated in an inner room, Whom sweetly sing he heard, and at her loom, About a curious web, whose yarn she threw In with a golden shittle. A grove grew In endless spring about her cavern round, With odorous cypress, pines, and poplars crown'd, Where hawks, sea owls, and long tongued bittours bred, And other birds their shady pinions spread, All fowls maritimal. None roosted there But those whose labours in the waters were. A vine did all the hollow cave embrace, Still green, yet still ripe bunches gave it grace. 4 fountains, one against another, pour'd Their silver streams, and meadows all enflower'd With sweet balm gentle, and blue violets hid, That deck'd the soft breasts of each fragrant mead. Should any one, though he a mortal were, Arrive and see the sacred objects there, He would admire them, and be overjoy'd, And so stood Hermes' ravish'd pow'rs employ'd. But having all admir'd, he enter'd on The ample cave, nor could be seen unknown Of great Calypso; for all Deities Are prompt in each other's knowledge, though so far Sever'd in dwellings. But he could not see Ulysses there within. Without was he, set sad ashore, Where 'twas his use to view th' unquiet sea, Sigh'd, wept, and empty drew his heart of comfort. Plac'd here in her throne, that beams cast up To admiration, divine Calypso Question'd Hermes thus: "For what cause, dear, And much esteem'd by us, thou golden rod Adorn'd Mercury, arriv'st thou here? Thou hast not us'd to apply thy passage this way. Say, whatever be thy heart's desire, My mind commands it thee, if in my means It lie, or pow'r of fact. But first, what hospitable rites exact? Come yet more near, and take." This said, she set a table forth, And furnish'd it with meat, such as the Gods taste, and serv'd in with it vermilion nectar. When with banquet fit he had confirm'd his spirits, He thus express'd his cause of coming: "Thou hast made request, Goddess of Goddesses, to understand My cause of touch here, which thou shalt command, And know with truth. Jove caus'd my course to thee Against my will; for who would willingly Lackey along so vast a lake of brine, Near to no city that the Pow'rs divine Receives with solemn rites and hecatombs? But Jove's will ever all law overcomes; No other God can cross, or make it void. And he affirms, that one the most annoy'd With woes and toils of all those men That fought for Priam's city, and to end Hath brought 9 years in the contention, Is with thee. For in the 10th year, when roy Victory was won to give the Greeks The spoil of Troy, return they did profess, But not enjoy. since Pallas they incens'd, and she the waves by all the wind's pow'r, that blew ope their graves, and there they rested. Only this poor one this coast both winds and waves have cast upon, whom now forthwith he wills thee to dismiss, affirming that the unalter'd destinies not only have decreed he shall not die apart his friends, but of necessity enjoy their sights before those fatal hours, his country earth reach, and erected tow'rs. This struck a love‐check'd horror through her pow'rs, when, naming him, she this reply did give: "Insatiate are ye, Gods, past all that live, In all things you affect, which still converts Your pow'rs to envies. It afflicts your hearts That any Goddess should, as you obtain The use of earthly dames, enjoy the men, And most in open marriage. So ye far'd, When the delicious finger'd Morning shar'd Orion's bed, you easy living states Could never satisfy your emulous hates, Till in Ortygia the precise liv'd dame, Golden thron'd Diana, on him rudely came, And with her swift shafts slew him. And such pains, when rich hair'd Ceres pleas'd to give the reins To her affections, and the grace did yield Of love and bed, amidst a three cropp'd field, To her Iasian he paid angry Jove, Who lost no long time notice of their love, But with a glowing lightning was his death. And now your envies labour underneath A mortal's choice of mine, whose life I took To liberal safety, when his ship Jove strook With red hot flashes, piece meal in the seas, And all his friends and soldiers succourless Perish'd but he. Him, cast upon this coast With blasts and billows, I, in life giv'n lost, Preserv'd alone, lov'd, nourish'd, and did vow To make him deathless, and yet never grow Crooked, or worn with age, his whole life long. But since no reason may be made so strong To strive with Jove's will, or to make it vain, No, not if all the other Gods should strain Their pow'rs against it, let his will be law. So he affords him fit means to withdraw, As he commands him to the raging main. But means from me he never shall obtain, For my means yield nor men, nor ship, nor oars, To set him off from my so envied shores. But if my counsel and good will can aid His safe pass home, my best shall be assay'd." "Vouchsafe it so," said Heav'n's ambassador, "And deign it quickly. By all means abhor T' incense Jove's wrath against thee, that with grace He may hereafter all thy wish embrace." Thus took the Argus killing God his wings. And since the rev'rend nymph these awful things Receiv'd from Jove, she to Ulysses went, Whom she ashore found, drown'd in discontent. His eyes kept never dry, he did so mourn, And waste his dear age for his wish'd return, Which still without the cave he us'd to do, Because he could not please the Goddess so. At night yet, forc'd, took together their rest, The willing Goddess and th' unwilling guest. But he all day in rocks, and on the shore, The vex'd sea view'd, and did his fate deplore. Him, now, the Goddess coming near bespake: "Unhappy man, no more discomfort take For my constraint of thee, nor waste thine age. I now will passing freely disengage Thy irksome stay here. Come then, fell thee wood, And build a ship, to save thee from the flood. I'll furnish thee with fresh wave, bread, and wine, Ruddy and sweet, that will the piner pine. Put garments on thee, give the winds foreright, That every way thy home bent appetite May safe attain to it. If so it please At all parts all the heav'n hous'd Deities, That more in pow'r are, more in skill than I, And more can judge what fits humanity." He stood amaz'd at this strange change in her, And said: "O Goddess, thy intents prefer Some other project than my parting hence, Commanding things of too high consequence For my performance, that myself should build A ship of pow'r, my home assays to shield Against the great sea of such dread to pass, Which not the best built ship that ever was Will pass exulting, when such winds as Jove Can thunder up, their trims and tacklings prove. But could I build one, I would ne'er abroad thy will oppos'd, nor won Without thy word giv'n in the great oath Of the Gods to me, not to beguile me In the least degree." The Goddess smil'd, held hard his hand, and said: "O, y'are a shrewd one, and so habited In taking heed thou know'st not what it is To be unwary, nor use words amiss. How hast thou charm'd me, were I ne'er so sly! Let earth know then, and heav'n, so broad, so high, And the undersunk waves of the infernal stream, Which is an oath as terribly supreme As any God swears, that I had no thought, But stood with what I spake, nor would have wrought Nor counsell'd any act against thy good, But ever diligently weigh'd, and stood On these points in persuading thee, That I would use myself in such extremity. For my mind simple is, and innocent, Not giv'n by cruel sleights to circumvent, Nor bear I in my breast a heart of steel, But with the sufferer willing suff'rance feel." This said, the Grace of Goddesses led home, He trac'd her steps, and to the cavern come, In that rich throne whence Mercury arose, He sat. The Nymph herself did then appose, For food and bev'rage, to him all best meat And drink, that mortals use to taste and eat. Then sat she opposite, and for her feast Was nectar and ambrosia address'd By handmaids to her. Both what was prepar'd Did freely fall to. Having fitly far'd, The Nymph Calypso this discourse began: "Jove bred Ulysses, many witted man, Still is thy home so wish'd, so soon away? Be still of cheer, for all the worst I say. But, if thy soul knew what a sum of woes For thee to cast up, thy stern Fates impose, Ere to thy country earth thy hopes attain, Undoubtedly thy choice would here remain, Keep house with me, and be a liver ever; Which, methinks, should thy house and thee dissever, Though for thy wife there thou art set on fire, And all thy days are spent in her desire. And though it be no boast in me to say In form and mind I match her ev'ry way, Nor can it fit a mortal dame's compare T' affect those terms with us that deathless are." The Great in counsels made her this reply: "Renown'd, and to be reverenc'd Deity, Let it not move thee, that so much I vow My comforts to my wife, though well I know All cause myself why wise Penelopé In wit is far inferior to thee, In feature, stature, all the parts of show, She being a mortal, and immortal thou, Old ever growing, and yet never old. Yet her desire shall all my days see told, Adding the sight of my returning day And natural home. If any God shall lay his hand upon me As I pass the seas, I'll bear the worst Of what his hand shall please, As having giv'n me such a mind as shall The more still rise the more his hand lets fall. In wars and waves my suff'rings were not small. I now have suffer'd much, as much before, Hereafter let as much result, and more." This said, the sun set, and the earth shadows gave, When these two, in an inroom of the cave Left to themselves, left love no rites undone. The early morn up he rose, put on His in and out weed, she herself enchaces Amidst a white robe, full of all the graces, Ample, and pleated thick like fishy scales. A golden girdle then her waist impales, Her head a veil decks, and abroad they come. And now began Ulysses to go home. A great axe first she gave, that two ways cut, In which a fair well polish'd helm was put, That from an olive bough receiv'd his frame, A plainer then. Then led she, till they came To lofty woods that did the isle confine. The fir tree, poplar, and heav'n scaling pine Had there their offspring; of which those that were Of driest matter, and grew longest there, He choos'd for lighter sail. This place thus shown, The Nymph turn'd home. He fell to felling down, And 20 trees he stoop'd in little space, Plan'd, us'd his plumb, did all with artful grace. In mean time did Calypso wimbles bring. He bor'd, clos'd, nail'd, and order'd everything, And look'd how much a shipwright will allow A ship of burden, one that best doth know What fits his art, So large a keel he cast, wrought upper decks and hatches, side boards, mast, with willow watlings arm'd her to resist the billows' outrage, added all she miss'd, sail yards and stern for guide. The nymph then brought linen for sails, which with despatch he wrought, gables and halsters, tacklings, all the frame in 4 days' space to full perfection came. The 5th day they dismiss'd him from the shore, weeds neat and odorous gave him, victuals store, wine, strong waters, and a prosperous wind, to which Ulysses, fit to be divin'd, his sails expos'd and hoised. Off he gat, and cheerful was he. At the stern he sat, and steer'd right artfully, nor sleep could seize his eyelids. He beheld the Pleiades, the Bear, surnam'd the Wain, that round doth move about Orion, and keep still above the billowy ocean, the slow setting star Bootes call'd by some the Waggoner. Calypso warn'd him he his course should steer Still to his left hand. 17 days did clear the cloudy night's command in his moist way, and by the 18th light he might display the shady hills of the Phæacian shore. For which, as to his next abode he bore, the country did a pretty figure yield, and look'd from off the dark seas like a shield. Imperious Neptune making his retreat From the Æthiopian earth, and taking seat Upon the mountains of the Solymi, from thence far off discov'ring did descry Ulysses his fields ploughing. All on fire the sight straight set his heart, and made desire of wreak run over, it did boil so high. When, his head nodding, "O impiety!" he cried out, "now the Gods' inconstancy is most apparent, altering their designs, since I the Æthiops saw, and here confines to this Ulysses' fate his misery. The great mark, on which all his hopes rely, lies in Phæacia, but I hope he shall feel woe at height, ere that dead calm befall." This said, he, begging, gather'd clouds from land, Frighted the seas up, snatch'd into his hand His horrid trident, and aloft did toss Of all the winds all storms he could engross. All earth took into sea with clouds, grim night Fell tumbling headlong from the cope of light, The east and south winds justled in the air, The violent zephyr and north making fair Roll'd up the waves before them. And then bent Ulysses' knees, then all his spirit was spent, in which despair he thus spake: "Woe is me! What was I born to, man of misery! Fear tells me now that all the Goddess said Truth's self will author, that Fate would be paid Grief's whole sum due from me, at sea, before I reach the dear touch of my country's shore. With what clouds Jove heav'n's heighten'd forehead binds, How tyranniz'd the wraths of all the winds, How all the tops he bottoms with the deeps, And in the bottoms all the tops he steeps. Thus dreadful is the presence of our death. Thrice 4 times blest were they that sunk beneath Their fates at Troy, and did to nought contend But to renown'd Atrides with their end. I would to God my hour of death and fate That day had held the pow'r to terminate, When show'rs of darts my life bore undepress'd About divine Æacides deceas'd. Then had I been allotted to have died, By all the Greeks with funerals glorified, Whence death, encouraging good life, had grown, Where now I die by no man mourn'd nor known." This spoke, a huge wave took him by the head, And hurl'd him overboard, ship and all it laid Inverted quite amidst the waves. But he, far off from her sprawl'd, strode about the sea, His stern still holding broken off. His mast Burst in the midst, so horrible a blast Of mix'd winds struck it, sails and sail yards fell Amongst the billows, and himself did dwell A long time under water, nor could get In haste his head out. Wave with wave so met In his depression, and his garments too, Giv'n by Calypso, gave him much to do, Hindering his swimming; yet he left not so His drench'd vessel, for the overthrow Of her, nor him, but gat at length again, Wrastling with Neptune, hold of her, and then Sat in her bulk, insulting over death, which, with the salt stream press'd to stop his breath, he 'scap'd, and gave the sea again to give to other men. His ship so striv'd to live, floating at random, cuff'd from wave to wave, as you have seen the north wind when he drave in autumn heaps of thorn fed grasshoppers hither and thither, one heap this way bears, another that, and makes them often meet in his confused gales, so Ulysses' fleet the wind hurl'd up and down. Now Boreas toss'd it to Notus, Notus gave it past to Eurus, Eurus' Zephyr made pursue the horrid Tennis. This sport call'd the view of Cadmus' daughter, with the narrow heel Leucothea, that first did feel a mortal dame's desires, and had a tongue, but now had the honour to be nam'd among the marine Godheads. She with pity saw Ulysses justled thus from flaw to flaw, and like a cormorant in form and flight, rose from a whirlpool, on the ship did light, and thus bespake him: "Why is Neptune thus in thy pursuit extremely furious, oppressing thee with such a world of ill, even to thy death? He must not serve his will, though 'tis his study. Let me then advise, as my thoughts serve. Thou shalt not be unwise to leave thy weeds, And ship to the commands of these rude winds, And work out with thy hands past to Phæacia, Where thy austere fate is to pursue thee With no more such hate. Take here this tablet, with this ribbon strung, And see it still about thy bosom hung, By whose eternal virtue never fear To suffer thus again, nor perish here. But when thou touchest with thy hand the shore, Then take it from thy neck, nor wear it more, But cast it far off from the continent, And then thy person far ashore present." Thus gave she him the tablet, and again Turn'd to a cormorant, div'd, past sight, the main. Patient Ulysses sigh'd at this, and stuck in the conceit of such fair spoken luck, and said: "Alas! I must suspect ev'n this, lest any other of the Deities add slight to Neptune's force, to counsel me to leave my vessel, and so far off see the shore I aim at. Not with thoughts too clear will I obey her, but to me appear these counsels best. As long as I perceive my ship not quite dissolved, I will not leave the help she may afford me, but abide, and suffer all woes till the worst be tried. When she is split, I'll swim. No miracle can, past near and clear means, move a knowing man." While this discourse employ'd him, Neptune rais'd a huge, a high, and horrid sea, That seiz'd him and his ship, and toss'd them through the lake. As when the violent winds together take Heaps of dry chaff, and hurl them every way, So his long wood stack Neptune strook astray. Then did Ulysses mount on rib perforce, Like to a rider of a running horse, To stay himself a time, while he might shift His drench'd weeds, that were Calypso's gift. When putting straight Leucothea's amulet About his neck, he all his forces set To swim, and cast him prostrate to the seas. When pow'rful Neptune saw the ruthless prease Of peril siege him thus, he mov'd his head, And this betwixt him and his heart he said: "So, now feel ills enow, and struggle so, Till to your Jove lov'd islanders you row. But my mind says, you will not so avoid This last task too, but be with suff'rance cloy'd." This said, his rich man'd horse he mov'd, And reach'd his house at Ægus. But Minerva fetch'd the winds from sea, And all their ways but one barr'd to their passage. The bleak north alone she set to blow, The rest she charg'd to keep their rages in, And bind themselves in sleep. But Boreas still flew high to break the seas, Till Jove bred Ithacus, the more with ease The navigation skill'd Phæacian states, Might make his refuge, death and angry fates At length escaping. 2 nights yet and days He spent in wrastling with the sable seas, In which space often did his heart propose Death to his eyes. But when Aurora rose, And threw the third light from her orient hair, The winds grew calm, and clear was all the air, Not one breath stirring. Then he might descry, Rais'd by the high seas, clear, and land was nigh. And then look how to good sons that esteem their father's life dear, after pains extreme felt in some sickness, that hath held him long down to his bed, and with affliction strong wasted his body, made his life his load, as being inflicted by some angry God, when on their prayers they see descend at length health from the heavens, clad all in spirit and strength, the sight is precious. So, since here should end Ulysses' toils, which therein should extend health to his country, held to him his sire, and on which long for him disease did tire, and then, besides, for his own sake to see the shores, the woods so near, such joy had he, as those good sons for the recover'd sire. Then labour'd feet in all parts to aspire to that wish'd continent, which when as near he came, as clamour might inform an ear, he heard a sound beat from the sea bred rocks, against which gave a huge sea horrid shocks, that belch'd upon the firm land weeds and foam, with which were all things hid there, where no room of fit capacity was for any port, nor from the sea for any man's resort. The shores, the rocks, the cliffs, so prominent were. "O," said Ulysses then, "now Jupiter hath given me sight of an unhoped for shore, though I have wrought these seas so long, so sore. Of rest yet no place shows the slenderest prints. The rugged shore so bristled is with flints, against which every way the waves so flock, and all the shore shows as one eminent rock, so near which 'tis so deep, that not a sand is there for any tir'd foot to stand, nor fly his death fast following miseries, lest, if he land, upon him foreright flies a churlish wave to crush him 'gainst a cliff, worse than vain, rend'ring all his landing strife. And should I swim to seek a haven elsewhere, or land less way beat, I may justly fear I shall be taken with a gale again, and cast a huge way off into the main. And there the great Earth shaker, having seen my so near landing, and again his spleen forcing me to him, will some whale send out, of which a horrid number hereabout his Amphitrite breeds, to swallow me. I well have prov'd with what malignity he treads my steps." While this discourse he held, a cursed surge 'gainst a cutting rock impell'd his naked body, which it gash'd and tore, and had his bones broke, if but one sea more had cast him on it. But she prompted him, that never fail'd, and bade him no more swim still off and on, but boldly force the shore, and hug the rock that him so rudely tore, which he with both hands sigh'd and clasp'd, till past the billow's rage was, then scap'd back so fast the rock repuls'd it, that it reft his hold, sucking him from it, and far back he roll'd, and as the polypus, that forc'd from home amidst the soft sea, and near rough land come for shelter 'gainst the storms that beat on her at open sea, as she abroad doth err, a deal of gravel, and sharp little stones needfully gathers in her hollow bones, so he forc'd hither by the sharper ill, shunning the smoother, where he best hop'd still the worst succeeded, for the cruel friend to which he cling'd for succour oft did rend from his broad hands the soaken flesh so sore that off he fell, and could sustain no more. Quite under water fell he, and past fate hapless Ulysses there had lost the state he held in life, if, still the grey eyed maid his wisdom prompting, he had not assay'd another course, and ceas'd t' attempt that shore, swimming and casting round his eye to explore some other shelter. Then the mouth he found of fair Calico's flood, whose shores were crown'd with most apt succours, rocks so smooth they seem'd polish'd of purpose, land that quite redeem'd with breathless coverts the other's blasted shores. The flood he knew, and thus in heart implores: "King of this river here, whatever name makes thee invoked, to thee I humbly frame my flight from Neptune's furies. Rev'rend is to all the ever living Deities what erring man soever seeks their aid. To thy both flood and knees a man dismay'd with varied suff'rance sues. Yield then some rest to him that is thy suppliant profess'd." This though but spoke in thought, the God had heard. Her current straight stay'd, and her thick waves clear'd before him, smooth'd her waters, and, just where he pray'd half drown'd, entirely sav'd him there. Then forth he came, his both knees falt'ring, both his strong hands hanging down, and all with froth, his cheeks and nostrils flowing, voice and breath spent to all use, and down he sunk to death. The sea had soak'd his heart through, all his veins his toils had rack'd t' a labouring woman's pains. Dead weary was he; but when breath did find A pass reciprocal, and in his mind His spirit was recollected, up he rose, And from his neck did the amulet unloose That Ino gave him, which he hurl'd from him To sea. It sounding fell, and back did swim With the ebbing waters, till it straight arriv'd Where Ino's fair hand it again receiv'd. Then kiss'd he the humble earth, and on he goes Till bulrushes show'd place for his repose; Where laid, he sigh'd, and thus said to his soul: "O me! What strange perplexities controul The whole skill of thy pow'rs in this event! What feel I, if till, care nurs'd, night be spent, I watch amidst the flood, the sea's chill breath, And vegetant dews I fear will be my death, So low brought with my labours? Towards day, A passing sharp air ever breathes at sea. If I the pitch of this next mountain scale, And shady wood, and in some thicket fall Into the hands of sleep, though there the cold May well be check'd, and healthful slumbers hold Her sweet hand on my pow'rs, all care allay'd, Yet there will beasts devour me. Best apaid Doth that course make me yet; for there Some strife, strength, and my spirit, may make me make For life; which, though impair'd, may yet be fresh applied, Where peril possible of escape is tried. But he that fights with heav'n, or with the sea, To indiscretion adds impiety." Thus to the woods he hasted, which he found Not far from sea, but on far seeing ground, Where two twin underwoods he enter'd on, With olive trees and oil trees overgrown, Through which the moist force of the loud voic'd wind Did never beat, nor ever Phœbus shin'd, Nor show'r beat through, they grew so one in one, And had, by turns, their pow'r t' exclude the sun. Here enter'd our Ulysses, and a bed Of leaves huge, and of huge abundance spread, With all his speed. Large he made it, for there For 2 or 3 men ample cov'rings were, Such as might shield them from the winter's worst, Though steel it breath'd, and blew as it would burst. Patient Ulysses joy'd, that ever day Show'd such a shelter. In the midst he lay, Store of leaves heaping high on ev'ry side; And, as in some out field a man doth hide A kindled brand, to keep the seed of fire, No neighbour dwelling near, and his desire Serv'd with self store, he else would ask of none, But of his forespent sparks rakes the ashes on; So this out place Ulysses thus receives, And thus naked Virtue's seed lies hid in leaves. Yet Pallas made him sleep, as soon as men Whom delicacies all their flatteries deign, And all that all his labours could comprise, Quickly concluded in his clos'd eyes. End of the 5th Book. The 6th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 6th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Minerva in a vision stands Before Nausicaa, and commands She to the flood her weeds should bear, For now her nuptial day was near. Nausicaa her charge obeys, And then with other virgins plays. Their sports make wak'd Ulysses rise, Walk to them, and beseech supplies Of food and clothes. His naked sight Puts the other maids afraid to flight. Nausicaa only boldly stays, And gladly his desire obeys. He, furnish'd with her favours shown, Attends her and the rest to town. Another argument. Zeta. Here olive leaves to hide shame began. The maid receives the naked man. The much sustaining, patient, heav'nly man, whom toil and sleep had worn so weak and wan, thus won his rest. In mean space Pallas went to the Phæacian city, and descent that first did broad Hyperia's lands divide, near the vast Cyclops, men of monstrous pride, that prey'd on those Hyperians, since they were of greater pow'r. And therefore longer there divine Nausinous dwelt not, but arose, and did for Scheria all his pow'rs dispose, far from ingenious art inventing men, but there did he erect a city then. First drew a wall round, then he houses builds, and then a temple to the Gods, the fields lastly dividing. But he, stoop'd by fate, div'd to th' infernals, and Alcinous sate in his command, a man the Gods did teach commanding counsels. His house held the reach of grey Minerva's project, to provide that great soul'd Ithacus might be supplied with all things fitting his return. She went up to the chamber, where the fair descent of great Alcinous slept, a maid, whose parts in wit and beauty wore divine deserts. Well deck'd her chamber was, of which the door did seem to lighten, such a gloss it bore betwixt the posts, and now flew ope to find the Goddess entry. Like a puft of wind she reach'd the virgin bed, neat which there lay two maids, to whom the Graces did convey figure and manners. But above the head of bright Nausicaa did Pallas tread the subtle air, and put the person on of Dymas' daughter, from comparison exempt in business naval. Like his seed Minerva look'd now, whom 1 year did breed with bright Nausicaa, and who had gain'd grace in her love, yet on her thus complain'd: "Nausicaa, why bred thy mother one so negligent in rites so stood upon by other virgins? Thy fair garments lie neglected by thee, yet thy nuptials nigh, which rich in all attire both thou shouldst be, and garments give to others honouring thee, that lead thee to the temple. Thy good name grows amongst men for these things; they inflame father and reverend mother with delight. Come, when the day takes any wink from night, let's to the river, and repurify thy wedding garments. My society shall freely serve thee for thy speedier aid, because thou shalt no mote stand on the maid. Best of all Phæacia woo thy grace, where thou wert bred, and ow'st thyself a race. Up, and stir up to thee thy honour'd sire, to give thee mules and coach, thee and thy tire, veils, girdles, mantles, early to the flood, to bear in state. It suits thy high born blood, and far more fits thee than to foot so far, for far from town thou know'st the bath founts are." This said, away blue eyed Minerva went Up to Olympus, the firm continent That bears in endless being the deified kind, That's neither sous'd with show'rs, nor shook with wind, Nor chill'd with snow, but where serenity Flies exempt from clouds, and ever beamy skies Circle the glitt'ring hill, and all their days Give the delights of blessed Deity praise. And hither Pallas flew, and left the maid. When she had all that might excite her said, Straight rose the lovely Morn, that did upraise Fair veil'd Nausicaa, whose dream her praise To admiration took; who no time spent To give the rapture of her vision vent To her lov'd parents, whom she found within. Her mother set a fire, who had to spin A rock, whose tincture with sea purple shin'd, Her maids about her. But she chanc'd to find Her father going abroad, to council call'd By his grave senate, and to him exhal'd Her smother'd bosom was. "Lov'd sire," said she, "will you not now command A coach for me, stately and complete, Fit for me to bear to wash at flood The weeds I cannot wear before Repurified? Yourself it fits To wear fair weeds, as every man That sits in place of council. And 5 sons You have, 2 wed, 3 bachelors, that must be Brave in every day's shift, that they may Go dance; for these 3 last with these things must advance Their states in marriage; and who else but I, Their sister, should their dancing rites supply?" This general cause she show'd, and would not name Her mind of nuptials to her sire, for shame. He understood her yet, and thus replied: "Daughter! Nor these, nor any grace besides, I either will deny thee, or defer, Mules, nor a coach, of state and circular, Fitting at all parts. Go, my servant shall Serves thy desires, and thy command in all." The servants then commanded soon obey'd, Fetch'd coach, and mules join'd in it. Then the maid Brought from the chamber her rich weeds, and laid All up in coach; in which her mother plac'd A maund of victuals, varied well in taste, And other junkets. Wine she likewise fill'd Within a goat skin bottle, and distill'd Sweet and moist oil into a golden cruse, Both for her daughters' and her handmaids' use, To soften their bright bodies, when they rose Cleans'd from their cold baths. Up to coach then goes Th' observéd maid, takes both the scourge and reins, And to her side her handmaids straight attains. Nor these alone, but other virgins, grace The nuptial chariot. The whole bevy plac'd, Nausicaa scourg'd to make the coach mules run, That neighed and pac'd their usual speed; and soon Both maids and weeds brought to the river side, Where baths for all the year their use supplied; Whose waters were so pure they would not stain, But still ran fair forth, and did more remain Apt to purge stains; for that purg'd stain within, Which by the water's pure store was not seen. These here arriv'd, the mules uncoach'd, and drave Up to the gulfy river's shore, That gave sweet grass to them. The maids from coach then took Their clothes, and steep'd them in the sable brook; Then put them into springs, and trod them clean With cleanly feet; adventuring wagers then Who should have soonest and most cleanly done. When having thoroughly cleans'd, they spread them On the flood's shore, all in order. And then, where the waves the pebbles wash'd, and ground was clear, they bath'd themselves, and all With glittering oil smooth'd their white skins, Refreshing then their toil With pleasant dinner by the river side; Yet still watch'd when the sun their clothes had dried. Till which time, having din'd, Nausicaa With other virgins did at stool ball play, Their shoulder reaching head tires laying by. Nausicaa, with wrists of ivory, The liking stroke struck, singing first a song As custom order'd, and amidst the throng Made such a show, and so past all was seen, As when the chaste born, arrow loving queen, Along the mountains gliding, either over Spartan Taygetus, whose tops far discover, Or Eurymanthes in the wild boar's chase, Or swift hoof'd Hart, and with her Jove's fair race, The field nymphs sporting; amongst whom to see How far Diana had priority, Though all were fair, for fairness yet of all, As both by head and forehead being more tall, Latona triumph'd; since the dullest sight Might easily judge whom her pains brought to light. Nausicaa so, whom never husband tam'd, Above them all in all the beauties flam'd. But when they now made homewards, and array'd, Ordering their weeds disorder'd as they play'd, Mules and coach ready, then Minerva thought What means to wake Ulysses might be wrought, That he might see this lovely sighted maid, Whom she intended should become his aid, Bring him to town, and his return advance. Her mean was this: though thought a stool ball chance, The queen now, for the up stroke, struck the ball Quite wide off the other maids, and made it fall Amidst the whirlpools; at which out shriek'd all, And with the shriek did wise Ulysses wake; Who, sitting up, was doubtful who should make That sudden outcry, and in mind thus striv'd: "On what a people am I now arriv'd? At civil hospitable men that fear The Gods? Or dwell injurious mortals here, Unjust and churlish? Like the female cry Of youth it sounds. What are they? Nymphs bred high On tops of hills, or in the founts of floods, In herby marshes, or in leafy woods? Or are they high spoke men I now am near? I'll prove and see." With this, the wary peer Crept forth the thicket, and an olive bough Broke with his broad hand, which he did bestow In covert of his nakedness, and then Put hasty head out. Look how from his den A mountain land looks, that, all embrued With drops of trees, and weather beaten hued, bold of his strength, goes on, and in his eye a burning furnace glows, all bent to prey on sheep or oxen, or the upland hart, his belly charging him, and he must part stakes with the herdsman in his beast's attempt. Even where from rape their strengths are most exempt, so wet, so weather‐beat, so stung with need, even to the home fields of the country's breed, Ulysses was to force forth his access, though merely naked, and his sight did press the eyes of soft‐hair'd virgins. Horrid was his rough appearance to them. The hard paths he had at sea stuck by him. All in flight the virgins scatter'd, frighted with this sight, about the prominent windings of the flood. All but Nausicaa fled, but she fast stood. Pallas had put a boldness in her breast, and in her fair limbs tender fear compress'd, and still she stood him, as resolv'd to know what man he was, or out of what should grow his strange repair to them. And here was he put to his wisdom, if her virgin knee he should be bold, but kneeling to embrace, or keep aloof, and try with words of grace, in humblest suppliance, if he might obtain some cover for his nakedness, and gain her grace to show and guide him to the town. The last he best thought, to be worth his own, in weighing both well, to keep still aloof, and give with soft words his desires their proof, lest, pressing so near as to touch her knee, he might incense her maiden modesty. This fair and filed speech then shew'd this was he: "Let me beseech, O Queen, this truth of thee. Are you of mortal, or the deified race? If of the Gods, that the ample heavens embrace, I can resemble you to none above So near as to the chaste born birth of Jove, The beamy Cynthia. Her you full present, In grace of every godlike lineament, Her goodly magnitude, and all the address You promise of her very perfectness. If sprung of humans that inhabit earth, Thrice blest are both the authors of your birth. Thrice blest your brothers, that in your deserts Must, even to rapture, bear delighted hearts, To see, so like the first trim of a tree, Your form adorn a dance. But most blest he Of all that breathe, that hath the gift t' engage Your bright neck in the yoke of marriage, And deck his house with your commanding merit. I have not seen a man of so much spirit, Nor man, nor woman, I did ever see At all parts equal to the parts in thee. T' enjoy your sight doth admiration seize My eyes, and apprehensive faculties. Lately in Delos, with a charge of men Arriv'd, that render'd me most wretched then, Now making me thus naked, I beheld The burthen of a palm, whose issues swell'd About Apollo's fane, and that put on A grace like thee, for earth had never none Of all her sylvan issue so adorn'd. Into amaze my very soul was turn'd To give it observation, as now thee to view, O virgin, a stupidity Past admiration strikes me, join'd with fear To do a suppliant's due, and press so near As to embrace thy knees. Nor is it strange, For one of fresh and firmest spirit would change T' embrace so bright an object; but, for me, A cruel habit of calamity Prepar'd the strong impression thou hast made. For this last day did fly night's 20th shade Since I, at length, escap'd the sable seas, When in the meantime th' unrelenting prease Of waves and stern storms toss'd me up and down, From the isle Ogygia. And now God hath thrown my wrack on this shore, that perhaps I may My miseries vary here; for yet their stay, I fear, Heav'n hath not order'd, though before These late afflictions it hath lent me store. O Queen, deign pity then, since first to you My fate importunes my distress to vow. No other dame, nor man, that this earth own, And neighbour city, I have seen or known. The town then show me; give my nakedness Some shroud to shelter it. If to these seas Linen or woollen you have brought to cleanse, God give you in requital all the amends Your heart can wish, a husband, family, And good agreement. Naught beneath the sky More sweet, more worthy is than firm consent Of man and wife in household government. It joys their wishers well; their enemies wounds; But to themselves the special good redounds." She answer'd: "Stranger, I discern in thee Nor sloth, nor folly reigns, and yet I see Th' outpour and wretched. In which I conclude, that industry nor wisdom make endued Men with those gifts that make them best to the eye. Jove only orders felicity. To good and bad, his pleasure fashions still The whole proportion of their good and ill. And he, perhaps, hath form'd this plight in thee, Of which thou must be patient, as he free. But after all thy wand'rings, since thy way Both to our earth and near our city lay, As being expos'd to our cares to relieve, Weeds, and what else a human hand should give To one so suppliant, and tam'd with woe, Thou shalt not want. Our city I will show, And tell our people's name. This neighbour town, And all this kingdom, the Phæacians own. And since thou seem'st so fain to know my birth, And mad'st a question, if of heav'n or earth, This earth hath bred me, and my father's name Alcinous is, that in the pow'r and frame Of this isle's rule is supereminent." Thus, passing him, she to the virgins went, And said: "Give stay both to your feet and fright. Why thus disperse ye for a man's mere sight? Esteem you him a Cyclop, that long since Made use to prey upon our citizens? This man no moist man is, nor waterish thing, That's ever flitting, ever ravishing All it can compass, and like it doth range In rape of women, never stay'd in change. This man is truly manly, wise, and stay'd In soul more rich, and more to sense decay'd, Who nor will do nor suffer to be done Acts lewd and abject, nor can such a one Greet the Phæacians with a mind envious. Dear to the Gods they are, and he is pious. Besides, divided from the world we are, The out part of it, billows circular The sea revolving round about our shore. Nor is there any man that enters more Than our own countryman with what is brought From other countries. This man, minding nought But his relief, a poor unhappy wretch, Wrack'd here, and hath no other land to fetch. Him now we must provide for. From Jove come all strangers, and the needy of a home, Who any gift, though ne'er so small it be, Esteem as great, and take it gratefully. And therefore, virgins, give the stranger food And wine, and see ye bathe him in the flood, Near to some shore to shelter most inclin'd. To cold bath'd bathers hurtful is the wind, Not only rugged making the outward skin, But by his thin pow'rs pierceth parts within." This said, their flight in a return they set, And did Ulysses with all grace entreat, Show'd him a shore, wind proof, and full of shade, By him a shirt and utter mantle laid, A golden jug of liquid oil did add, Bad wash, and all things as Nausicaa bad. Divine Ulysses would not use their aid, But thus bespake them: "Ev'ry lovely maid, Let me entreat to stand a little by, That I, alone, the fresh flood may apply To cleanse my bosom of the sea wrought brine, And then use oil, which long time did not shine On my poor shoulders. I'll not wash in sight Of fair hair'd maidens. I should blush outright, To bathe all bare by such a virgin light." They mov'd, and mus'd a man had so much grace, And told their mistress what a man he was. He cleans'd his broad soil'd shoulders, back, and head Yet never tam'd, but now had foam and weed Knit in the fair curls; which dissolv'd, he slick'd All with sweet oil. The sweet charity The untouch'd virgin show'd in his attire He cloth'd him with. Then Pallas put a fire, More than before, into his sparkling eyes, His late soil set off with his soon fresh guise. His locks, cleans'd, curl'd the more, and match'd in pow'r To please an eye the hyacinthian flow'r. And as a workman, that can well combine Silver and gold, and make both strive to shine, As being by Vulcan and Minerva too, Taught how far either may be urg'd to go In strife of eminence, when work sets forth A worthy soul to bodies of such worth, No thought reproving the act in any place, Nor art no debt to nature's liveliest grace. So Pallas wrought in him a grace as great, From head to shoulders, and ashore did seat His goodly presence. To which such a guise He show'd in going, that it ravish'd eyes, All which continued as he sat apart. Nausicaa's eyes struck wonder through her heart, Who thus bespake her consorts: "Hear me, you fair wristed virgins. This rare man, I know, treads not our country earth, against the will Of some God throned on th' Olympian hill. He show'd to me, till now, not worth the note; But now he looks as he had Godhead got. I would to heav'n my husband were no worse, And would be call'd no better, but the course Of other husbands pleas'd to dwell out here, Observe, and serve him with our utmost cheer." She said, they heard and did. He drunk and eat Like to a Harpy, having touch'd no meat Along before time. But Nausicaa now Thought of the more grace she did lately vow, Had horse to chariot join'd, and up she rose, Up cheer'd her guest, and said: "Guest, now dispose Yourself for town, that I may let you see My father's court, where all the peers will be Of our Phæacian state. At all parts then Observe to whom and what place y' are t' attain, Though I need usher you with no advice, Since I suppose you absolutely wise. While we the fields pass, and men's labours there, So long in these maids' guides directly bear Upon my chariot. I must go before For cause that after comes, to which this more Be my induction. You shall then soon end Your way to town, whose tow'rs you see ascend To such a steepness; on whose either side A fair port stands, to which is nothing wide An ent'rer's passage; on whose both hands ride Ships in fair harbours. Which once past, you win The goodly market place, that circles in A fane to Neptune, built of curious stone, And passing ample; where munition, gables, And masts men make, and polish'd oars. For the Phæacians are not conquerors By bows nor quivers. Oars, masts, ships they are With which they plough the sea, and wage their war. And now the cause comes why I lead the way, Not taking you by coach. The men, that sway In work of those tools that so fit our state, Are rude mechanicals, that rare and late Work in the market place. And those are they Whose bitter tongues I shun, who straight would say (For these vile vulgars are extremely proud And foul languag'd) what is he allow'd To coach it with Nausicaa, so large set, And fairly fashion'd? Where were these two met, He shall be sure her husband, she had been Gadding in some place, and, of foreign men Fitting her fancy, kindly brought him home In her own ship. He must of force be come From some far region; we have no such man. It may be, praying hard, when her heart ran On some wish'd husband, out of heav'n some God Dropp'd in her lap, and there lies she at road Her complete life time. But in sooth, if she, Ranging abroad, a husband, such as he Whom now we saw, laid hand on, she was wise; For none of all our nobles are of prize Enough for her. He must beyond sea come, That wins her high mind, and will have her home. Of our peers many have importun'd her, Yet she will none. Thus these folks will confer Behind my back, or meeting, to my face The foul mouth'd rout dare put home this disgrace. And this would be reproaches to my fame; For ev'n myself just anger would inflame, If any other virgin I should see, Her parents living, keep the company Of any man to any end of love, Till open nuptials should her act approve. And therefore hear me, guest, and take such way That you yourself may compass in your stay Your quick deduction by my father's grace, And means to reach the root of all your race. We shall, not far out of our way to town, A never fell'd grove find, that poplars crown, To Pallas sacred; where a fountain flows, And round about the grove a meadow grows, In which my father holds a manor house, Deck'd all with orchards, green and odorous, As far from town as one may hear a shout. There stay and rest your foot pains, till full out We reach the city; where, when you may guess We are arriv'd, and enter our access Within my father's court, then put you on For our Phæacian state, where to be shown My father's house desire. Each infant there Can bring you to it, and yourself will clear Distinguish it from others; for no shows The city buildings make compar'd with those That king Alcinous' seat doth celebrate; In whose roofs, and the court, where men of state And suitors sit and stay, when you shall hide. Straight pass it, ent'ring further, where abide My mother with her withdrawn housewif'ries, Who still sits in the fire shine, and applies Her rock, all purple and of pompous show. her chair placed against a pillar, all a row, her maids behind her set, and to her here my father's dining throne looks, seated where he pours his choice of wine in, like a God. This view once past, for the other end of your abode address suit to my mother, that her mien may make the day of your redition seen, and you may frolic straight, though far away you are in distance from your wished stay. For if she once be won to wish you well, your hope may instantly your passport seal, and thenceforth sure abide to see your friends, fair house, and all to which your heart contends." This said, she us'd her shining scourge, and lash'd her mules, that soon the shore left where she wash'd, and knowing well the way, their pace was fleet, and thick they gather'd up their nimble feet; which yet she temper'd so, and us'd her scourge with so much skill, as not to over urge the foot behind, and make them straggle so from close society. Firm together go Ulysses and her maids. And now the sun sunk to the waters, when they all had won the never fell'd and sound exciting wood, sacred to Pallas, where the godlike good Ulysses rested, and to Pallas pray'd. Hear me of the goat kept Jove, the unconquer'd maid. Now thoroughly hear me, since in all the time Of all my wrack, my pray'rs could never climb Thy far off ears, when noiseful Neptune toss'd Upon his wat'ry bristles my emboss'd And rock torn body. Hear me now, and deign I may of the Phæacian state obtain Pity and grace." Thus pray'd he, and she heard. By no means yet, expos'd to sight, appear'd, for fear to offend her uncle, the supreme Of all the Sea Gods, whose wrath still extreme Stood to Ulysses, and would never cease, Till with his country's shore he crown'd his peace. End of the sixth book. The seventh book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shemp. The seventh book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The argument. Nausicaa arrives at town, and then Ulysses. He makes known his suit to Arete, who view takes of his vesture, which she knew, and asks him from whose hands it came. He tells, with all the hapless frame Of his affairs in all the while Since he forsook Calypso's isle. Another argument. Eta. The honour'd minds and welcome things Ulysses finds in Scheria's kings. Thus pray'd the wise and God‐observing man. The maid, by free force of her palfreys, won access to town, and the renownéd court Reach'd of her father, where, within the port, She stay'd her coach, and round about her came Her brothers, made as of immortal frame, Who yet disdain'd not, for her love, mean deeds, But took from coach her mules, brought in her weeds, And she ascends her chamber, where purvey'd A quick fire was by her old chambermaid Eurymedusa, the Apian born, and brought by sea From Apria t' adorn the court of great Alcinous, because he gave to all The blest Phæacians laws, and like a heav'n born Pow'r in speech acquir'd the people's ears. To one then so admir'd, Eurymedusa was esteem'd no worse than worth the gift. Yet now, grown old, was nurse to ivory arm'd Nausicaa, gave heat to all her fires, and dress'd her privy meat. Then rose Ulysses, and made way to town; which ere he reach'd, a mighty mist was thrown By Pallas round about him, in her care, Lest, in the sway of envies popular, Some proud Phæacian might foul language pass, Justle him up, and ask him what he was. Ent'ring the lovely town yet, through the cloud Pallas appear'd, and like a young wench show'd Bearing a pitcher, stood before him so As if objected purposely to know What there he needed; whom he question'd thus: "Know you not, daughter, where Alcinous, That rules this town, dwells? I, a poor distress'd Mere stranger here, know none I may request To make this court known to me." She replied: "Strange father, I will see you satisfied In that request. My father dwells Just by the house you seek for. But go silently, nor ask, nor speak To any other. I shall be enough To show your way." The men that here inhabit do not entertain with ready kindness strangers, of what worth or state soever, nor have taken forth lessons of civil usage or respect to men beyond them. They, upon their powers of swift ships building, top the watery towers, and Jove hath given them ships, for sails so wrought they cut a feather and command a thought." This said, she usher'd him, and after he trod in the swift steps of the Deity. The free‐sailed seaman could not get a sight of our Ulysses yet, though he forthright both by their houses and their persons passed. Pallas about him such a darkness cast by her divine power and her reverend care, she would not give the town‐born cause to stare. He wonder'd, as he passed, to see the ports, the shipping in them, and for all resorts the goodly market steads, and isles beside for the heroes, walls so large and wide, rampires so high, and of such strength withal, it would with wonder any eye appall. At last they reach'd the court, and Pallas said, "Now, honour'd stranger, I will see obey'd your will, to show our ruler's house. 'Tis here, where you shall find kings celebrating cheer. Enter amongst them, nor admit a fear. More bold a man is, he prevails the more, Though man nor place lie ever saw before. You first shall find the queen in court, whose name is Arete, of parents born the same that was the king her spouse. Their pedigree I can report. The great earth shaker, he of Peribœa, that her sex outshone, and youngest daughter was to Eurymedon, who of the unmeasur'd minded giants sway'd the imperial sceptre, and the pride allay'd of men so impious with cold death, and died himself soon after, got the magnified in mind Nausithous, whom the kingdom's state first held in supreme rule. Nausithous gat Rhexenor, and Alcinous, now king. Rhexenor, whose seed did no male fruit spring, and whom the silver bow grac'd Phœbus slew young in the court, his shed blood did renew in only Arete, who now is spouse to him that rules the kingdom in this house, and is her uncle King Alcinous, who honours her past equal. She may boast more honour of him than the honour'd most of any wife in earth can of her lord, how many more soever realms afford, that keep house under husbands. Yet no more her husband honours her than her blest store of gracious children. All the city cast eyes on her as a Goddess, and give taste of their affections to her in their prayers. Still, as she decks the street, for all affairs wrapped in contention, she dissolves to men. Whom she affects, she wants no mind to deign goodness enough. If her heart stand inclined to your despatch, hope all you wish to find, your friends, your longing family, and all that can within your most affections fall." This said, away the grey‐eyed Goddess flew, along the untamed sea, left the lovely hue Scheria presented. Out flew Marathon, and ample streeted Athens lighted on, where to the house that cast so thick a shade of Erechtheus she ingression made. Ulysses to the lofty builded court of King Alcinous made bold resort, yet in his heart cast many a thought, before the brazen pavement of the rich court bore his enter'd person. Like heaven's two main lights the rooms illustrated both days and nights. On every side stood firm a wall of brass, ev'n from the threshold to the inmost pass, which bore a roof up that all sapphire was. The brazen thresholds both sides did enfold silver pilasters, hung with gates of gold, whose portal was of silver, over which a golden cornice did the front enrich. On each side, dogs, of gold and silver fram'd, the house's guard stood, which the Deity lam'd with knowing inwards had inspir'd, and made that death nor age should their estates invade. Along the wall stood every way a throne, from the entry to the lobby, every one cast over with a rich wrought cloth of state, beneath which the Phæacian princes sate at wine and food, and feasted all the year. Youths forged of gold at every table there stood holding flaming torches, that, in night, gave through the house each honour'd guest his light. And to encounter feast with housewifery, in one room 50 women did apply their several tasks. Some apple colour'd corn ground in fair querns, and some did spindles turn. Some work in looms, no hand least rest receives, But all had motion apt as aspen leaves. And from the weeds they wove, so fast they laid, And so thick thrust together thread by thread, That the oil, of which the wool had drunk his fill, Did with his moisture in light dews distil. As much as the Phæacian men excell'd All other countrymen in art to build Swift sail'd ship, so much the women there For work of webs past other women were. Past mean by Pallas' means, they understood The grace of good works, and had wits as good. Without the hall, and close upon the gate, A goodly orchard ground was situate Of near 10 acres, about which was led A lofty quickset. In it flourish'd high and broad Fruit trees, that pomegranates bore, Sweet figs, pears, olives, and a number more Most useful plants did there produce their store, Whose fruits the hardest winter could not kill, Nor hottest summer wither. There was still Fruit in his proper season all the year. Sweet Zephyr breath'd upon them blasts that were Of varied tempers. These he made to bear Ripe fruits, these blossoms. Pear grew after pear, Apple succeeded apple, grape the grape, Fig after fig came. Time made never rape Of any dainty there. A sprightly vine spread here his root, Whose fruit a hot sunshine made ripe betimes. Here grew another green, here some Were gathering, here some pressing seen. A large allotted several each fruit had, And all the adorn'd grounds their appearance made In flow'r and fruit, at which the king did aim To the precisest order he could claim. 2 fountains grac'd the garden, of which one Pour'd out a winding stream, that over run The grounds for their use chiefly. The other went Close by the lofty palace gate, and lent The city his sweet benefit. And thus the Gods the court deck'd of Alcinous. Patient Ulysses stood a while at gaze, But, having all observ'd, made instant pace Into the court, where all the peers he found, And captains of Phæacia, with cups crown'd Off'ring to sharp eyed Hermes, to whom last They us'd to sacrifice, when sleep had cast His inclination through their thoughts. But these Ulysses pass'd, and forth went, Nor their eyes took note of him, for Pallas stopp'd The light with mists about him, that, unstay'd, He might first to Alcinous and Arete Present his person. And of both them, she By Pallas' counsel was to have the grace Of foremost greeting. Therefore his embrace He cast about her knee, and then off flew The heav'nly air that hid him. When his view With silence and with admiration strook The court quite through. But thus he silence broke: "Divine Rhexenor's offspring, Arete, to thy most honour'd husband, and to thee, A man whom many labours have distress'd, Is come for comfort, and to ev'ry guest, To all whom heav'n vouchsafe delightsome lives. And after to your issue that survives A good resignment of the goods ye leave, With all the honour that yourselves receive Amongst your people. Only this of me Is the ambition, that I may but see, By your vouchsaf'd means and betimes vouchsaf'd, My country earth; since I have long been Left to labours and to errors, barr'd from end, And far from benefit of any friend." He said no more, but left them dumb with that, Went to the hearth, and in the ashes sat Aside the fire. At last their silence brake, And Echinëus the old heroë spake, A man that all Phæacians pass'd in years, And in persuasive eloquence all the peers Knew much, and us'd it well; and thus spake he: "Alcinous, it shews not decently, Nor doth your honour what you see admit, That this your guest should thus abjectly sit, His chair the earth, the hearth his cushion, ashes as if appos'd for food. A throne, adorn'd with due rites, stands you more in hand To see his person plac'd in, and command That instantly your heralds fill in wine, That to the God that doth in lightnings shine We may do sacrifice; for he is there Where these his rev'rend suppliants appear. Let what you have within be brought abroad, To sup the stranger. All these would have show'd This fit respect to him, but that they stay For your precedents, that should grace the way." When this had added to the well inclin'd And sacred order of Alcinous' mind, Then of the great inwit the hand he seiz'd, And from the ashes his fair person rais'd, Advanc'd him to a well adorned throne, And from this seat rais'd his most lovéd son, Laodamas, that next himself was set To give him place. The handmaid then did get A ewer of gold, with water fill'd, which plac'd Upon a caldron, all with silver grac'd, She pour'd out on their hands. And then was spread A table, which the butler set With bread, as others serv'd with other food the board. In all the choice the present could afford. Ulysses meat and wine took, and then thus The king the herald call'd: "Pontonous! Serve wine through all the house, that all may pay Rites to the Lightner, who is still in way With humble suppliants, and them pursues With all benign and hospitable dues." Pontonous gave act to all he will'd, In honey sweetness giving minds wine fill'd, Disposing it in cups for all to drink. All having drunk what either's heart could think Fit for due sacrifice, Alcinous said: "Hear me, ye dukes that the Phæacians lead, And you our counsellors, that I may now Discharge the charge my mind suggests To you, for this our guest. Feast past, and this night's sleep. Next morn, our senate summon'd, we will keep Justs, sacred to the Gods, and this our guest Receive in solemn court with fitting feast. Then think of his return, that, underhand Of our deduction, his natural land, Without more toil or care, and with delight, And that soon giv'n him, how far hence decite Soever it can be, he may ascend, And in the mean time without wrong attend, Or other want fit means to that ascent. What, after, austere fates shall make th' event Of his life's thread now spinning, and began When his pain'd mother freed his root of man, He must endure in all kinds. If some God perhaps abides with us in his abode, And other things will think upon than we, The Gods' will stand, who ever yet were free Of their appearance to us, when to them We offer'd hecatombs of fit esteem, And would at feast sit with us, ev'n where We order'd our session. They would likewise be Encounterers of us, when in way Alone about his fit affairs went any one. Nor let them cloak themselves in any care To do us comfort, we as near them are, As are the Cyclops, or the impious race Of earthy giants, that would heav'n outface." Ulysses answer'd: "Let some other doubt Employ your thoughts than what your words give out, Which intimate a kind of doubt that I Should shadow in this shape a Deity. I bear no such least semblance, or in wit, Virtue, or person. What may well befit One of those mortals, whom you chiefly know Bears up and down the burthen of the woe Appropriate to poor man, give that to me, Of whose moans I sit in the most degree, And might say more, sustaining griefs that all The Gods consent to, no one 'twixt their fall And my unpitied shoulders letting down The least diversion. Be the grace then shown To let me taste your free giv'n food in peace. Through greatest grief the belly must have ease; Worse than an envious belly nothing is. It will command his strict necessities. Of men most griev'd in body or in mind That are in health, and will not give their kind A desp'rate wound. When most with cause I grieve, it bids me still, Eat, man, and drink, and live, and this makes all forgot. Whatever ill I ever bear, it ever bids me fill; But this ease is but forc'd, and will not last, Till what the mind likes be as well embrac'd. And therefore let me wish you would partake In your late purpose, when the morn shall make Her next appearance. Deign me but the grace, Unhappy man, that I may once embrace My country earth. Though I be still thrust at ancient ills, Yet make me but see that, and then let life go, When withal I see my high roof'd large house, Lands, and family." This all approv'd, and each will'd ev'ry one, Since he hath said so fairly, set him gone. Feast pass, and sacrifice, to sleep all vow Their eyes at either's house. Ulysses now was left here with Alcinous and his queen, the all lov'd Arete. The handmaids then the vessel of the banquet took away. When Arete set eye on his array, Knew both his out and under weed, which she made With her maids, and thus mus'd by what means he Obtain'd their wearing; which she made request To know, and wings gave to these speeches: "Guest, first let me ask, what, and from whence you are? And then, who grac'd you with the weeds you wear? Said you not lately you had err'd at seas, And thence arriv'd here?" Laertiades to this thus answer'd: "'Tis a pain, O Queen, Still to be op'ning wounds wrought deep and green, Of which the Gods have open'd store in me. Yet your will must be serv'd. Far hence, at sea, There lies an isle, that bears Ogygia's name, Where Atlas' daughter, th' ingenious dame, Fair hair'd Calypso, lives, a Goddess grave, And with whom men nor Gods society have. Yet I, past man unhappy, liv'd alone, By Heav'n's wrath forc'd, her house companion. For Jove had with a fervent lightning cleft My ship in twain, and far at black sea left Me and my soldiers, all whose lives I lost. I in mine arms the keel took, and was toss'd 9 days together up from wave to wave. The 10th grim night the angry Deities drave Me and my wrack on the isle, in which doth dwell Dreadful Calypso, who exactly well Receiv'd and nourish'd me, and promise made To make me deathless, nor should age invade My pow'rs with his deserts through all my days. All mov'd not me, and therefore on her stays 7 years she made me lie, and there spent I The long time, steeping in the misery Of ceaseless tears the garments I did wear From her fair hand. The 8th revolvéd year, Or by her chang'd mind, or by charge of Jove, She gave provoked way to my wish'd remove, And in a many jointed ship, with wine Dainty in savour, bread, and weeds divine, Sign'd, with a harmless and sweet wind, my pass. Then 17 days at sea I homeward was, And by the 18th the dark hills appear'd That your earth thrusts up. Much my heart was cheer'd, Unhappy man, for that was but a beam, To show I yet had agonies extreme To put in suff'rance, which the earth shakers sent, Crossing my way with tempests violent, Unmeasur'd seas uplifting; nor would give The billows leave to let my vessel live The least time quiet, that even sigh'd to bear Their bitter outrage, which at last did tear Her sides in pieces, set on by the winds. I yet through swum the waves that your shore binds, Till wind and water threw me up to it; When coming forth, a ruthless billow smit Against huge rocks, and an accessless shore My mangled body. Back again I bore, And swum till I was fall'n upon a flood, Whose shores, methought, on good advantage stood For my receipt, rock free, and fenc'd from wind. And this I put for, gath'ring up my mind. Then the divine night came, and treading earth, Close by the flood that had from Jove her birth, Within a thicket I repos'd; when round I ruffled up fallen leaves in heap, And found, let fall from heav'n, a sleep Interminate. And here my heart long time excruciate Amongst the leaves I rested all that night, Ev'n till the morning and meridian light, The sun declining then. Delightsome sleep No longer laid my temples in his steep. But forth I went, and on the shore might see Your daughter's maids play. Like a Deity She shin'd above them, and I pray'd to her; And she in disposition did prefer Noblesse and wisdom, no more low Than might become the goodness of a Goddess' height. Nor would you therefore hope, suppos'd distress'd As I was then, and old, to find the least Of any grace from her, being younger far. With young folks wisdom makes her commerce rare. Yet she in all abundance did bestow Both wine, that makes the blood in humans grow, And food, and bath'd me in the flood, and gave The weeds to me which now ye see me have. This through my griefs I tell you, and 'tis true." Alcinous answer'd: "Guest, my daughter knew Least of what most you give her, nor became The course she took, to let with every dame Your person lackey, nor hath with them brought Yourself home too, which first you had besought." "O blame her not," said he, "heroical lord, Nor let me hear against her worth a word. She faultless is, and wish'd I would have gone With all her women home; but I alone Would venture my receipt here. having fear and reverent awe of accidents that were of likely issue, both your wrath to move, and to inflame the common people's love of speaking ill, to which they soon give place. We men are all a most suspicious race." "My guest," said he, "I use not to be stirr'd to wrath too rashly, and where are preferr'd To men's conceits things that may both ways fail, The noblest ever should the most prevail. Would Jove our father, Pallas, and the sun, That, were you still as now, and could but run One fate with me, you would my daughter wed, And be my son in law, still vow'd to lead Your rest of life here, I a house would give, And household goods, so freely you would live, Confin'd with us. But 'gainst your will shall none Contain you here, since that were violence done To Jove our father. For your passage home, That you may well know we can overcome So great a voyage, thus it shall succeed. To morrow shall our men take all their heed, While you securely sleep, to see the seas In calmest temper, and, if that will please, Show you your country and your house ere night, Though far beyond Eubœa be that sight. And this Eubœa, as our subjects say That have been there and seen, is far away, Farthest from us of all the parts they know, And made the trial when they help'd to roll The gold lock'd Rhadamanth, to give him view Of earth born Tityus, whom their speeds did show In that far off Eubœa, the same day They set from hence, and home made good their way With ease again, and him they did convey. Which I report to you, to let you see How swift my ships are, and how matchlessly My young Phæacians with their oars prevail To beat the sea through, and assist to sail." This cheer'd Ulysses, who in private pray'd, "I would to Jove our father, what he said He could perform at all parts, he should then Be glorified for ever, and I gain My natural country." This discourse they had, when fair arm'd Arete her handmaids bad A bed make in the portico, and ply With cloths, the cov'ring tapestry, The blankets purple, well napp'd waistcoats too, To wear for more warmth. What these had to do, They torches took, and did. The bed purvey'd, They mov'd Ulysses for his rest, and said: "Come, guest, your bed is fit, now fram'd to rest." Motion of sleep was gracious to their guest, Which now he took profoundly, being laid Within a loop holed tow'r, where was convey'd The sounding portico. The king took rest In a retir'd part of the house, where drest The queen herself a bed, and trundle bed, And by her lord repos'd her rev'rend head. End of the 7th Book. The 8th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 8th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The peers of the Phæacian state A council call, to consolate Ulysses with all means for home. The council to a banquet come, Invited by the king. Which done, assays for hurling of the stone The youths make with the stranger king. Demodocus at feasts doth sing The adult'ry of the Gods of arms With her that rules in amorous charms. And after sings the intercourse Of acts about the Epeian horse. Another argument. Theta. The council's frame at fleet applied, In strifes of game Ulysses tried. Now when the rosy finger'd morn arose, The sacred pow'r Alcinous did dispose Did likewise rise, and like him left his ease The city raiser Laertiades. The council at navy was design'd, To which Alcinous with the sacred mind Came first of all. On polish'd stones they sate, Near to the navy. To increase the state Minerva took the herald's form on her, And serv'd Alcinous, studious to prefer Ulysses' suit for home. About the town She made quick way, and fill'd with the renown Of that design the ears of every man, Proclaiming thus: "Peers Phæacensian, And men of council, all haste to the court, To hear the stranger that made late resort To king Alcinous, long time lost at sea, and is in person like a Deity. This all their pow'rs set up, and spirit instill'd, And straight the court and seats with men were fill'd. The whole state wonder'd at Laertes' son When they beheld him. Pallas put him on A supernatural and heav'nly dress, Enlarg'd him with height and goodliness In breast and shoulders, that he might appear Gracious and grave and rev'rend, and bear A perfect hand on his performance there In all the trials they resolv'd t' impose. All met, and gather'd in attention close, Alcinous thus bespake them: "Dukes and lords, hear me digest my hearty thoughts in words. This stranger here, whose travels found my court, I know not, nor can tell if his resort From east or west comes; but his suit is this: That to his country earth we would dismiss His hither forced person, and doth bear The mind to pass it under ev'ry peer, Whom I prepare and stir up, making known My free desire of his deduction. Nor shall there ever any other man, That tries the goodness Phæacensian In me, and my court's entertainment, stay, Mourning for passage, under least delay. Come then, a ship into the sacred seas, New built, now launch we, and from out our prease Choose 52 youths, of all the best, To use an oar. All which see straight imprest, And in their oar bound seats. Let others hie home to our court, commanding instantly The solemn preparation of a feast, In which provision may for any guest Be made at my charge. Charge of these low things I give our youth. You, sceptre bearing kings, consort me home, And help with grace to use this guest of ours, No man shall refuse. Some other of you haste, and call to us The sacred singer, grave Demodocus, To whom hath God giv'n song that can excite The heart of whom he listeth with delight." This said, he led. The sceptre bearers lent Their free attendance, and with all speed went The herald for the sacred man in song. Youths 52, chosen from the throng, Went, as was will'd, to the untam'd sea's shore, Where come, they launch'd the ship. The mast it bore Advanc'd, sails hois'd, ev'ry seat his oar Gave with a leather thong. The deep moist then they further reach'd. The dry streets flow'd with men, that troop'd up To the king's capacious court, Whose porticos were chok'd with the resort, Whose walls were hung with men, young, old, thrust there In mighty concourse; for whose promis'd cheer Alcinous slew 12 sheep, 8 white tooth'd swine, 2 crooked haunch'd beeves, which flay'd and drest. Divine the show was of so many a jocund guest, All set together at so set a feast; To whose accomplish'd state the herald then The lovely singer led, who past all men The Muse affected, gave him good and ill, His eyes put out, but put in soul at will. His place was giv'n him in a chair all grac'd With silver studs, and 'gainst a pillar plac'd, Where as the centre to the state, he rests, And round about the circle of the guests. The herald on a pin above his head His soundful harp hung, to whose height he led His hand for taking of it down at will. A board set by with food, and forth did fill A bowl of wine, to drink at his desire. The rest then fell to feast, and when the fire Of appetite was quench'd, the Muse inflam'd The sacred singer. Of men highliest fam'd He sung the glories, and a poem penn'd That in applause did ample heav'n ascend. Whose subject was the stern contention Betwixt Ulysses and great Thetis' son. As at a banquet sacred to the Gods, In dreadful language they express their odds, When Agamemnon sat rejoic'd in soul To hear the Greek peers jar in terms so foul. For augur Phœbus in presage had told The king of men, desirous to unfold The war's perplexéd end, and being therefore gone In heav'nly Phthia to the porch of stone, That then the end of all griefs should begin 'Twixt Greece and Troy, when Greece, with strife To win that wish'd conclusion, in her kings Should jar, and plead, if force or wit must end The war. This brave contention did the poet sing, Expressing so the spleen of either king, That his large purple weed Ulysses held Before his face and eyes, since thence distill'd Tears uncontain'd, which he obscur'd, in fear To let th' observing presence note a tear. But when his sacred song the mere divine had given an end, a goblet crown'd with wine Ulysses, drying his wet eyes, did seize, and sacrifice to those Gods that would please t' inspire the poet With a song so fit to do him honour, and renown his wit. His tears then stay'd; but when again began, By all the king's desires, the moving man, Again Ulysses could not choose but yield To that soft passion, which again, withheld, He kept so cunningly from sight, that none Except Alcinous himself alone Discern'd him move so much. But he sat next, And heard him deeply sigh, which his pretext Could not keep hid from him. Yet he conceal'd His utterance of it, and would have it held From all the rest, brake off the song, and this Said to those o'er affecting peers of his: "Princes and peers, we now are satiate With sacred song that fits a feast of state, With wine and food. Now then to field, and try In all kinds our approv'd activity, That this our guest may give his friends to know, In his return, that we as little owe To fights and wrastlings, leaping, speed of race, As these our court rites, and commend our grace In all to all superior." Forth he led. The peers and people troop'd up to their head, Nor must Demodocus be left within, Whose harp the herald hung upon the pin. His hand in his took, and abroad he brought The heav'nly poet, out the same way wrought That did the princes; and what they would see With admiration, with his company They wish'd to honour. To the place of game These throng'd, and after routs of other came, Of all sort infinite. Of youths that strove, Many and strong rose to their trials' love. Up rose Acroneus, and Ocyalus, Elatreus, Prymneus, and Oncyalus, Nauteus, Eretmeus, Thoon, Proreus, Pontius, and strong Amphialus, son to Tectonides Polyneus. Up rose to these the great Euryalus, In action like the homicide of war; Naubolides, that was for person far Past all the rest, but one he could not pass, Nor any thought improve, Laodamas. Up Anabesinus then arose, And three sons of the sceptre state, and those Were Halius, the fore prais'd Laodamas, And Clytonëus like a God in grace. These first the foot game tried, and from the list Took start together. Up the dust in mist They hurl'd about, as in their speed they flew. But Clytonëus, first of all the crew, A stitch's length in any fallow field Made good his pace, when, where the judges yield The prize and praise, his glorious speed arriv'd. Next, for the boist'rous wrastling game they striv'd, At which Euryalus the rest outshone. At leap Amphialus, at the hollow stone Elatreus excell'd, at buffets, last Laodamas, the king's fair son, surpast. When all had striv'd in these assays their fill, Laodamas said: "Come, friends, let's prove what skill This stranger hath attain'd to in our sport. Methinks he must be of an active sort. His calves, thighs, hands, and well knit shoulders show That nature disposition did bestow To fit with fact their form. Nor wants he prime But sour affliction, made a mate with time Makes time the more seen. Nor imagine I A worse thing to enforce debility Than is the sea, though nature ne'er so strong Knits one together." "Nor conceive you wrong," Replied Euryalus, "but prove his blood With what you question." In the midst then stood Renown'd Laodamas, and prov'd him thus: "Come, stranger father, and assay with us Your pow'rs in these contentions. If your show Be answer'd with your worth, 'tis fit that you Should know these conflicts; nor doth glory stand On any worth more, in a man's command, Than to be strenuous both of foot and hand. Come then, make proof with us, discharge your mind Of discontentments; for not far behind Comes your deduction, ship is ready now, And men, and all things." "Why," said he, "Dost thou mock me, Laodamas, and these strifes bind My pow'rs to answer? I am more inclin'd To cares than conflict. Much sustain'd I have, And still am suffering. I come here to crave In your assemblies means to be dismiss'd, And pray both kings and subjects to assist." Euryalus an open brawl began, And said: "I take you, sir, for no such man As fits these honour'd strifes. A number more strange men there are That I would choose before. To one that loves to lie a ship board much, Or is the prince of sailors, or to such As traffic far and near, and nothing mind But freight and passage, and a foreright wind; Or to a victualler of a ship, or men That set up all their pow'rs for rampant gain, I can compare, or hold you like to be; But for a wrastler, or of quality Fit for contentions noble, you abhor From worth of any such competitor." Ulysses frowning answer'd: "Stranger, far Thy words are from the fashions regular Of kind or honour. Thou art in that guise Like to a man that authors injuries. I see, the Gods to all men give not all Manly addiction, wisdom, words that fall Like dice upon the square still. Some man takes Ill form from parents; but God often makes That fault of form up, with observ'd repair Of pleasing speech, that makes him held for fair, That makes him speak securely, makes him shine In an assembly with a grace divine. Men take delight to see how evenly lie His words asteep in honey modesty. Another then hath fashion like a God, But in his language he is foul and broad, And such art thou. A person fair is giv'n, But nothing else is in thee sent from heav'n. For in thee lurks a base and earthy soul, And th' hast compell'd me with a speech most foul To be thus bitter. I am not unseen In these fair strifes, as thy words overween, But in the first rank of the best I stand. At least I did, when youth and strength of hand Made me thus confident; but now am worn With woes and labours, as a human born To bear all anguish. Suffer'd much I have. The war of men, and th' inhuman wave, Have I driven through at all parts. But with all my waste in suff'rance, what yet may fall In my performance, at these strifes I'll try. Thy speech hath mov'd, and made my wrath run high." This said, with robe and all he grasp'd a stone, A little graver than was ever thrown By these Phæacians in their wrastling rout, More firm, more massy; which turn'd round about He hurried from him with a hand so strong It sung and flew, and over all the throng That at the other's mark stood, quite it went; Yet down fell all beneath it, fearing spent The force that drave it flying from his hand, As it a dart were, or a walking wand; And far past all the marks of all the rest His wing stole away. When Pallas straight impress'd A mark at fall of it, resembling then One of the navy giv'n Phæacian men, And thus advanc'd Ulysses: "One, though blind, O stranger, groping may thy stone's fall find; For nought admits the rout of all marks it fell, But far before all. Of thy worth think well, And stand in all strifes. No Phæacian here This bound can either better or come near." Ulysses joy'd to hear that one man yet Us'd him benignly, and would truth abet In those contentions; and then thus smooth He took his speech down: "Reach me that now, youth, You shall, and straight, I think, have one such more, And one beyond it too. And now, whose core Stands sound and great within him, since ye have Thus put my spleen up, come again, and brave The guest ye tempted with such gross disgrace, At wrastling, buffets, whirlbat, speed, or race; At all, or either, I accept at none, But urge the whole state of you. Only one I will not challenge in my forced boast, And that's Laodamas, for he's mine host, And who will fight, or wrangle with his friend. Unwise he is, and base, and will contend With him that feeds him in a foreign place, And takes all edge off from his own sought grace. None else accept I here, nor none despise, But wish to know and prove his faculties That dares appear now. No strife ye can name Am I unskill'd in; reckon any game Of all that are, as many as there are In use with men. For archery I dare affirm myself not mean; of all a troop I'll make the first foe with mine arrows stoop; Though with me ne'er so many fellows bend Their bows at mark'd men, and effect their end. Only was Philoctetes with his bow Still my superior, when we Greeks would show Our archery against our foes of Troy. But all, that now by bread, frail life, and joy, I far hold my inferiors. Men of old, None now alive shall witness me so bold, to vaunt equality with such men as these, Œchalian Eurytus, Hercules, who with their bows durst with the Gods contend, and therefore caught Eurytus soon his end, nor died at home, in age a reverend man, but by the great insensate Delphian was shot to death, for daring competence with him in all an archer's excellence. A spear I'll hurl as far as any man shall shoot a shaft. How at a race I can bestir my feet, I only yield to fear, and doubt to meet with my superior here. So many seas so too much have misus'd my limbs for race, and therefore have diffus'd a dissolution through my lovéd knees." This said, he still'd all talking properties. Alcinous only answer'd: "O my guest, in good part take we what you have been press'd with speech to answer. You would make appear your virtues therefore, that will still shine where your only look is. Yet must this man give your worth ill language, when he does not live in sort of mortals, whencesoe'er he springs, that judgment hath to speak becoming things, that will deprave your virtues. Note then now my speech, and what my love presents to you, that you may tell heroes, when you come to banquet with your wife and birth at home, mindful of our worth, what deservings Jove hath put on our parts likewise, in remove from sire to son, as an inherent grace kind and perpetual. We must needs give place to other countrymen, and freely yield we are not blameless in our fights of field, buffets, nor wrastlings, but in speed of feet, and all the equipage that fits a fleet, we boast us best. For tables ever spread with neighbour feasts, for garments varied, for poesy, music, dancing, baths, and beds. And now, Phæacians, you that bear your heads and feet with best grace in enamoring dance, enflame our guest here, that he may advance our worth past all the worlds to his home friends, as well for the unmatch'd grace that commends. Your skill in footing of a dance, as theirs that fly a race best. And so, all affairs at which we boast us best, he best may try, as sea race, land race, dance, and poesy. Some one with instant speed to court retire, and fetch Demodocus' soundful lyre." This said the God grac'd king, and quick resort Pontonous made for that fair harp to court. 9 of the lot choos'd public rulers rose, that all in those contentions did dispose, commanding a most smooth ground, and a wide, and all the people in fair game aside. Then with the rich harp came Pontonous, and in the midst took place Demodocus. About him then stood forth the choice young men, that on man's first youth made fresh entry then, had art to make their natural motions sweet, and shook a most divine dance from their feet, that twinkled star like, mov'd as swift and fine, and beat the air so thin they made it shine. Ulysses wonder'd at it, but amaz'd he stood in mind to hear the dance so phras'd. For, as they danc'd, Demodocus did sing the bright crown'd Venus' love with battle's king, as first they closely mix'd in the house of fire. What worlds of gifts won her to his desire, who then the night and day bed did defile of good King Vulcan. But in little while the sun their mixture saw, and came and told. The bitter news did by his ears take hold of Vulcan's heart. Then to his forge he went, and in his shrewd mind deep stuff did invent. His mighty anvil in the stock he put, and forged a net that none could loose or cut, that when it had them it might hold them fast. Which having finish'd, he made utmost haste up to the dear room where his wife he woo'd. And, madly wrath with Mars, he all bestow'd the bed and bed posts, all the beam above that cross'd the chamber, and a circle strove of his device to wrap in all the room, and 'twas as pure, as of a spider's loom the woof before 'tis woven. No man nor God could set his eye on it, a sleight so odd his art show'd in it. All his craft bespent about the bed, he feign'd as if he went to well built Lemnos, his most lovéd town of all the towns earthly, nor left this unknown to golden bridled using Mars, who kept no blind watch over him, but, seeing stepp'd his rival so aside, he hasted home with fair wreath'd Venus' love stung, who was come new from the court of her most mighty sire. Mars enter'd, wrung her hand, and the retire Her husband made to Lemnos told, and said: "Now, love, is Vulcan gone, let us to bed; He's for the barbarous Sintians." Well apaid was Venus with it, and afresh assay'd their old encounter. Down they went, and straight about them cling'd The artificial sleight of most wise Vulcan, and were so ensnar'd, that neither they Could stir their course prepar'd in any limb About them, nor arise. And then they knew They would no more disguise their close conveyance, But lay, forc'd, stone still. Back rush'd the both foot cook'd, but straight in skill From his near scout hole turn'd, nor ever went To any Lemnos; but the sure event Left Phœbus to discover, who told all. Then home hopp'd Vulcan, full of grief and gall, Stood in the portal, and cried out so high That all the Gods heard: "Father of the sky, And ev'ry other deathless God," said he, "Come all, and a ridiculous object see, And yet not sufferable neither. Come, and witness how, when still I step from home, Lame that I am, Jove's daughter doth profess To do me all the shameful offices, Indignities, despites, that can be thought, And loves this all things making come to nought, Since he is fair forsooth, foot sound, and I Took in my brain a little legg'd awry, And no fault mine, but all my parents' fault, Who should not get, if mock me, with my halt. But see how fast they sleep, while I, in moan, Am only made an idle looker on. One bed their turn serves, and it must be mine. I think yet I have made their self love shine. They shall no more wrong me, and none perceive, Nor will they sleep together, I believe, With too hot haste again. Thus both shall lie In craft and force, till the extremity Of all the dower I gave her sire, to gain A dogged set fac'd girl, that will not stain Her face with blushing, though she shame her head, He pays me back. She's fair, but was no maid." While this long speech was making, all were come To Vulcan's holy brazen founded home, Earth shaking Neptune, useful Mercury, And far shot Phœbus. No she deity, for shame, would show there. All the give good Gods stood in the portal, And past periods gave length to laughters, all Rejoic'd to see that which they said, That no impiety finds good success At the end. And now, said one, the slow outgoes the swift. Lame Vulcan, known to be the slowest of the Gods, Outgoes Mars the most swift. And this is that which grows to greatest justice, That adultery's sport, Obtain'd by craft of other sort, And lame craft too, is plagued; which grieves the more, That sound limbs turning lame the lame restore." This speech amongst themselves they entertain'd, When Phœbus thus ask'd Hermes: "Thus enchain'd Wouldst thou be, Hermes, to be thus disclos'd, Though with thee golden Venus were repos'd?" He soon gave an answer: "O," said he, "Thou king of archers, would 'twere thus with me, Though thrice so much shame, nay, though infinite Were pour'd about me, that ev'ry light In great heav'n shining witness'd all my harms, So golden Venus slumber'd in mine arms." The Gods again laugh'd; ev'n the watery state Rung out a laughter; but propitiate Was still for Mars, and pray'd the God of Fire He would dissolve him, offering the desire He made to Jove to pay himself, and said, All due debts should be by the Gods repaid. "Pay me no words," said he, "where deeds lend pain; Wretched the words are giv'n for wretched men. Now shall I bind you in th' Immortals' sight, If Mars be once loos'd, nor will pay his right." "Vulcan," said he, "if Mars should fly, Nor see thy right repaid, it should be paid By me." "Your word so giv'n I must accept," said he; which said, he loos'd them. Mars then rush'd from sky, and stoop'd cold Thrace. The laughing deity for Cyprus was, And took her Paphian state, where she A grove ne'er cut had consecrate, All with Arabian odours fum'd, and hath An altar there, at which the Graces bathe, And with immortal balms besmooth her skin, Fit for the bliss Immortals solace in. deck'd her in to be studied attire, and apt to set beholders' hearts on fire. This sung the sacred Muse, whose notes and words The dancer's feet kept, as his hands his chords. Ulysses much was pleas'd, and all the crew. This would the king have varied with a new And pleasing measure, and performéd by two, With whom none would strive in dancery; and those His sons were, that must therefore dance alone, And only to the harp advance, Without the words. And this sweet couple was young Halius, And divine Laodamas, who danc'd a ball dance. Then the rich wrought ball, that Polybus Had made, of purple all they took to hand. One threw it to the sky, and then danc'd back; The other, capering high, would surely catch it Ere his foot touch'd ground, and up again Advanc'd it, and so found the other cause Of dance; and then did he dance lofty tricks, Till next it came to be his turn to catch, And serve the other still. When they had kept it up to either's will, They then danc'd ground tricks, oft mix'd hand in hand, And did so gracefully their change command, That all the other youths that stood at pause, With deafening shouts gave them the great applause. Then said Ulysses: "O past all men here Clear, not in pow'r, but in desert as clear, You said your dancers did the world surpass, And they perform it clear, and to amaze." This won Alcinous' heart, and equal prize He gave Ulysses, saying: "Matchless wise Princes and rulers, I perceive our guest, And therefore let our hospitable best In fitting gifts be giv'n him. 12 chief kings There are that order all the glorious things Of this our kingdom, and the 13th I Exist as crown to all. Let instantly Be 13 garments giv'n him, and of gold Precious and fine a talent. While we hold This our assembly, be all fetch'd and giv'n, That to our feast prepar'd, as to his heav'n, Our guest may enter. And, that nothing be Left unperform'd that fits his dignity, Euryalus shall here conciliate Himself with words and gifts, since past our rate He gave bad language." This did all commend, And give in charge, and ev'ry king did send His herald for his gift. Euryalus answering for his part, said: "Alcinous, our chief of all, since you command, I will to this our guest by all means reconcile, And give him this entirely metall'd sword, The handle massy silver, and the board That gives it cover all of ivory, New, and in all kinds worth his quality." This put he straight into his hand, and said: "Frolic, O guest, and father! If words fled Have been offensive, let swift whirlwinds take And ravish them from thought. May all Gods make Thy wife's sight good to thee, in quick retreat To all thy friends, and best lov'd breeding seat, Their long miss quitting with the greater joy, In whose sweet vanish all thy worst annoy. And frolic thou to all height, friend," said he, "Which heav'n confirm with wish'd felicity, Nor ever give again desire to thee Of this sword's use, which with effect so free In my reclaim thou hast bestow'd on me." This said, athwart his shoulders he put on The right fair sword, and then did set the sun. When all the gifts were brought, which back again, With king Alcinous and all the train, Were by the honour'd heralds borne to court, Which his fair sons took, and from the resort Laid by their rev'rend mother, each his throne Of all the peers, which yet were overshone In king Alcinous' command, ascended, Whom he to pass as much in gifts contended, And to his queen said: "Wife, see brought me here The fairest cabinet I have, and there Impose a well cleans'd inn, and utter weed, A caldron heat with water, that with speed Our guest well bath'd, and all his gifts be made sure. It may a joyful appetite procure To his succeeding feast, and make him hear The poet's hymn with the securer ear. To all which I will add my bowl of gold, In all fram'd curious, to make him hold My memory always dear, and sacrifice With it at home to all the Deities." Then Arete her maids charg'd to set on A well siz'd caldron quickly; which was done, Clear water pour'd in, flame made so entire It gilt the brass, and made the water fire. In mean space from her chamber brought the queen A wealthy cabinet, where, pure and clean, she put the garments, and the gold bestow'd by that free state, and then the other vow'd by her Alcinous, and said: "Now, guest, make close and fast your gifts, lest, when you rest A ship board sweetly, in your way you meet Some loss, that less may make your next sleep sweet." This when Ulysses heard, all sure he made, And clos'd and bound safe; for the saving trade The rev'rend for her wisdom Circe had In 4 years taught him. Then the handmaid bad His worth to bathing, which rejoic'd his heart; For, since he did with his Calypso part, He had no hot baths, none had favour'd him, Nor being so tender of his kingly limb. But all the time he spent in her abode He liv'd respected as he were a God. Cleans'd then, and balm'd, fair shirt and robe put on, Fresh come from bath, and to the feasters gone, Nausicaa, that from the Gods' hands took The sov'reign beauty of her blessed look, Stood by a well carv'd column of the room, And through her eye her heart was overcome With admiration of the port impress'd In his aspect, and said: "God save you, guest! Be cheerful, as in all the future state Your home will show you in your better fate. But yet, ev'n then, let this remember'd be, Your life's price I lent, and you owe it me." And varied in all counsels gave reply: "Nausicaa, flow'r of all this empery, So Juno's husband, that the strife for noise Makes in the clouds, bless me with strife of joys, In the desir'd day that my house shall show, As I to a Goddess there shall vow, To thy fair hand that did my being give, Which I'll acknowledge ev'ry hour I live." This said, Alcinous plac'd him by his side. Then took they feast, and did in parts divide The sev'ral dishes, fill'd out wine, and then The strive for his worth of worthy men, And rev'renc'd of state, Demodocus Was brought in by the good Pontonous. In midst of all the guests they gave him place, Against a lofty pillar, when this grace The grac'd with wisdom did him. From the chine That stood before him of a white tooth'd swine, Being far the daintiest joint, mix'd through with fat, He carv'd to him, and sent it where he sat By his old friend the herald, willing thus: "Herald, reach this to grave Demodocus, Say I salute him, and his worth embrace. Poets deserve, past all the human race, Rev'rend respect and honour, since the Queen Of knowledge, and the supreme worth in men, The Muse informs them, and loves all their race." This reach'd the herald to him, who the grace Receiv'd encourag'd; which, when feast was spent, Ulysses amplified to this assent: "Demodocus, I must prefer you far Past all your sort, if, or the Muse of war, Jove's daughter, prompts you, that the Greeks respects; Or if the Sun, that those of Troy affects. For I have heard you, since my coming, sing The fate of Greece to an admiréd string, How much our suff'rance was, how much we wrought, How much the actions rose to when we fought, So lively forming as you have been there, Or some free relater lent your ear. Forth then, and sing the wooden horse's frame, Built by Epeus, by the martial dame Taught the whole fabric, which by force of sleight Ulysses brought into the city's height, When he had stuff'd it with as many men As levell'd lofty Ilion with the plain. With all which, if you can as well enchant As with expression quick and elegant You sung the rest, I will pronounce you clear Inspir'd by God, past all that ever were." This said, ev'n stirr'd by God up, he began, And to his song fell, past the forms of man, Beginning where the Greeks a ship board went, And ev'ry chief had set on fire his tent. When the other kings, in great Ulysses' guide, In Troy's vast market place the horse did hide, From whence the Trojans up to Ilion drew The dreadful engine, where sat all arew Their kings about it, many counsels giv'n How to dispose it, in 3 ways were driv'n Their whole distractions: First, if they should feel The hollow wood's heart, searching with piercing steel; Or from the battlements drawn higher yet Deject it headlong; or that counterfeit So vast and novel set on sacred fire, Vow'd to appease each anger'd Godhead's ire. On which opinion they, thereafter, saw They then should have resolv'd, th' unalter'd law Of fate presaging, that Troy then should end, when the hostile horse she should receive to friend; for therein should the Grecian kings lie hid, to bring the fate and death they after did. He sung, besides, the Greeks' eruptión From those their hollow crafts, and horse forgone, And how they made depopulation tread Beneath her feet so high a city's head. In which affair he sung in other place, That of that ambush some man else did race The Ilion tow'rs than Laertiades. But here he sung that he alone did seize With Menelaus the ascended roof Of Prince Deiphobus, and Mars like proof Made of his valour, a most dreadful fight Daring against him, and there vanquish'd quite, In little time, by great Minerva's aid, All Ilion's remnant, and Troy level laid. This the divine expressor did so give Both act and passion, that he made it live, And to Ulysses' facts did breathe a fire So deadly quickening, that it did inspire Old Death with life, and render'd life so sweet And passionate, that all there felt it fleet; Which made him pity his own cruelty, And put into that ruth so pure an eye Of human frailty, that to see a man Could so revive from death, yet no way can Defend from death, his own quick pow'rs it made Feel their death's horrors, and he felt life fade. In tears his feeling brain sweat; for in things That move past utterance, tears ope all their springs. Nor are there in the pow'rs that all life bears More true interpreters of all than tears. And as a lady mourns her sole lov'd lord, That, fall'n before his city by the sword, Fighting to rescue from a cruel fate His town and children, and in dead estate Yet panting see him, wraps him in her arms, Weeps, shrieks, and pours her health into his arms, Lies on him, striving to become his shield From foes that still assail him, spears impell'd Through back and shoulders, by whose points embrued They raise and lead him into servitude, Labour, and languor. For all which the dame Eats down her cheeks with tears, and feeds life's flame With miserable suff'rance. So this king Of tears sweat anguish op'd a boundless spring. Nor yet was seen to any one man there But king Alcinous, who sat so near He could not 'scape him, sighs so chok'd so brake From all his tempers; which the king did take Both note and grave respect of, and thus spake: "Hear me, Phæacian counsellors and peers, And cease Demodocus; perhaps all ears Are not delighted with his song; For ever since the divine Muse sung, Our guest hath never contain'd from secret mournings. It may fall, that something sung he hath been Griev'd withal, as touching his particular. Forbear, that feast may jointly comfort All hearts here, and we may cheer our guest up; 'Tis our best in all due honour. For our rev'rend guest is all our celebration, Gifts, and all, his love hath added to Our festival. A guest and suppliant too We should esteem dear as our brother, one That doth but dream he hath a soul, or touch But at a mind Deathless, and manly should stand so inclin'd. Nor cloak you longer with your curious wit, Lov'd guest, whatever we shall ask of it. It now stands on your honest state to tell, And therefore give your name, no more conceal What of your parents, and the town that bears Name of your native, or of foreigners That near us border, you are call'd in fame. There's no man living walks without a name, Noble or base, but had one from his birth Impos'd as fit as to be born. What earth, people, and city own you, give to know. Tell but our ships all that your way must know. For our ships know th' expressed minds of men, And will so most intentively retain Their scopes appointed, that they never err, And yet use never any man to steer, Nor any rudders have, as others need. They know men's thoughts, and whither tends their speed, And there will set them. For you cannot name A city to them, nor fat soil, that fame Hath any notice giv'n, but well they know, And they will fly to them, though they ebb and flow In blackest clouds and night, and never bear Of any wrack or rock the slenderest fear. But this I heard my sire Nausithous say, Long since, that Neptune, seeing us convey So safely passengers of all degrees, Was angry with us, and upon our seas A well built ship we had, near harbour come From safe deduction of some stranger home, Made in his flitting billows stick stone still, and dimm'd our city like a mighty hill with shade cast round about it. This report the old king made, in which miraculous sort, if God had done such things, or left undone, at his good pleasure be it. But now on, and truth relate us, both whence you err'd, and to what clime of men would be transferr'd, with all their fair towns, be they as they are, if rude, unjust, and all irregular, or hospitable, bearing minds that please the mighty Deity. Which one of these would you be set at? Say, and you are there. And therefore what afflicts you? Why, to hear the fate of Greece and Ilion, mourn you so? The Gods have done it, as to all they do destine destruction, that from thence may rise a poem to instruct posterities. Fell any kinsman before Ilion? Some worthy sire in law, or like near son, whom next our blood and self race we love? Or any friend perhaps, in whom did move a knowing soul, and no unpleasing thing? Since such a good one is no underling to any brother, for, what fits true friends, true wisdom is, that blood and birth transcends. End of the 8th Book. The 9th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 9th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses here is first made known, who tells the stern contention his powers did 'gainst the Cicons try, and thence to the Lotophagi extends his conquest, and from them assays the Cyclop Polypheme, and by the crafts his wits apply, he puts him out his only eye. Another Argument. Iota. The strangely fed Lotophagi, the Cicons fled, the Cyclops' eye. Ulysses thus resolv'd the king's demands: "Alcinous, in whom this empire stands, you should not of so natural right Disinherit your princely feast, as take from it the spirit to hear a poet, that in accent brings the Gods' breasts down, and breathes them as he sings, is sweet and sacred. Nor can I conceive in any commonweal what more doth give note of the just and blessed empery, than to see comfort universally cheer up the people, when in every roof she gives observers a most human proof of men's contents. To see a neighbour's feast adorn it through, and thereat hear the breast of the divine Muse, men in order set, a wine page waiting, tables crown'd with meat, set close to guests that are to use it skill'd, the cupboards furnish'd, and the cups still fill'd. This shows, to my mind, most humanely fair, nor should you, for me, still the heav'nly air, that stirr'd my soul so, for I love such tears as fall from fit notes, beaten through mine ears with repetitions of what heav'n hath done, and break from hearty apprehension of God and goodness, though they show my ill. And therefore doth my mind excite me still, to tell my bleeding moan, but much more now to serve your pleasure, that to overflow my tears with such cause may by sighs be driven, though ne'er so much plagued I may seem by heav'n. And now my name, which way shall lead all to my miseries after, that their sounds may fall through your ears also, and show, having fled so much affliction, first who rests his head in your embraces, when, so far from home, I knew not where t' obtain it resting room. I am Ulysses Laertiades, the fear of all the world for policies, for which my facts as high as heav'n resound. I dwell in Ithaca, earth's most renown'd, all overshadow'd with the shake leaf hill, tree fam'd Neritus, whose near confines fill Islands a number, well inhabited, that under my observance taste their bread. Dulichius, Samos, and full of food Zacynthus, likewise grac'd with store of wood. But Ithaca, though in the seas it lie, yet lies she so aloft she casts her eye quite over all the neighbour continent, far northward situate, and being lent but little favour of the morn and sun with barren rocks and cliffs is overrun. and yet of hardy youths a nurse of name, nor could I see a soil, where'er I came, more sweet and wishful. Yet from hence was I withheld with horror by the Deity divine Calypso in her cavy house, and flam'd to make me her sole lord and spouse. Circe Aea too, that knowing dame, whose veins the like affections did inflame, detain'd me likewise; but to neither's love could I be tempted, which doth well approve, nothing so sweet is as our country's earth, and joy of those from whom we claim our birth. Though roofs far richer we far off possess, yet, from our native, all our more is less. To which as I contend, I will tell the much distress conferring facts that fell by Jove's divine prevention, since I set from ruin'd Troy my first foot in retreat. From Ilion ill winds cast me on the coast the Cicons hold, where I employ'd mine host for Ismarus, a city built just by my place of landing, of which victory made me the expugner. I depeopled it, slew all the men, and did their wives remit, with much spoil taken, which we did divide, that none might need his part. I then applied all speed for flight, but my command therein, fools that they were, could no observance win of many soldiers, who, with spoil fed high, would yet fill higher, and excessively fell to their wine, gave slaughter on the shore cloven footed beeves and sheep in mighty store. In mean space Cicons did to Cicons cry, when of their nearest dwellers instantly many and better soldiers made strong head, that held the continent, and managed their horse with high skill, on which they would fight, when fittest cause served, and again alight, with soon seen vantage, and on foot contend. Their concourse swift was, and had never end, as thick and sudden 'twas as flowers and leaves dark Spring discovers, when she light receives. And then began the bitter fate of Jove to alter us unhappy, which even strove to give us suff'rance. At our fleet we made enforced stand, and there they did invade our thrust up forces. Darts encounter'd darts, with blows on both sides, either making parts good upon either, while the morning shone, and sacred day her bright increase held on, though much outmatch'd in number. But soon as Phœbus westward fell, the Cicons won much hand of us. 6 proved soldiers fell; of ev'ry ship the rest they did compel To seek of flight escape from death and fate. Thence sad in heart we sail'd, and yet our state Was something cheer'd, that, being o'ermatch'd so much in violent number, our retreat was such as saved so many. Our dear loss the less, that they surviv'd so like for like success. Yet left we not the coast, before we call'd home to our country earth the souls exhal'd of all the friends the Cicons overcame. Thrice call'd we on them by their sev'ral name, and then took leave. Then from the angry north cloud gathering Jove a dreadful storm call'd forth against our navy, cover'd shore and all with gloomy vapours. Night did headlong fall from frowning heaven, and then hurl'd here and there was all our navy. The rude winds did tear in 3, in 4 parts all their sails, and down Driven under hatches were we, press'd to drown. Up rush'd we yet again, and with tough hand 2 days, 2 nights entoil'd, we gat near land, Labours and sorrows eating up our minds. The 3rd clear day yet, to more friendly winds we masts advanc'd, we white sails spread, and sate. 4 winds and guides again did iterate our ease and home hopes, which we clear had reach'd, had not, by chance, a sudden north wind fetch'd with an extreme sea quite about again our whole endeavours, and our course constrain'd to giddy round, and with our bowed sails greet dreadful Malea, calling back our fleet as far north as Cythera. 9 days more adverse winds toss'd me, and the 10th, the shore where dwelt the blossom fed Lotophagi I fetch'd, fresh water took in, instantly fell to our food a shipboard, and then sent 2 of my choice men to the continent, adding a 3rd, a herald, to discover what sort of people were the rulers over the land next to us; where, the first they met were the Lotophagi, that made them eat their country diet, and no ill intent hid in their hearts to them, and yet the event to ill converted it; for, having eat their dainty viands, they did quite forget, as all men else that did but taste their feast, both countrymen and country, nor address'd any return to inform what sort of men made fix'd abode there, but would needs maintain abode themselves there, and eat that food ever. I made out after, and was fain to sever the enchanted knot by forcing their retreat, that striv'd and wept, and would not leave their meat for heav'n itself, but, dragging them to fleet, I wrapp'd in sure bands both their hands and feet, and cast them under hatches, and away commanded all the rest without least stay, lest they should taste the loty too, and forget with such strange raptures their despis'd retreat. All then aboard, we beat the sea with oars, and still with sad hearts sail'd by outway shores, till the outlaw'd Cyclops' land we fetch'd, a race of proud‐liv'd loiterers, that never sow, nor put plant in earth, nor use a plough, but trust in God for all things; and their earth, unsown, unplough'd, gives every offspring birth that other lands have, wheat and barley, vines that bear in goodly grapes delicious wines, and Jove sends showers for all. No councils there, nor counsellors, nor laws, but all men bear their heads aloft on mountains, and those steep, and on their tops too, and their houses keep in vaulty caves, their households govern'd all by each man's law, imposed in several, nor wife nor child awed, but as he thinks good, none for another caring. But there stood another little isle, well stor'd with wood, betwixt this and the entry, neither nigh the Cyclops' isle, nor yet far off doth lie. Men's want it suffer'd, but the men's supplies the goats made with their inarticulate cries. Goats beyond number this small island breeds, so tame that no access disturbs their feeds. No hunters, that the tops of mountains scale, and rub through woods with toil, seek them at all. Nor is the soil with flocks fed down, not plough'd, nor ever in it any seed was sow'd, nor place the neighbour Cyclops there delights in brave vermilion prow‐deck'd ships, nor writes useful and skilful in such works as need perfection to those traffics that exceed their natural confines, to fly out and see cities of men, and take in mutually the prease of others. To themselves they live, and to their island that enough would give a good inhabitant. And time of year observ'd to all things art could order there. There, close upon the sea, sweet meadows spring, that yet of fresh streams want no watering to their soft burthens, but of special yield. Your vines would be there, and your common field, but gentle work make for your plough, yet bear a lofty harvest when you came to shear, for passing fat the soil is. In it lies a harbour so opportune, that no ties, halsers, or gables need, nor anchors cast. Whom storms put in there, are with stay embrac'd, or to their full will safe, or winds aspire to pilots' uses their more quick desire. At entry of the haven, a silver ford is from a rock impressing fountain pour'd, all set with sable poplars. And this port were we arriv'd at, by the sweet resort of some God guiding us, for 'twas a night so ghastly dark all port was past our sight. Clouds hid our ships, and would not let the moon afford a beam to us, the whole isle won by not an eye of ours. None thought the blore that then was up shov'd waves against the shore, that then to an unmeasur'd height put on. We still at sea esteem'd us, till alone our fleet put in itself. And then were strook our gather'd sails, our rest ashore we took, and day expected. When the morn gave fire, we rose and walk'd, and did the isle admire, the nymphs, Jove's daughters, putting up a herd of mountain goats to us, to render cheer'd my fellow soldiers. To our fleet we flew, our crooked bows took, long piled darts, and drew ourselves in 3 parts out, when, by the grace that God vouchsaf'd, we made a gainful chase. 12 ships we had, and every ship had 9 fat goats allotted, 10 only mine. Thus all that day, even till the sun was set, we sat and feasted, pleasant wine and meat plenteously taking; for we had not spent our ruddy wine a ship board, supplement of large sort each man to his vessel drew, when we the sacred city overthrew that held the Cicons. Now then saw we near the Cyclops' late prais'd island, and might hear the murmur of their sheep and goats, and see their smokes ascend. The sun then set, and we, when night succeeded, took our rest ashore. And when the world the morning's favour wore, I call'd my friends to council, charging them to make stay there, while I took ship and stream with some associates, and explor'd what men the neighbour island held, if of rude disdain, churlish and tyrannous, or minds bewray'd, pious and hospitable. Thus much said, I boarded, and commanded to ascend my friends and soldiers to put off and lend way to our ship. They boarded, sat, and beat the old sea forth, till we might see the seat the great Cyclop held for his abode, which was a deep cave near the common road of ships that touch there, thick with laurels spread, where many sheep and goats lay shadowed, and near to this a hall of torn up stone, high built with pines, that heav'n and earth atone, and lofty fronted oaks, in which kept house a man in shape immane and monstrous, fed all his flocks alone, nor would afford commerce with men, but had a wit abhorr'd, his mind his body answering. Nor was he like any man that food could possibly enhance so hugely, but, beheld alone, show'd like a steep hill's top, all overgrown with trees and brambles. Little thought had I of such vast objects. When arriv'd so nigh, some of my lov'd friends I made stay aboard to guard my ship, and 12 with me I shor'd, the choice of all. I took besides along a goat skin flagon of wine, black and strong, that Maro did present, Evantheus' son, and priest to Phœbus, who had mansion in Thracian Ismarus, the town I took. He gave it me, since I, with reverence strook of his grave place his wife and children's good, freed all of violence. Amidst a wood, sacred to Phœbus, stood his house, from whence he fetch'd me gifts of varied excellence, 7 talents of fine gold, a bowl all fram'd of massy silver, but his gift most fam'd was 12 great vessels, fill'd with such rich wine as was incorruptible and divine. He kept it as his jewel, which none knew but he himself, his wife, and he that drew. It was so strong that never any fill'd a cup, where that was but by drops instill'd, and drunk it off, but 'twas before allay'd with 20 parts in water, yet so sway'd the spirit of that little, that the whole a sacred odour breath'd about the bowl. Had you the odour smelt, and scent it cast, it would have vex'd you to forbear the taste. And then, the taste gain'd too, the spirit it wrought to dare things high, set up an end my thought. Of this a huge great flagon full I bore, and, in a good large knapsack, victuals store, and long'd to see this heap of fortitude that so illiterate was, and upland rude that laws divine nor human he had learn'd. With speed we reach'd the cavern, nor discern'd his presence there, his flocks he fed at field. Entering his den, each thing beheld did yield our admiration, shelves with cheeses heap'd, sheds stuff'd with lambs and goats, distinctly kept, distinct the biggest, the more mean distinct the youngest. And in their precinct, proper and placeful, stood the troughs and pails in which he milk'd, and what was given at meals, set up a creaming, in the evening still all scouring bright as dew upon the hill. Then were my fellows instant to convey kids, cheeses, lambs, a ship board, and away sail the salt billow. I thought best not so, but better otherwise, and first would know what guest gifts he would spare me. Little knew my friends on whom they would have prey'd. His view prov'd after that his inwards were too rough for such bold usage. We were bold enough in what I suffer'd, which was there to stay, make fire, and feed there, though bear none away. There sat we, till we saw him feeding come, and on his neck a burthen lugging home, most highly huge of sere wood, which the pile that fed his fire supplied all supper while. Down by his den he threw it, and up rose a tumult with the fall. Afraid, we close withdrew ourselves, while he into a cave of huge receipt his high fed cattle drave. All that he milk'd, The males he left without his lofty roofs, That all bestow'd about with rams and buck goats were. And then a rock he lift aloft, that damm'd up to his flock the door they enter'd. 'Twas so hard to wield, that 22 wagons, all four wheel'd, could they be loaded and have teams that were proportion'd to them, could not stir it there. Thus making sure, he kneel'd, and milk'd his ewes and braying goats, with all a milker's dues, then let in all their young. Then quick did dress his half milk up for cheese, and in a press of wicker press'd it, put in bowls the rest to drink and eat, and serve his supping feast. All works dispatch'd thus, he began his fire, which blown, he saw us, and thus did enquire: "Ho, guests, what are ye? Whence sail ye these seas? Traffic or rove ye, and like thieves oppress poor strange adventurers, exposing so your souls to danger, and your lives to woe?" This utter'd he, when fear from our hearts took the very life, to be so thunder struck with such a voice, and such a monster see. But thus I answer'd: "Erring Grecians, we from Troy were turning homewards, but by force of adverse winds, in far diverted course, such unknown ways took, and on rude seas toss'd, as Jove decreed, are cast upon this coast. Of Agamemnon, famous Atreus' son, we boast ourselves the soldiers, who hath won renown that reacheth heav'n, to overthrow so great a city, and to ruin so many nations. Yet at thy knees lie our prostrate bosoms, forc'd with pray'rs to try if any hospitable right or boon of other nature, such as have been won by laws of other houses, thou wilt give. Rev'rence the Gods, thou greatest of all that live. We suppliants are, and hospitable Jove pours wreak on all whom pray'rs want pow'r to move, and with their plagues together will provide that humble guests shall have their wants supplied." He cruelly answer'd: "O thou fool," said he, "to come so far, and to importune me with any God's fear, or observéd love! We Cyclops care not for your goat fed Jove, nor other blessed ones. We are better far. To Jove himself dare I bid open war, to thee, and all thy fellows, if I please. But, tell me, where's the ship that by the seas hath brought thee hither? If far off, or near, inform me quickly." These his temptings were; but I too much knew not to know his mind, and craft with craft paid, telling him the wind, thrust up from sea by him that shakes the shore, had dash'd our ships against his rocks, and tore her ribs in pieces close upon his coast, and we from high wrack sav'd, the rest were lost. He answer'd nothing, but rush'd in, and took 2 of my fellows up from earth, and struck their brains against it. Like 2 whelps they flew about his shoulders, and did all embrue the blushing earth. No mountain lion tore 2 lambs so sternly, lapp'd up all their gore, gush'd from their torn bodies limb by limb, trembling with life yet, ravish'd into him, both flesh and marrow stuffed bones he eat, and even the uncleansed entrails made his meat. We, weeping, cast our hands to heav'n to view a sight so horrid. Desperation flew, with all our after lives, to instant death, in our believ'd destruction. But when breath the fury of his appetite had got, because the gulf his belly reach'd his throat, man's flesh and goat's milk, laying layer on layer till near choked up was all the pass for air, along his den, amongst his cattle down he rush'd and streak'd him. When my mind was grown desperate to step in, draw my sword, and part his bosom where the strings about the heart circle the liver, and add strength of hand. But that rash thought more staid did countermand, for there we all had perish'd, since it pass'd our powers to lift aside a log so vast as barr'd all outscape, and so sighed away the thought all night, expecting active day. Which come, he first of all his fire inflames, then milks his goats and ewes, then to their dames lets in their young, and wondrous orderly with manly haste dispatch'd his housewif'ry. Then to his breakfast, to which other 2 of my poor friends went; which eat, out then go his herds and fat flocks, lightly putting by the churlish bar, and closed it instantly. For both those works with ease as much he did, As you would ope and shut your quiver lid. With storms of whistlings then his flock he drave Up to the mountains, and occasion gave For me to use my wits, which to their height I striv'd to screw up, that a vengeance might By some means fall from thence. And Pallas now Afforded a full ear to my neediest vow. This then my thoughts preferr'd. A huge club Laid close by his milk house, which was now In way to dry in season, being an olive tree Which late he fell'd, and being green, must be Made lighter for his manage. 'Twas so vast That we resembled it to some fit mast, To serve a ship of burthen that was driven With 20 oars, and had a bigness given To bear a huge sea. Full so thick, so tall, We judg'd this club, which I, in part, hew'd small, And cut a fathom off. The piece I gave Amongst my soldiers to take down and shave; Which done, I sharpen'd it at top, and then Harden'd in fire. I hid it in the den Within a nasty dunghill reeking there, Thick, and so moist it issued everywhere. Then made I lots cast by my friends to try Whose fortune serv'd to dare the bor'd out eye Of that man eater. And the lot did fall On 4 I wish'd to make my aid of all, And I the 5th made, chosen like the rest. Then came the even, and he came from the feast Of his fat cattle, drave in all, nor kept One male abroad, if or his memory slept By God's direct will, or of purpose was His driving in of all then, doth surpass My comprehension. But he clos'd again The mighty bar, milk'd, and did still maintain All other observation as before. His work all done, 2 of my soldiers more At once he snatch'd up, and to supper went. Then dar'd I words to him, and did present A bowl of wine, with these words: "Cyclop, take a bowl of wine from my hand, That may make way for the man's flesh thou hast eat, And show what drink our ship held; which in sacred vow I offer to thee to take ruth on me In my dismission home. Thy rages be Now no more sufferable. How shall men, Man and inhuman that thou art, again Greet thy abode, and get thy actions grace, If thou ragest and eat'st up their race?" He took, and drunk, and vehemently joy'd To taste the sweet cup, and again employ'd My flagon's pow'rs entreating more, and said: "Good guest, again afford my taste thy aid, And let me know thy name, and quickly now, That in thy recompense I may bestow A hospitable gift on thy desert, And such a one as shall rejoice thy heart. For to the Cyclops too the gentle earth Bears gen'rous wine, and Jove augments her birth In store of such, with show'rs; but this rich wine Fell from the river, that is mere divine Of nectar and ambrosia. This again I gave him, and again; nor could the fool abstain, But drunk as often. When the noble juice Had wrought upon his spirit, I then gave use To fairer language, saying: "Cyclop, now, As thou demandest, I'll tell my name. Do thou make good thy hospitable gift to me. My name is No Man. No Man each degree Of friends, as well as parents, call my name." He answer'd, as his cruel soul became: "No Man, I'll eat thee last of all thy friends. And this is that in which so much amends I vow to thy deservings. Thus shall be My hospitable gift made good to thee." This said, he upwards fell, but then bent round His fleshy neck, and sleep, with all crowns crown'd, Subdued the savage. From his throat brake out My wine, with man's flesh gobbets, like a spout. When loaded with his cups, he lay and snor'd, And then I took the club's end up, and gor'd The burning coal heap, that the point might heat; Confirm'd my fellows' minds, lest fear should let Their vow assay, and make them fly my aid. Straight was the olive lever I had laid Amidst the huge fire, to get hardening, Hot, and glow'd extremely, though 'twas green, Which got from forth the cinders. Close about me stood My hearty friends; but that which did the good Was God's good inspiration, that gave A spirit beyond the spirit they used to have. who took the olive spar, made keen before, and plung'd it in his eye, and up I bore bent to the top close, and help'd pour it in, with all my forces. And as you have seen a shipwright bore a naval beam, he oft thrusts at the augur's froof, works still aloft, and at the shank help others, with a cord wound round about to make it sooner board, all plying the round still. So into his eye the fiery stake we labour'd to imply. Out gush'd the blood that scalded, his eyeball thrust out a flaming vapour that scorch'd all his brows and eyelids, his eye strings did crack, as in the sharp and burning rafter break. And as a smith, to harden any tool, broad axe or mattock, in his trough doth cool the red hot substance, that so fervent is, it makes the cold waves straight to seethe and hiss, so saw'd and hiss'd his eye about the stake. He roar'd withal, and all his cavern brake in claps like thunder. We did frighted fly, dispers'd in corners. He from forth his eye the fix'd stake pluck'd, after which the blood flow'd freshly forth, and mad he hurl'd the wood about his hovel. Out he then did cry for other Cyclops, that in caverns by upon a windy promontory dwell'd, who, hearing how impetuously he yell'd, rush'd every way about him, and inquire what ill afflicted him, that he expir'd such horrid clamours, and in sacred night to break their sleep so. Ask'd him, if his fright came from some mortal that his flocks had driven, or if by craft or might his death were given. He answer'd from his den, "By craft nor might, no man hath given me death." They then said right, "If no man hurt thee, and thyself alone, that which is done to thee by Jove is done, and what great Jove inflicts no man can fly. Pray to thy Father yet, a Deity, and prove from him if thou canst help acquire." Thus spake they, leaving him, when all on fire my heart with joy was, that so well my wit and name deceiv'd him, whom now pain did split, and groaning up and down he groping tried to find the stone, which found, he put aside, but in the door sat, feeling if he could, as his sheep issued, on some man lay hold, esteeming me a fool that could devise no stratagem to 'scape his gross surprise. But I, contending what I could invent, my friends and me from death so eminent to get deliver'd, all my wiles I wove, life being the subject, and did this approve. Fat fleecy rams most fair and great lay there, that did a burden like a violet bear. These, while this learned in villainy did sleep, I yok'd with osiers cut there, sheep to sheep, 3 in a rank, and still the mid sheep bore a man about his belly, the 2 more march'd on his each side for defence. I then, choosing myself the fairest of the den, his fleecy belly under crept, embrac'd his back, and in his rich wool wrapp'd me fast with both my hands, arm'd with as fast a mind. And thus each man hung, till the morning shin'd, which come, he knew the hour, and led abroad his male flocks first. The females unmilk'd stood, bleating and braying, their full bags so sore with being unemptied, but their shepherd more with being unsighted, which was cause his mind went not a milking. He to wreak inclin'd, the backs felt, as they pass'd, of those male dams, gross fool, believing we would ride his rams, nor ever knew that any of them bore upon his belly any man before. The last ram came to pass him, with his wool and me together loaded to the full. For there I did hang, and that ram he stay'd, and me withal had in his hands. My head troubled the while, not causelessly, nor least this ram he groped and talked to. "Lazy beast, why last art thou now? Thou hast never used to lag thus hindmost, but still first hast bruised the tender blossom of a flow'r, and held state in thy steps, both to the flood and field, first still at fold at even, now last remain? Dost thou not wish I had mine eye again, which that abhorred man no man did put out, assisted by his execrable rout, when he had wrought me down with wine? But he must not escape my wreak so cunningly. I would to heaven thou knewest, and could but speak to tell me where he lurks now. I would break his brain about my cave, strew'd here and there, to ease my heart of those foul ills that were the inflictions of a man I prized it not. Thus led he him abroad, when I, once brought a little way from his hold, myself first loos'd, and next my friends. Then drave we and disposed his straight legged fat fleece bearers over land, even till they all were in my ship's command, and to our lov'd friends show'd our pray'd for sight, escaped from death. But, for our loss, outright they brake in tears, which with a look I stay'd, and bade them take our boot in. They obey'd, and up we all went, sat, and us'd our oars. But having left as far as the savage shores as one might hear a voice, we then might see the Cyclop at the haven, when instantly I stay'd our oars, and this insultance us'd: "Cyclop, thou shouldst not have so much abus'd thy monstrous forces, to oppose their least against a man immartial, and a guest, and eat his fellows. Thou mightst know there were some ills behind, rude swain, for thee to bear, that fear'd not to devour thy guests, and break all laws of humans. Jove sends therefore wreak, and all the Gods, by me." This blew the more his burning fury, when the top he tore from off a huge rock, and so right a throw made at our ship, that just before the prow it overflew and fell. Miss'd mast and all exceeding little, but about the fall so fierce a wave it rais'd, that back it bore our ship so far it almost touch'd the shore. A bead hook then, a far extended one, I snatch'd up, thrust hard, and so set us gone some little way, and straight commanded all to help me with their oars, on pain to fall again on our confusion. But a sign I with my head made, and their oars were mine in all performance. When we off were set, then first, twice further, my heart was so great, it would again provoke him, but my men on all sides rush'd about me to contain, and said: "Unhappy, why will you provoke a man so rude, that with so dread a stroke given with his rock dart, made the sea thrust back our ship so far, and near hand forced our wrack? Should he again but hear your voice resound, and any word reach, thereby would be found his dart's direction, which would, in his fall, crush piecemeal us, quite split our ship and all, so much dart wields the monster." Thus urg'd they impossible things, in fear but I gave way to that wrath which so long I held depress'd, by great necessity conquer'd in my breast. "Cyclop, if any ask thee who impos'd thy unsightly blemish that thine eye enclos'd, say that Ulysses, old Laertes' son, whose seat is Ithaca, and who hath won surname of City raiser, bor'd it out." At this he bray'd so loud that round about he drave affrighted echoes through the air, and said: "O beast, I was premonish'd fair, by aged prophecy, in one that was a great and good man, this should come to pass, and how 'tis prov'd now. Augur Telemus, surnam'd Eurymedes, that spent with us his age in augury, and did exceed in all presage of truth, said all this deed should this event take, author'd by the hand of one Ulysses, whom I thought was mann'd with great and goodly personage, and bore a virtue unanswerable, and this shore should shake with weight of such a conqueror, when now a weakling came, a dwarfy thing, a thing of nothing, who yet wit did bring that brought supply to all, and with his wine put out the flame where all my light did shine. Come, land again, Ulysses, that my hand may guest rights give thee, and the great command that Neptune hath at sea I may convert to the deduction where abides thy heart with my solicitings, whose son I am, and whose fame boasts to bear my father's name. Nor think my hurt offends me, for my sire can soon repose in it the visual fire, at his free pleasure, which no pow'r beside can boast of men or of the deified." I answer'd: "Would to God I could compel both life and soul from thee, and send to hell those spoils of nature. Hardly Neptune then could cure thy hurt, and give thee all again." Then flew fierce vows to Neptune, both his hands to star‐born heaven cast: "O thou that all lands gird'st in thy ambient circle, and in air Shak'st the curled tresses of thy sapphire hair, If I be thine, or thou mayst justly vaunt Thou art my father, hear me now, and grant That this Ulysses, old Laertes' son, That dwells in Ithaca, and name hath won Of city ruiner, may never reach His natural region; or if to fetch that, and the sight of his fair roofs and friends Be fatal to him, let him that amends For all his miseries, long time and ill, Smart for, and fail of, nor that fate fulfill Till all his soldiers quite are cast away In others' ships; and when, at last, the day Of his sole landing shall his dwelling show, Let detriment prepare him wrongs enow." Thus pray'd he Neptune, who his sire appear'd, And all his pray'r to every syllable heard. But then a rock, in size more amplified Than first, he ravish'd to him, and implied A dismal strength in it, when, wheel'd about, He sent it after us; nor flew it out From any blind aim, for a little pass Beyond our foredeck from the fall there was, Which the sea our ship gave back upon, And shrunk up into billows from the stone, Our ship again repelling near as near The shore as first; but then our rowers were, Being warn'd, more arm'd, and stronglier stemm'd The flood, that bore back on us, till our ship Made good the other island, where our whole fleet lay, In which our friends lay mourning for our stay, And every minute look'd when we should land; Where, now arriv'd, we drew up to the sand, The Cyclops sheep dividing, that none there Of all our privates might be wrung, and bear Too much on pow'r. The ram yet was alone By all my friends made all my portion Above all others; and I made him then A sacrifice for me, and all my men, To cloud compelling Jove that all commands, To whom I burn'd the thighs; but my sad hands Receiv'd no grace from him, who studied how To offer men and fleet to overthrow. All day, till sun set, yet we sat and eat, And liberal store took in of wine and meat. The sun then down, and place resign'd to shade, We slept. Morn came; my men I rais'd, and made All go aboard, weigh anchor, and away They boarded, sat, and beat the aged sea, And forth we made sail, sad for loss before; Any yet had comfort since we lost no more. End of the 9th Book. The 10th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 10th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses now relates to us the grace he had with Aeolus, great guardian of the hollow winds, which in a leather bag he binds, and gives Ulysses, all but one, which Zephyr was, who fill'd alone Ulysses' sails. The bag once seen while he slept, by Ulysses' men, they thinking it did gold enclose, to find it all the winds did loose, who back flew to their guardian again. Forth sail'd he, and did next attain To where the Læstrygonians dwell, where he 11 ships lost, and fell on the Ææan coast, whose shore he sends Eurylochus to explore, dividing with him half his men, who go, and turn no more again, all save Eurylochus to swine by Circe turn'd. Their stays incline Ulysses to their search, who got of Mercury an antidote, which moly was, 'gainst Circe's charms, and so avoids his soldiers' harms. A year with Circe all remain, and then their native forms regain. On utter shores a time they dwell, while Ithacus descends to hell. Another argument. Kappa. Great Æolus and Circe, friends, finds Ithacus, and hell descends. To the Aeolian island we attain'd, that swum about still on the sea, where reign'd the god lov'd Æolus Hippotades. A wall of steel it had, and in the seas a wave‐beat smooth rock moved about the wall. 12 children in his house imperial were born to him, of which 6 daughters were, and 6 were sons, that youth's sweet flower did bear. His daughters to his sons he gave as wives, who spent in feastful comforts all their lives, close seated by their sire and his grave spouse. Past number were the dishes that the house made ever savour, and still full the hall, as long as day shined. In the night time all slept with their chaste wives, each his fair carved bed most richly furnish'd, and this life they led. We reach'd the city and fair roofs of these, where, a whole month's time, all things that might please the king vouchsaf'd us. Of great Troy inquir'd, the Grecian fleet, and how the Greeks retir'd, to all which I gave answer as behov'd. The fit time come when I dismission mov'd, he nothing would deny me, but address'd my pass with such a bounty as might best teach me contentment. For he did enfold within an ox hide, flay'd at 9 years old, all the airy blasts that were of stormy kinds. Saturnius made him steward of his winds, and gave him power to raise and to assuage, and these he gave me, curbed thus of their rage, which in a glittering silver band I bound, and hung up in my ship, and closed so round that no aggression of any breath could find. Only he left abroad the west wind, to speed our ships, and us with blasts secure. But our securities made all unsure, nor could he consummate our course alone when all the rest had got aggression, which thus succeeded. 9 whole days and nights we sailed in safety, and the 10th, the lights born on our country earth we might descry, so near we drew, and yet even then I fell, being o'erwatch'd, into a fatal sleep. For I would suffer no man else to keep the foot that ruled my vessel's course, to lead the faster home. My friends then envy fed upon the bag I hung up, and suppos'd that gold and silver I had there enclos'd, as gift from Æolus, and said, "O Heaven, what grace and grave price is by all men given to our commander! Whatsoever coast or town he comes to, how much he engross'd of fair and precious prey, and brought from Troy! We the same voyage went, and yet enjoy in our return these empty hands for all. This bag, now Æolus was so liberal to make a guest gift to him, let us try of what consists the fair bound treasury, and how much gold and silver it contains." Ill counsel present approbation gains. They ope the bag, and out the vapours break, when instant tempest did our vessel take, that bore us back to sea, to mourn anew our absent country. Up amaz'd I flew, and desperate things discours'd, if I should cast myself to ruin in the seas, or taste amongst the living more moan and sustain. Silent I did so, and lay hid again beneath the hatches, while an ill wind took my ships back to Æolia, my men strook with woe enough. We pumped and landed then, took food for all this, and of all my men I took a herald to me, and away went to the court of Æolus, where they were feasting still, he, wife, and children, set together close. We would not at their meat thrust in, but humbly on the threshold sat. He then, amaz'd, my presence wonder'd at, and call'd to me, "Ulysses, how thus back art thou arrived here? What foul spirit brake into thy bosom to retire thee thus? We thought we had deduction curious given thee before, to reach thy shore and home. Did it not like thee?" I, even overcome with worthy sorrow, answer'd, "My ill men have done me mischief, and to them hath been my sleep the unhappy motive. But do you, dearest of friends, deign succour to my vow. Your powers command it." Thus endeavour'd I with soft speech to repair my misery. The rest with ruth sat dumb. But thus spake he: "Avaunt, and quickly quit my land of thee, thou worst of all that breathe. It fits not me to convoy and take in whom heav'ns expose. Away, and with thee go the worst of woes, That seek'st my friendship, and the Gods thy foes." Thus he dismiss'd me sighing. Forth we sail'd at heart afflicted. And now wholly fail'd the minds my men sustain'd, so spent they were with toiling at their oars, and worse did bear their growing labours. and they caused their grout by self‐willed follies, nor now ever thought to see their country more. 6 nights and days we sailed. The 7th we saw fair Lamos rise her lofty towers, the Læstrygonian state that bears her port so far disterminate, where shepherd calls out. He at home is called out by the other that doth come from charge abroad, and then goes he to sleep, the other issuing. He whose turn doth keep the night observance hath his double hire, since day and night in equal length expire about that region, and the night's watch weighed at twice the day's ward, since the charge that's laid upon the night's man, besides breach of sleep, exceeds the day's man, for one oxen keep, the other sheep. But when the haven we found, exceeding famous, and environed round with one continuate rock, which so much bent that both ends almost met, so prominent they were, and made the haven's mouth passing straight, our whole fleet in we got, in whose receipt our ships lay anchor'd close, nor needed we fear harm on any stays. Tranquillity so purely sat there, that waves, great nor small, did ever rise to any height at all. And yet would I no entry make, but stay'd alone without the haven, and thence survey'd from a lofty watch‐tower raised there the country round about, nor anywhere the work of man or beast appear'd to me, only a smoke from earth break I might see. I then made choice of 2, and added more a herald for associate, to explore what sort of men lived there. They went, and saw a beaten way, through which carts used to draw wood from the high hills to the town, and met a maid without the port, about to get some near spring water. She the daughter was of mighty Læstrygonian Antiphus, and to the clear spring called Artacia went, to which the whole town for their water sent. To her they came, and asked who governed there, and what the people whom he ordered were. She answered not, but led them through the port, as making haste to show her father's court. Where entered, they beheld, to their affright, a woman like a mountain top in height, who rush'd abroad, and from the council place called home her horrid husband Antiphus, who, deadly minded, straight he snatch'd up one, and fell to supper. Both the rest were gone, and to the fleet came. Antiphus a cry drave through the city, which heard, instantly this way and that innumerable sorts, not men, but giants, issued through the ports, and mighty flints from rocks tore, which they threw amongst our ships, through which an ill noise flew of shivered ships and life‐expiring men, that were like fishes by the monsters slain, and borne to sad feast. While they slaughter'd these, that were engaged in all the advantages the closed mouth and most dead calm haven could give, I, that without lay, made some means to live. My sword drew, cut my gables, and to oars set all my men, and from the plagues those shores let fly amongst us we made haste to fly, my men close working as men loth to die. My ship flew freely off, but theirs that lay on heaps in harbours could enforce no way through these stern fates that had engaged them there. Forth our sad remnant sailed, yet still retained the joys of men, that our poor few remained. Then to the isle of Ææa we attained, where fair‐hair'd, dreadful, eloquent Circe reigned, Æeta's sister both by dame and sire, both daughters to heaven's man‐enlight'ning fire, and Perse, whom Oceanus begat. The ship‐fit port here we soon landed at, some God directing us. 2 days, 2 nights we lay here pining in the fatal spites of toil and sorrow. But the next 3rd day, when fair Aurora had informed, quick way I made out of my ship, my sword and lance took for my surer guide, and made advanced up to a prospect. I essay to see the works of men, or hear mortality expire a voice. When I had climbed a height, rough and right hardly accessible, I might behold from Circe's house, that in a grove set thick with trees stood, a bright vapour move. I then grew curious in my thought to try some fit enquiry, when so sprightly fly I saw the yellow smoke. But my discourse they first retiring to my ship gave forced, to give my men their dinner, and to send, before the adventure of myself, some friend. Being near my ship, of one so desolate some God had pity, and would recreate my woes a little, putting up to me a great and high palm'd heart, that fatally, just in my way itself to taste the flood, was then descending. The sun heat had sure importun'd him, besides the temperature his natural heat gave. Howsoever I made up to him, and let my javelin fly, that struck him through the mid part of his chine, and made him, braying, to the dust confine his flying forces. Forth his spirit flew, when I stepp'd in, and from the death's wound drew my shrewdly bitten lance. There let him lie, till I of cut up osiers did imply a width a fathom long, with which his feet I made together in a sure league meet, stoop'd under him, and to my neck I heav'd the mighty burden, of which I receiv'd a good part on my lance; for else I could by no means with one hand alone uphold, join'd with one shoulder, such a deathful load. And so to both my shoulders both hands stood needful assistance, for it was a deer goodly well grown. When coming something near where rode my ships, I cast it down, and rear'd my friends with kind words, whom by name I cheer'd, in note particular, and said: "See, friends, we will not yet to Pluto's house; our ends shall not be hasten'd, though we be declin'd in cause of comfort, till the day design'd by Fate's fix'd finger. Come, as long as food or wine lasts in our ship, let's spirit our blood, and quit our care and hunger both in one." This said, they frolick'd, came, and look'd upon with admiration the huge bodied beast. And when their first serv'd eyes had done their feast, they wash'd, and made a to be striv'd for meal in point of honour; on which all did dwell the whole day long. And, to our venison's store, we added wine till we could wish no more. Sun set, and darkness up, we slept, till light put darkness down. And then did I excite my friends to counsel, uttering this: "Now, friends, afford unpassionate ear, though ill fate lends so good a cause to your passion. No man knows the reason whence and how the darkness grows, the reason how the morn is thus begun, the reason how the man enlight'ning sun dives under earth, the reason how again he rears his golden head. Those counsels, then, that pass our comprehension, we must leave to him that knows their causes, and receive direction from him in our acts, as far as he shall please to make them regular, and stoop them to our reason. In our state what then behoves us? Can we estimate with all our counsels where we are? Or know, without instruction past our own skills, how, put off from hence, to steer our course the more? I think we cannot. We must then explore these parts for information, in which way we thus far are. Last morn I might display, from off a high rais'd cliff, an island lie girt with the unmeasur'd sea, and is so nigh that in the midst I saw the smoke arise through tufts of trees. This rests then to advise, who shall explore this?" This struck dead their hearts, remembering the most execrable parts that Læstrygonian Antiphas had play'd, and that foul Cyclops that their fellows bray'd betwixt his jaws; which mov'd them so they cried, but idle tears had never once supplied. I in two parts divided all, and gave to either part his captain. I must have the charge of one, and one of godlike look, Eurylochus the other. Lots we shook, put in a casque together, which of us should lead the attempt, and 'twas Eurylochus. He freely went, and with 22 more, all which took leave with tears, and our eyes wore the same wet badge of weak humanity. These in a dale did Circe's house descry, of bright stone built, in a conspicuous way. Before her gates hill wolves and lions lay, which with her virtuous drugs so tame she made, that wolf nor lion would one man invade with any violence. But all arose, their long tails wagg'd, and in fawns would close, as loving dogs, when masters bring them home relics of feast, in an observance come, and soothe their entries with their fawns and bounds, all guests still bringing some scraps for their hounds. So on these men the wolves and lions ramp'd, their horrid paws set up. Their spirits were damp'd to see such monstrous kindness, stay'd at gate, and heard within the Goddess elevate a voice divine, as at her web she wrought, subtle and glorious, and past earthly thought, as all the housewif'ries of Deities are. To hear a voice so ravishingly rare, Polites, one exceeding dear to me, a prince of men, and of no mean degree in knowing virtue, in all acts whose mind discreet cares always used to turn and wind, was yet surprised with it, and said, "O friends, some one abides within here, that commends the place to us, and breathes a voice divine, as she some web wrought, or her spindle's twine she cherish'd with her song. The pavement rings with the imitation of the tune she sings. Some woman or Goddess 'tis, assay to see with knocking." Thus said he, and they both knocked and called, and straight her shining gates she opened, issuing, bade them in to cates. Led and unwise they followed, all but one, which was Eurylochus, who stood alone without the gates, suspicious of a sleight. They enter'd, she made sit, and her deceit She cloak'd with thrones and goodly chairs of state, set herby honey, and the delicate wine brought from Smyrna to them, meal and cheese. But harmful venoms she commix'd with these, that made their country vanish from their thought; which eat, she touch'd them with a rod that wrought their transformation far past human wants. Swine snouts, swine bodies, took they, bristles, grunts, but still retain'd the souls they had before, which made them mourn their bodies chang'd the more. She shut them straight in styes, and gave them meat, oak mast, and beech, and cornel fruit, they eat, grovelling like swine on earth, in foulest sort. Eurylochus straight hasted the report Of this his fellow's most remorseful fate, came to the ships, but so excruciate Was with his woe he could not speak a word. His eyes stood full of tears, which show'd how stor'd His mind with moan remain'd. We all admir'd, ask'd what had chanc'd him, earnestly desir'd he would resolve us. At the last our eyes enflam'd in him his fellow's memories, and out his grief burst thus: "You will'd, we went through those thick woods you saw, when a descent show'd us a fair house, in a lightsome ground, where, at some work, we heard a heav'nly sound Breath'd from a Goddess, or a woman's breast. They knock'd, she op'd her bright gates, each her guest her fair invitement made, nor would they stay, fools that they were, when once she led the way. I enter'd not, suspecting some deceit, when all together vanish'd, nor the sight Of any one, though long I look'd, mine eye Could any way discover. Instantly my sword and bow reach'd, I bad show the place, when down he fell, did both my knees embrace, and pray'd with tears thus: 'O thou kept of God, do not thyself lose, Nor to that abode lead others rashly. Both thyself and all thou ventur'st thither, I know well must fall in one sure ruin. With these few then fly; we may yet shun The others' destiny.' I answer'd him: 'Eurylochus, stay thou, and keep the ship then. Eat and drink. I now will undertake the adventure. There is cause in great necessity's unalter'd laws.' This said, I left both ship and seas, and on Along the sacred valleys all alone Went in discovery, till at last I came, Where of the main med'cine making Dame I saw the great house; where encounter'd me The gold rod sustaining Mercury, Ev'n ent'ring Circe's doors. He met me in a young man's likeness, of the first flow'r'd chin, whose form hath all the grace of one so young. He first call'd to me, then my hand he wrung, And said: 'Thou no place finding for repose, Whither, alone, by these hill confines Goes thy erring foot? Th' art entering Circe's house, where by her med'cines black and sorcerous Thy soldiers are all shut in well arm'd sties, And turn'd to swine. Art thou arriv'd with prize Fit for their ransoms? Thou com'st out no more, If once thou enter'st, like thy men before Made to remain here. But I'll guard thee free, And save thee in her spite. Receive of me This fair and good receipt; with which once arm'd, Enter her roofs, for th' art to all proof charm'd Against the ill day. I will tell thee all Her baneful counsel. With a festival She'll first receive thee, but will spice thy bread With flow'ry poisons; yet unalter'd Shall thy firm form be, for this remedy Stands most approv'd 'gainst all her sorcery, Which thus particularly shun. When she shall with her long rod strike thee, instantly Draw from thy thigh thy sword, and fly on her, As to her slaughter. She, surpris'd with fear And love, at first will bid thee to her bed, Nor say the Goddess nay, that welcomed Thou mayst with all respect be, and procure Thy fellow's freedoms. But before, make sure Her favours to thee, and the great oath take, With which the blessed Gods assurance make Of all they promise, that no prejudice, by stripping thee of form and faculties, she may so much as once attempt on thee." This said, he gave his antidote to me, which from the earth he pluck'd, and told me all the virtue of it, with what deities call the name it bears, and moly they impose for name to it. The root is hard to loose from hold of earth by mortals, but God's pow'r can all things do. 'Tis black, but bears a flow'r as white as milk. And thus flew Mercury up to immense Olympus, gliding by the sylvan island. I made back my way to Circe's house, my mind of my assay much thought revolving. At her gates I stay'd, and call'd; she heard, and her bright doors display'd. Invited, led, I follow'd in, but trac'd with some distraction. In a throne she plac'd my welcome person. Of a curious frame 'twas, and so bright I sat as in a flame, a footstool added. In a golden bowl she then suborn'd a potion, in her soul deform'd things thinking. For amidst the wine she mix'd her man transforming medicine. Which when she saw I had devour'd, she then no more observ'd me with her soothing vein, but struck me with her rod, and to her sty bad, Out, away, and with thy fellows lie. I drew my sword, and charg'd her, as I meant to take her life, when out she cried, and bent beneath my sword her knees, embracing mine, and full of tears said: "Who? Of what high line art thou the issue? Whence? What shores sustain thy native city? I amaz'd remain, that, drinking these my venoms, thou art not turn'd, never drunk any this cup, but be mourn'd in other likeness, if once it had pass'd the ivory bounders of his tongue and taste. All but thyself are brutishly declin'd. Thy breast holds firm yet, and unchang'd thy mind. Thou canst be, therefore, none else but the man of many virtues, Ithacensian, deep soul'd Ulysses, who, I oft was told by that sly God that bears the rod of gold, was to arrive here in retreat from Troy. Sheathe then thy sword, and let my bed enjoy so much a man, that when the bed we prove, we may believe in one another's love." I then: "O Circe, why entreatest thou me to mix in any human league with thee, when thou my friends hast beasts turn'd, and thy bed tenders to me, that I might likewise lead a beast's life with thee, soften'd, naked, stripp'd, that in my blood thy banes may more be steep'd? I never will ascend thy bed before I may affirm that in heaven's sight you swore the great oath of the Gods, that all attempt to do me ill is from your thoughts exempt." I said, she swore. When all the oath rites said, I then ascended her adorned bed, but thus prepar'd. 4 handmaids serv'd her there, that daughters to her silver fountains were, to her bright sea observing sacred floods, and to her uncut consecrated woods. One deck'd the throne tops with rich cloths of state, and did with silks the foot pace consecrate. Another silver tablets set before the pompous throne, and golden dishes store serv'd in with sev'ral feasts. A third fill'd wine, the fourth brought water, and made fuel shine in ruddy fires beneath a womb of brass. Which heat I bath'd, and odorous water was Dispurpled lightly on my head and neck, that might my late heart hurting sorrows check with the refreshing sweetness; and for that men sometimes may be something delicate. Bath'd and adorn'd, she led me to a throne of massy silver, and of fashion exceeding curious. A fair footstool set, water appos'd, and every sort of meat set on the elaborate polish'd board. She wish'd my taste employ'd, but not a word would my ears taste of taste. My mind had food that must digest, eye meat would do me good. Circe, observing that I put no hand to any banquet, having countermand from weightier cares the light cates would excuse, bowing her near me, these wing'd words did use: "Why sits Ulysses like one dumb, his mind Less'ning with languors? Nor to food inclin'd, Nor wine? Whence comes it? Out of any fear Of more illusion? You must needs forbear That wrongful doubt, since you have heard me swear." "O Circe," I replied, "what man is he, Awed with the rites of true humanity, That dares taste food or wine, before he sees His friends redeem'd from their deformities? If you be gentle, and indeed incline To let me taste the comforts of your wine, Dissolve the charms that their forc'd forms enchain, And show me here my honour'd friends like men." This said, she left her throne, and took her rod, went to her sty, and let my men abroad, like swine of 9 years old. They opposite stood, observ'd their brutish form, and look'd for food; when, with another med'cine, every one all over smear'd, their bristles all were gone, produced by malice of the other bane, and every one afresh look'd up a man, both younger than they were, of stature more, and all their forms much goodlier than before. All knew me, clinging about me, and a cry of pleasing mourning flew about so high the horrid roof resounded, and the Queen herself was mov'd to see our kind so keen; who bade me now bring ship and men ashore, our arms and goods in caves hid, and restore myself to her, with all my other men. I granted, went, and oped the weeping vein in all my men, whose violent joy to see my safe return was passing kindly, free of friendly tears, and miserably wept. You have not seen young heifers, highly kept, fill'd full of daisies at the field, and driven home to their hovels, all so spritely given that no room can contain them, but about base by the dams, and let their spirits out in ceaseless bleating, of more jocund plight than my kind friends, even crying out with sight on my return so doubted, circled me with all their welcomes, and as cheerfully disposed their rapt minds, as if they saw their natural country, cliffy Ithaca, and even the roofs where they were bred and born, and vow'd as much with tears. O you return as much delights as in you had come our country to us, and our natural home. But what unhappy fate hath reft our friends? I gave unlook'd for answer, that amends made for their mourning, bade them first of all our ship ashore draw, then in caverns stall our foody cattle, hide our mutual prize, and then said I, attend me, that your eyes in Circe's sacred house may see each friend, eating and drinking banquets out of end. They soon obey'd, all but Eurylochus, who needs would stay them all, and counselled thus: "O wretches, whither will ye? Why are you fond of your mischiefs, and such gladness show for Circe's house, that will transform ye all to swine, or wolves, or lions? Never shall our heads get out, if once within we be, but stay compell'd by strong necessity. So wrought the Cyclop, when t'his caves our friends this bold one led on, and brought all their ends by his one indiscretion. I for this thought with my sword, that desperate head of his hewn from his neck, to gash upon the ground his mangled body, though my blood was bound in near alliance to him. But the rest with humble suit contain'd me, and request that I would leave him with my ship alone, and to the sacred palace lead them on. I led them, nor Eurylochus would stay from their attendance on me, our late fray struck to his heart so. But meantime my men in Circe's house were all, in sev'ral bane, studiously sweeten'd, smugg'd with oil, and deck'd with in and out weeds, and a feast secret serv'd in before them, at which close we found they all were set, cheer'd, and carousing round. When mutual sight had, and all thought on, then feast was forgotten, and the moan again about the house flew, driven with wings of joy. But then spake Circe: "Now no more annoy. I know myself what woes by sea and shore and men unjust have plagued enough before your injur'd virtues. Here then feast as long, and be as cheerful, till ye grow as strong as when ye first forsook your country earth. Ye now fare all like exiles; not a mirth flash'd in amongst ye, but is quench'd again with still renew'd tears; though the beaten vein of your distresses should, methink, be now benumb'd with suff'rance." We did well allow her kind persuasions, and the whole year stay'd in varied feast with her. When, now array'd the world was with the spring, and orby hours had gone the round again through herbs and flowers, the months absolv'd in order, till the days had run their full race in Apollo's rays, my friends remember'd me of home, and said, if ever fate would sign my pass, delay'd it should be now no more. I heard them well, yet that day spent in feast till darkness fell, and sleep his virtues through our vapours shed, when I ascended sacred Circe's bed, implor'd my pass, and her performéd vow which now my soul urg'd, and my soldiers now afflicted me with tears to get them gone. All these I told her, and she answer'd these: "Much skill'd Ulysses Laertiades, remain no more against your wills with me, but take your free way. Only this must be perform'd before you steer your course for home. You must the way to Pluto overcome, and stern Persephone to form your past by the aged Theban soul'd Tiresias, the dark brow'd prophet, whose soul yet can see clearly and firmly. Grave Persephone, even dead, gave him a mind, that he alone might sing truth's solid wisdom, and not one prove more than shade in his comparison. This broke my heart. I sunk into my bed, mourn'd, and would never more be comforted with light nor life. But having now express'd my pains enough to her in my unrest, that so I might prepare her ruth, and get all I held fit for an affair so great, I said: "O Circe, who shall steer my course to Pluto's kingdom? Never ship had force to make that voyage." The divine in voice said: "Seek no guide, raise you your mast, and hoise your ship's white sails, and then sit yon at peace. The fresh north spirit shall waft ye through the seas. But having pass'd the ocean, you shall see a little shore, that to Persephone puts up a consecrated wood, where grows tall firs, and sallows that their fruits soon lose. Cast anchor in the gulfs, and go alone to Pluto's dark house, where to Acheron Cocytus runs, and Pyriphlegethon, Cocytus born of Styx, and where a rock of both the met floods bears the roaring shock. The dark hero, great Tiresias, now coming near to gain propitious pass, dig of a cubit every way a pit, and pour to all that are deceased in it a solemn sacrifice. For which, first take honey and wine, and their commixtion make, then sweet wine neat, and thirdly water pour, and lastly add to these the whitest flour. Then vow to all the weak necks of the dead off'rings a number, and when thou shalt tread the Ithacensian shore, to sacrifice a heifer never tam'd, and most of prize a pile of all thy most esteemed goods, and flaming to the dear streams of their bloods, and in secret rites to Tiresias vow a ram coal black at all parts, that doth flow with fat and fleece, and all thy flocks doth lead. When the all calling nation of the dead thou thus hast pray'd to, offer on the place a ram and ewe all black, being turn'd in face to dreadful Erebus, thyself aside the flood shore walking. And then gratified with flocks of souls of men and dames deceased shall all thy pious rites be. Straight address see then the offering thy fellows slew flay'd and imposed in fire, and all thy crew pray to the state of either deity, grave Pluto and severe Persephone. Then draw thy sword, stand firm, nor suffer one of all the faint shades of the dead and gone to approach the blood till thou hast heard their king, the wise Tiresias, who thy offering will instantly do honour, thy home ways, and all the measure of them by the seas amply unfolding." This the Goddess told, and then the morning in her throne of gold survey'd the vast world, by whose orient light the nymph adorned me with attires as bright, her own hands putting on both shirt and weed, robes fine and curious, and upon my head an ornament that glittered like a flame girt me in gold, and forth betimes I came amongst my soldiers, roused them all from sleep, and bade them now no more observance keep of ease and feast, but straight a shipboard fall. For now the Goddess had inform'd me all. Their noble spirits agreed, nor yet so clear could I bring all off, but Elpenor there his heedless life left. He was youngest man of all my company, and one that won least fame for arms, as little for his brain, who, too much steep'd in wine, and so made fain to get refreshing by the cool of sleep, apart his fellows plunged in vapours deep, and they as high in tumult of their way, suddenly waked, and, quite out of the stay a sober mind had given him, would descend a huge long ladder, forward, and an end fell from the very roof, full pitching on the dearest joint his head was placed upon, which quite dissolved, let loose his soul to hell. I to the rest, and Circe's means did tell of our return, as crossing clean the hope I gave them first, and said: "You think the scope of our endeavours now is straight for home. No, Circe otherwise design'd, whose doom enjoin'd us first to greet the dreadful house of austere Pluto and his glorious spouse, to take the counsel of Tiresias the reverend Theban, to direct our pass." This brake their hearts, and grief made tear their hair. But grief was never good at great affair. It would have way yet. We went woful on to ship, and shore, where was arriv'd as soon Circe unseen, a black ewe and a ram binding for sacrifice, and, as she came, vanish'd again unwitness'd by our eyes, which griev'd us not, nor check'd our sacrifice. For who would see God, loth to let us see, this way or that bent, still his ways are free. End of the 10th Book. The 11th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 11th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses' way to hell appears, where he the grave Tiresias hears, enquires his own and others' fates. His mother sees, and the after states in which were held by sad decease heroes and heroesses, a number that at Troy waged war, as Ajax, that was still at jar with Ithacus for the arms he lost, and with the great Achilles' ghost. Another argument. Lambda. Ulysses here invokes the dead, the lives appear hereafter led. Arriv'd now at our ship, we launch'd, and set our mast up, put forth sail, and in did get our late got cattle. Up our sails we went, my wayward fellows mourning now the event. A good companion yet, a foreright wind, Circe, the excellent utterer of her mind, supplied our murmuring consorts with, that was both speed and guide to our adventurous pass. All day our sails stood to the winds, and made our voyage prosperous. Sun then set, and shade all ways obscuring, on the bounds we fell of deep Oceanus, where people dwell whom a perpetual cloud obscures outright, to whom the cheerful sun lends never light, nor when he mounts the star sustaining heaven, nor when he stoops earth, and sets up the even. But night holds fix'd wings, feather'd all with banes, above those most unblessed Cimmerians. Here drew we up our ship, our sheep withdrew, and walk'd the shore till we attain'd view Of that sad region Circe had foreshow'd, and then the sacred off'rings to be vow'd Eurylochus and Persimedes bore, when I my sword drew, and earth's womb did gore, till a pit digg'd of a cubit round, with which the liquid sacrifice we crown'd. First honey mix'd with wine, then sweet wine neat, then water pour'd in, last the flour of wheat. Much I importun'd then the weak neck'd dead, and vow'd, when I the barren soil should tread Of cliffy Ithaca, amidst my hall to kill a heifer, my clear best of all, and give in off'ring, on a pile compos'd of all the choice goods my whole house enclos'd. And to Tiresias himself, alone, a sheep coal black, and the selectest one of all my flocks. When to the pow'rs beneath, the sacred nation that surviv'd with death, my prayers and vows had done devotions fit, I took the off'rings, and upon the pit Bereft their lives. Out gush'd the sable blood, and round about me fled out of the flood the souls of the deceased. There cluster'd then youths and their wives, much suff'ring aged men, soft tender virgins that but new came there by timeless death, and green their sorrows were. There men at arms, with armours all embrued, wounded with lances, and with falchions hew'd, in numbers up and down the ditch did stalk, and threw unmeasur'd cries about their walk, so horrid that a bloodless fear surpris'd my daunted spirits. Straight then I advis'd my friends to flay the slaughter'd sacrifice, put them in fire, and to the Deities, stern Pluto and Persephone, apply exciteful prayers. Then drew I from my thigh my well‐edged sword, stepp'd in, and firmly stood Betwixt the prease of shadows and the blood, and would not suffer any one to dip Within our off'ring his unsullied lip, Before Tiresias that did all control. The first that press'd in was Elpenor's soul, his body in the broad way'd earth as yet unmourn'd, unburied by us, since we sweat with other urgent labours. Yet his smart I wept to see, and rued it from my heart, enquiring how he could before me be that came by ship. He, mourning, answer'd me: In Circe's house the spite some spirit did bear, And the unspeakable good liquor there Hath been my bane. For, being to descend A ladder much in height, I did not tend My way well down, but forwards made a proof To tread the rounds, and from the very roof Fell on my neck, and brake it; and this made My soul thus visit this infernal shade. And here, by them that next thyself are dear, Thy wife and father, that a little one Gave food to thee, and by thy only son At home behind thee left, Telemachus, do not depart by stealth, And leave me thus unmourn'd, unburied, lest Neglected I bring on thyself Th' incensed Deity. I know that, sail'd from hence, thy ship must touch On the isle Ææa; where vouchsafe thus much, Good king, that landed, thou wilt instantly Bestow on me thy royal memory To this grace, that my body, arms, and all, May rest consum'd in fiery funeral, And on the foamy shore a sepulchre Erect to me, that after times may hear Of one so hapless. Let me these implore, And fix upon my sepulchre the oar With which alive I shook the aged seas, And had of friends the dear societies. I told the wretched soul I would fulfill, And execute to the utmost point his will. And all the time we sadly talk'd, I still My sword above the blood held; when aside The idol of my friend still amplified His plaint, as up and down the shades he aired. Then my deceaséd mother's soul appear'd, Fair daughter of Autolycus the great, Grave Anticlea; whom, when forth I set For sacred Ilion, I had left alive. Her sight much mov'd me, and to tears did drive My note of her decease; and yet not she, Though in my ruth she held the highest degree, Would I admit to touch the sacred blood, Till from Tiresias I had understood What Circe told me. At the length did land Theban Tiresias' soul, and in his hand Sustain'd a golden sceptre, knew me well, And said: "O man unhappy! Why to hell Admitt'st thou dark arrival, and the light The sun gives leav'st, to have the horrid sight Of this black region, and the shadows here? Now sheathe thy sharp sword, and the pit forbear, That I the blood may taste, and then relate The truth of those acts that affect thy fate." I sheath'd my sword, and left the pit, till he, The black blood tasting, thus instructed me: "Renown'd Ulysses, all unask'd I know That all the cause of thy arrival now Is to enquire thy wish'd retreat for home; Which hardly God will let thee overcome, Since Neptune still will his opposure try, With all his laid up anger, for the eye His lov'd son lost to thee. Yet through all Thy suff'ring course (which must be capital) If both thine own affections and thy friends Thou wilt contain, when thy access ascends The three fork'd island, having 'scap'd the seas, Where ye shall find fed on the flow'ry leas Fat flocks, and oxen, which the sun doth own, To whom are all things as well heard as shown, And never dare one head of those to slay, But hold unharmful on your wishéd way. Though through enough affliction, yet secure Your fates shall land ye; but presage says sure, If once ye spoil them, spoil to all thy friends, Spoil to thy fleet; and if the justice ends Short of thyself, it shall be long before, And that length forc'd out with infliction's store, When, losing all thy fellows, in a sail Of foreign built, when most thy fates prevail In thy deliv'rance, thus the event shall sort: Thou shalt find shipwrack raging in thy port, Proud men thy goods consuming, and thy wife, Urging with gifts, give charge upon thy life. But all these wrongs revenge shall end to thee, And force, or cunning, set with slaughter free The house of all thy spoilers. Yet again Thou shalt a voyage make, and come to men That know no sea, nor ships, nor oars that are Wings to a ship, nor mix with any fare Salt's savoury vapour. Where thou first shalt land, This clear giv'n sign shall let thee understand, That there those men remain. Assume ashore Up to thy royal shoulder a ship oar, With which, when thou shalt meet one on the way That will in country admiration say, 'What dost thou with that wand upon thy neck?' There fix that wand thy oar, and that shore deck With sacred rites to Neptune. Slaughter there A ram, a bull, and, who for strength doth bear the name of husband to a herd, a boar; and, coming home, upon thy natural shore Give pious hecatombs to all the Gods, degrees observ'd. And then the periods of all thy labours in the peace shall end Of easy death; which shall the less extend His passion to thee, that thy foe, the sea, Shall not enforce it, but death's victory Shall chance in only earnest prey vow'd age. Obtain'd at home, quite empty of his rage, Thy subjects round about thee, rich and blest. And here hath truth summ'd up thy vital rest." I answer'd him: "We will suppose all these Decreed in Deity. Let it likewise please Tiresias to resolve me, why so near The blood and me my mother's soul doth bear, And yet nor word nor look vouchsafe her son. Doth she not know me?" "No," said he, "nor none Of all these spirits, but myself alone, Knows anything till he shall taste the blood. But whomsoever you shall do that good, He will the truth of all you wish unfold; Who you envy it to will all withhold." Thus said the kingly soul, and made retreat Amidst the inner parts of Pluto's seat, When he had spoke thus by divine instinct. Still I stood firm, till to the blood's precinct My mother came, and drunk; and then she knew I was her son, had passion to renew Her natural plaints, which thus she did pursue: "How is it, O my son, that you alive This deadly darksome region underdive, 'Twixt which and earth so many mighty seas And horrid currents interpose their prease, Oceanus in chief; which none, unless More help'd than you, on foot now can transgress? A well built ship he needs that ventures there. Com'st thou from Troy but now, enforc'd to err All this time with thy soldiers? Nor hast seen Ere this long day the country, and thy queen?" I answer'd: "That a necessary end To this infernal state made me contend, That from the wise Tiresias' Theban soul I might an oracle involv'd unroll. For I came nothing near Achaia yet, Nor on our lov'd earth happy foot had set, But, mishaps suff'ring, err'd from coast to coast, Ever since first the mighty Grecian host Divine Atrides led to Ilion, And I his follower, to set war upon The rapeful Trojans; and so pray'd she would The fate of that ungentle death unfold That forc'd her thither, if some long disease, Or that the spleen of her that arrows please, Diana, envious of the most eminent dames, Had made her the object of her deadly aims. My father's state and sons I sought, if they Kept still my goods, or they became the prey Of any other, holding me no more In pow'r of safe return; or if my store My wife had kept together with her son; If she her first mind held, or had been won By some chief Grecian from my love and bed." All this she answer'd: "That affliction fed On her blood still at home, and that to grief She all the days and darkness of her life In tears had consecrate; that none possess'd My famous kingdom's throne, but the interest My son had in it still he held in peace, A court kept like a prince, and his increase Spent in his subjects' good, administ'ring laws With justice, and the general applause A king should merit, and all call'd him king. My father kept the upland, labouring, And shunn'd the city, us'd no sumptuous beds, Wonder'd at furnitures, nor wealthy weeds, But in the winter, strew'd about the fire Laid with his slaves in ashes, his attire Like to a beggar's; when the summer came, And autumn all fruits ripen'd with his flame, Where grape charg'd vines made shadows most abound, His couch with fallen leaves made upon the ground; And here lay he, his sorrow's fruitful state Increasing, as he faded for my fate. And now the part of age that irksome is Lay sadly on him, and that life of his She led, and perish'd in; not slaughter'd by The dame that darts lov'd and her archery, Nor by disease invaded, vast and foul, That wastes the body, and sends out the soul With shame and horror; only in her moan For me and my life she consum'd her own. She thus, when I had great desire to prove My arms the circle where her soul did move. Thrice prov'd I, thrice she vanish'd like a sleep Or fleeting shadow, which struck much more deep The wounds my woes made, and made ask her why She would my love to her embraces fly. and not vouchsafe that ev'n in hell we might Pay pious Nature her unalter'd right, And give vexation here her cruel fill? Should not the Queen here, to augment the ill Of ev'ry sufferance, which her office is, Enforce thy idol to afford me this?" "O son," she answer'd, "of the race of men The most unhappy, our most equal Queen Will mock no solid arms with empty shade, Nor suffer empty shades again t' invade Flesh, bones, and nerves, nor will defraud the fire Of his last dews, that, soon as spirits expire And leave the white bone, are his native right, When, like a dream, the soul assumes her flight. The light then of the living with most haste, O son, contend to. This thy little taste Of this state is enough, and all this life Will make a tale fit to be told thy wife." This speech we had, when now repair'd to me More female spirits, by Persephone Driv'n on before her, all the heroes' wives, And daughters, that led their second lives, About the black blood throng'd; of whom yet more My mind impell'd me to inquire, before I let them all together taste the gore, For then would all have been dispers'd, and gone Thick as they came. I therefore, one by one, Let taste the pit, my sword drawn from my thigh, And stand betwixt them made, when severally All told their stocks. The first that quench'd her fire Was Tyro, issued of a noble sire. She said she sprung from pure Salmoneus' bed, And Cretheus, son of Æolus, did wed. Yet the divine flood Epnepus lov'd, who much the most fair stream Of all floods mov'd; near whose streams Tyro walking, Neptune came, Like Epnepus, and enjoy'd the dame. Like to a hill the blue and snaky flood Above th' immortal and the mortal stood, And hid them both, as both together lay, Just where his current falls into the sea. Her virgin wastes dissolv'd, she slumber'd then; But when the God had done the work of men, Her fair hand gently wringing, thus he said: "Woman, rejoice in our combined bed; For when the year hath run his circle round, Because the Gods' loves must in fruit abound, My love shall make, to cheer thy teeming moans, Thy one dear burden bear 2 famous sons. Love well, and bring them up. Go home, and see That, though of more joy yet I shall be free, Thou dost not tell to glorify thy birth. Thy love is Neptune, shaker of the earth." This said, he plung'd into the sea, and she Begot with child by him, the light let see Great Peleus and Neleus, that became In Jove's great ministry of mighty fame. Peleus in broad Iolcus held his throne, Wealthy in cattle; the other royal son Rul'd sandy Pylos. To these issue more This queen of women to her husband bore, Æson, and Pheres, and Amithaon, That for his fight on horseback stoop'd to none. Next her I saw admir'd Antiope, Asopus' daughter, who, as much as she Boasted attraction of great Neptune's love, Boasted to slumber in the arms of Jove, And 2 sons likewise at one burden bore, To that her all controlling paramour Amphion, and fair Zethus, that first laid Great Thebes' foundations, and strong walls convey'd About her turrets, that 7 ports enclos'd. For though the Thebans much in strength repos'd, Yet had not they the strength to hold their own, Without the added aids of wood and stone. Alcmena next I saw, that famous wife Was to Amphitryo, and honour'd life Gave to lion hearted Hercules, That was of Jove's embrace the great increase. I saw besides proud Creon's daughter there, Bright Megara, that nuptial yoke did wear With Jove's great son, who never field did try But bore to him the flow'r of victory. The mother then of Œdipus I saw, Fair Epicasta, that, beyond all law, Her own son married, ignorant of kind, And he, as darkly taken in his mind, His mother wedded, and his father slew; Whose blind act heav'n expos'd at length to view. And he in all lov'd Thebes the supreme state With much moan manag'd, for the heavy fate The Gods laid on him. She made violent flight To Pluto's dark house from the loathed light, Beneath a steep beam strangled with a cord, And left her son, in life, pains as abhorr'd As all the Furies pour'd on her in hell. Then saw I Chloris, that did so excell In answering beauties, that each part had all. Great Neleus married her, when gifts not small Had won her favour, term'd by name of dow'r. She was of all Amphion's seed the flow'r. Amphion, call'd Diocedes, that then Rul'd strongly Mynidean Orchomen, And now his daughter rul'd the Pylian throne, Because her beauty's empire overshone. She brought her wife awed husband, Neleus, Nestor much honour'd, Periclymenus, and Chromius, sons with sov'reign virtues grac'd, But after brought a daughter that surpast Rare beautied Pero. So for form exact That nature to a miracle was rack'd In her perfections. Blaz'd with the eyes of men, that made all the country's hearts a chain, And drew them suitors to her; which her sire Took vantage of; and since he did aspire To nothing more than to the broad brow'd herd Of oxen, which the common fame so rear'd, Own'd by Iphiclus, not a man should be His Pero's husband, that from Phylace Those never yet driven oxen could not drive. Yet these a strong hope held him to achieve, Because a prophet that had never err'd Had said, that only he should be preferr'd To their possession. But the equal fate Of God withstood his stealth, in extricate Imprisoning bands, and sturdy churlish swains That were the herdsmen, who withheld with chains The stealth attempter, which was only he That durst abet the act with prophecy. None else would undertake it, and he must. The king would needs a prophet should be just. But when some days and months expir'd were, And all the hours had brought about the year, The prophet did so satisfy the king, Iphiclus, all his cunning questioning, That he enfranchis'd him; and all worst done, Jove's counsel made the all safe conclusion. Then saw I Leda, link'd in nuptial chain With Tyndarus, to whom she did sustain Sons much renown'd for wisdom, Castor one, That pass'd for use of horse comparison, And Pollux, that excell'd in whirlbat fight. Both these the fruitful earth bore, while the light Of life inspir'd them. After which, they found Such grace with Jove, that both liv'd under ground. By change of days, life still did one sustain, While the other died. The dead then liv'd again, The living dying; both of one self date, Their lives and deaths made by the Gods and Fate. Iphimedia after Leda came, That did derive from Neptune too the name Of father to two admirable sons. Life yet made short their admirations, who God oppos'd Otus had to name, And Ephialtes, far in sound of fame. The prodigal earth so fed them, that they grew To most huge stature, and had fairest hue Of all men but Orion under heaven. At 9 years old 9 cubits they were driven Abroad in breadth, and sprung 9 fathoms high. They threaten'd to give battle to the sky And all th' Immortals. They were setting on Ossa upon Olympus, And upon steep Ossa leavy Peleus, That even they might a highway make With lofty heaven; and had perhaps Perform'd it, had they liv'd till they Were striplings; but Jove's son depriv'd Their limbs of life, before the age that begins The flow'r of youth, and should adorn their chins. Phædra and Procris, with wise Minos' flame, Bright Ariadne, to the off'ring came, Whom whilom Theseus made his prize from Crete, That Athens' sacred soil might kiss her feet, But never could obtain her virgin flow'r, Till, in the sea girt Dia, Dian's pow'r Detain'd his homeward haste, where, in her fane By Bacchus witness'd, was the fatal wane Of her prime glory. Mira, Clymene I witness'd there, and loath'd Eriphyle, That honour'd gold more than she lov'd her spouse. But all the hostesses in Pluto's house, That then encounter'd me, exceeds my might To name or number. An Ambrosian night Would quite be spent, when now the formal hours Present to our sleep all disposed pow'rs, If at my ship or here. My home made vow I leave for fit grace to the Gods and you." This said, the silence his discourse had made With pleasure held still through the house's shade. When white arm'd Arete this speech began: "Phæacians, how appears to you this man, So goodly person'd, and so match'd with mind? My guest he is, but all you stand combin'd In the renown he doth us. Do not then With careless haste dismiss him, nor the main Of his dispatch to one so needy maim. The Gods' free bounty gives us all just claim To goods enow." This speech the oldest man Of any other Phæacensian The grave heroë Echinëus gave All approbation, saying: "Friends! Ye have the motion of the wise queen in such words as have not missed the mark, with which accords my clear opinion. But Alcinous in word and work must be our rule." He thus, and then Alcinous said: "This then must stand, if while I live I rule in the command of this well skill'd in navigation state. Endure then, guest, though most importunate be your effects for home. A little stay if your expectance bear, perhaps it may our gifts make more complete. The cares of all your due deduction asks, but principal I am therein the ruler." He replied: "Alcinous, the most duly glorified With rule of all men, if you lay Commandment on me of a whole year's stay, So all the while your preparations rise, As well in gifts as time, ye can devise No better wish for me; for I shall come Much fuller handed and more honour'd home, And dear to my people, in whose loves The richer evermore the better proves." He answer'd: "There is argued in your sight A worth that works not men for benefit, Like prollers or impostors; of which crew The gentle black earth feeds not up a few, Here and there wanderers, blanching tales and lies Of neither praise nor use. You move our eyes With form, our minds with matter, and our ears With elegant oration, such as bears A music in the order'd history It lays before us. Not Demodocus With sweeter strains hath us'd to sing to us All the Greek sorrows, wept out in your own. But say, of all your worthy friends, were none Objected to your eyes that consorts were To Ilion with you, and serv'd destiny there? This night is passing long, unmeasur'd, none Of all my household would to bed yet. On, relate these wondrous things. Were I with you, if you would to tell me but your woes, As now, till the divine Aurora show'd her head, I should in no night relish thought of bed." "Most eminent king," said he, "times all must keep, There's time to speak much, time as much to sleep. But would you hear still, I will tell you still, And utter more miserable ill Of friends than yet, that 'scape the dismal wars, And perish'd homewards, and in household jars Wag'd by a wicked woman. The chaste queen No sooner made these lady ghosts unseen Here and there flitting, but mine eye sight won The soul of Agamemnon, Atreus' son, Sad, and about him all his train of friends, That in Ægisthus' house endur'd their ends With his stern fortune. Having drunk the blood, He knew me instantly, and forth a flood Of springing tears gush'd. Out he thrust his hands, With will t' embrace me; but their old commands Flow'd not about him, nor their weakest part. I wept to see, and moan'd him from my heart, And ask'd: 'O Agamemnon, king of men, What sort of cruel death had render'd slain Thy royal person? Neptune in thy fleet, Heav'n and his hellish billows making meet Rousing the winds? Or have thy men by land Done thee this ill, for using thy command Past their consents, in diminution Of those full shares their worths by lot had won Of sheep or oxen? Or of any town, In covetous strife, to make their rights thine own, In men or women prisoners?' He replied: 'By none of these in any right I died, But by Ægisthus and my murderous wife, Bid to a banquet at his house, my life Hath thus been reft me, to my slaughter led Like an ox pretended to be fed. So miserably fell I, and with me My friends lay massacr'd, as when you see At any rich man's nuptials, shot, or feast, About his kitchen white tooth'd swine lie drest. The slaughters of a world of men thine eyes, Both private, and in prease of enemies, Have personally witness'd. But this one would all thy parts have broken into moan, To see how strew'd about our cups and cates As tables set with feast. So we with fates All gash'd and slain lay, all the floor embrued With blood and brain. But that which most I rued Flew from the heavy voice that Priam's seed Cassandra breath'd, whom, she that wit doth feed With baneful crafts, false Clytemnestra slew, Close sitting by me. Up my hands I threw From earth to heav'n, and tumbling on my sword Gave wretched life up; when the most abhorr'd By all her sex's shame forsook the room, Nor deign'd, though then so near this heavy home, To shut my lips, or close my broken eyes. Nothing so heap'd is with impieties As such a woman that would kill her spouse That married her a maid. When to my house I brought her, hoping of her love in heart, to children, maids, and slaves. But she, in the art Of only mischief hearty, not alone Cast on herself this foul aspersion, But loving dames hereafter to their lords Will bear, for good deeds, her bad thoughts and words." "Alas," said I, "that Jove should hate the lives Of Atreus' seed so highly for their wives! For Menelaus' wife a number fell; For dangerous absence thine sent thee to hell." "For this," he answer'd, "be not thou more kind Than wise to thy wife. Never all thy mind Let words express to her. Of all she knows, Curbs for the worst still in thyself repose. But thou by thy wife's wiles shalt lose no blood. Exceeding wise she is, and wise in good. Icarius' daughter, chaste Penelope, We left a young bride, when for battle we Forsook the nuptial peace, and at her breast Her first child sucking; who by this hour blest Sits in the number of surviving men. And his bliss she hath, that she can contain, And her bliss thou hast, that she is so wise. For, by her wisdom, thy returned eyes Shall see thy son, and he shall greet his sire With fitting welcomes, when in my retire My wife denies mine eyes my son's dear sight, And as from me will take from him the light, Before she adds one just delight to life, Or her false wit one truth that fits a wife. For her sake, therefore, let my harms advise, That though thy wife be ne'er so chaste and wise, Yet come not home to her in open view, With any ship, or any personal show, But take close, sure disguis'd, nor let her know, For 'tis no world to trust a woman now. But what says Fame? Doth my son yet survive In Orchomen or Pylos, or doth live In Sparta with his uncle? Yet I see Divine Orestes is not here with me." I answer'd, asking: "Why does Atreus' son enquire of me, Who yet arriv'd where none could give to these News any certain wings? And 'tis absurd To tell uncertain things." Such sad speech pass'd us; and as thus we stood, With kind tears rend'ring unkind fortunes good, Achilles and Patroclus' soul appear'd, And his soul, of whom never ill was heard, The good Antilochus, and the soul of him That all the Greeks pass'd both for force and limb, Excepting th' unmatch'd Æacides, Illustrious Ajax. But the first of these That saw, acknowledg'd, and saluted me, Was Thetis' conqu'ring son; who, heavily His state here taking, said: "Unworthy breath! What act yet mightier imagineth Thy vent'rous spirit? How dost thou descend These under regions, where the dead man's end Is to be look'd on, and his foolish shade?" I answer'd him: "I was induc'd t' invade These under parts, most excellent of Greece, To visit wise Tiresias, for advice Of virtue, to direct my voyage home To rugged Ithaca, since I could Come to note in no place, where Achaia stood, And so liv'd ever, tortur'd with the blood In man's vain veins. Thou therefore, Thetis' son, Hast equall'd all, that ever yet have won The bliss the earth yields, or hereafter shall. In life thy eminence was ador'd Of all, even with the Gods; and now, ev'n dead, I see thy virtues propagate thy empery To a renew'd life of command beneath, So great Achilles triumphs over death." This comfort of him this encounter found: "Urge not my death to me, nor rub that wound. I rather wish to live in earth a swain, Or serve a swain for hire, that scarce can gain Bread to sustain him, than, that life once gone, Of all the dead sway th' imperial throne. But say, and of my son some comfort yield, If he goes on in first fights of the field, Or lurks for safety in th' obscure rear. Or of my father, if thy royal ear Hath been advertis'd, that the Phthian throne He still commands, as greatest Myrmidon; Or that the Phthian and Thessalian rage, Now feet and hands are in the hold of age, Despise his empire? Under those bright rays In which heav'n's fervour hurls about the days, Must I no more shine his revenger now, Such as of old the Ilian overthrow Witness'd my anger, the universal host Sending before me to this shady coast In fight for Græcia? Could I now resort, But for some small time, to my father's court, In spirit and pow'r as then, those men Should find my hands inaccessible, And a fire my mind, that durst with all the numbers they Are strong unseat his honour, and suborn his wrong." This pitch still flew his spirit, though so low, And this I answer'd thus: "I do not know Of blameless Peleus any least report; But of your son, in all the utmost sort I can inform your care with truth, and thus: From Scyros princely Neoptolemus By fleet I convey'd to the Greeks, where he Was chief at both parts, when our gravity Retir'd to council, and our youth to fight. In council still so fiery was conceit In his quick apprehension of a cause, That first he ever spake, nor pass'd the laws Of any great stay in his greatest haste. None would contend with him, that counsell'd last, Unless illustrious Nestor, he and I Would sometimes put a friendly contrary On his opinion. In our fights, the prease Of great or common, he would never cease, But far before fight ever. No man there, For force, he forced. He was slaughterer Of many a brave man in most dreadful fight. But one another whom he reft of light In Grecian succour, I can neither name Nor give in number. The particular fame Of one man's slaughter yet I must not pass. Eurypylus Telephides he was, that fell Beneath him, and with him the falls of such Huge men went, that they show'd like whales Rampir'd about him. Neoptolemus set him so sharply, for the sumptuous favours Of mistresses he saw him wear, For past all doubt his beauties had no peer Of all that mine eyes noted, next to one, And that was Memnon, Tithon's son like son. Thus far, for fight in public may a taste Give of his eminence. How far surpass'd His spirit in private, where he was not seen, Nor glory could be said to praise his spleen, This close note I excerpted. When we sat hid in Epëus' horse, no optimate Of all the Greeks there had the charge to ope And shut the stratagem but I. My scope To note then each man's spirit in a strait Of so much danger. Much the better might be hit by me than others, as provok'd I shifted place still, when in some I smok'd Both privy tremblings, and close vent of tears. In him yet not a soft conceit of theirs Could all my search see, either his wet eyes Plied still with wipings, or the goodly guise His person always put forth, in least part By any tremblings show'd his touch'd at heart. But ever he was urging me to make Way to their sally, by his sign to shake His sword hid in his scabbard, or his lance Loaded with iron, at me. No good chance His thoughts to Troy intended. In th' event, high Troy depopulate, he made ascent To his fair ship, with prize and treasure store, Safe, and no touch away with him he bore Of far off hurl'd lance, or of close fought sword, Whose wounds for favours war doth oft afford, Which he, though sought, miss'd in war's closest wage. In close fights Mars doth never fight, but rage. This made the soul of swift Achilles tread A march of glory through the herby mead, For joy to hear me so renown his son, And vanish'd, stalking. But with passion stood The other souls struck, and each told his bane. Only the spirit Telamonian kept far off, angry for the victory I won from him at fleet, though arbitry Of all a court of war pronounc'd it mine And Pallas' self. Our prize were the arms divine Of great Æacides, propos'd to our fames By his bright mother at his funeral games. I wish to heav'n I ought not to have won, Since for those arms so high a head so soon The base earth cover'd, Ajax, that of all The host of Greece had person capital, And acts as eminent, excepting his Whose arms those were, in whom was nought amiss. I tried the great soul with soft words, and said: "Ajax, great son of Telamon, array'd In all our glories, what! not dead resign Thy wrath for those cursed arms? The pow'rs divine In them forg'd all our banes. In thine own one, In thy grave fall, our tow'r was overthrown. We mourn, for ever maim'd, for thee as much As for Achilles, nor thy wrong doth touch In sentence any but Saturnius' doom, In whose hate was the host of Greece become A very horror, who express'd it well In signing thy fate with this timeless hell. Approach then, king of all the Grecian merit, Repress thy great mind, and thy flamy spirit, And give the words I give thee worthy ear." All this no word drew from him, but less near The stern soul kept. To other souls he fled, and glid along the river of the dead. Though anger mov'd him, yet he might have spoke, since I to him. But my desires were strook with sight of other souls. And then I saw Minos, that minister'd to death a law, and Jove's bright son was. He was set, and sway'd a golden sceptre, and to him did plead a sort of others, set about his throne in Pluto's wide door'd house, when straight came on mighty Orion, who was hunting there the herds of those beasts he had slaughter'd here in desert hills on earth. A club he bore, entirely steel, whose virtues never wore. Tityus I saw, to whom the glorious earth Open'd her womb, and gave unhappy birth. Upwards and flat upon the pavement lay His ample limbs, that spread in their display 9 acres compass. On his bosom sat 2 vultures, digging, through his caul of fat, Into his liver with their crooked beaks, And each by turns the concrete entrail breaks, As smiths their steel beat, set on either side. Nor doth he ever labour to divide His liver and their beaks, nor with his hand Offer them off, but suffers by command Of the angry Thunderer, offering to enforce his love Latona, in the close recourse She us'd to Pytho through the dancing land. Smooth Panopeus I saw likewise stand Up to his chin amidst a liquid lake. Tormented Tantalus yet could not slake His burning thirst. Oft as his scornful cup The old man would taste, so oft 'twas swallow'd up, And all the black earth to his feet descried. Divine pow'r plaguing him, the lake still dried. About his head on high trees, clustering, hung Pears, apples, granates, olives ever young, Delicious figs, and many fruit trees more Of other burthen; whose alluring store When the old soul striv'd to pluck, the winds from sight In gloomy vapours made them vanish quite. There I saw Sisyphus in infinite moan, With both hands heaving up a massy stone, And on his tiptoes racking all his height To wrest up to a mountain top his freight. When press'd to wrest it there, his nerves quite spent, Down rush'd the deadly quarry, the event Of all his tortures new to raise again, To which straight set his never rested pain. The sweat came gushing out from every pore, And on his head a standing mist he wore, Reeking from thence, as if a cloud of dust Were rais'd about it. Down with these was thrust The idol of the force of Hercules. But his firm self did no such fate oppress. He feasting lives amongst th' immortal states. White ankled Hebe and himself made mates In heav'nly nuptials. Hebe, Jove's dear race, And Juno's whom the golden sandals grace. About him flew the clamours of the dead Like fowls, and still stoop'd cuffing at his head. He with his bow like knight stalk'd up and down. His shaft still knock'd, and hurling round his frown At those vex'd hov'rers, aiming at them still, And still, as shooting out, desir'd to still. A horrid baldric wore he thwart his breast, The thong all gold, in which were forms impress'd, Where art and miracle drew equal breaths, In bears, boars, lions, battles, combats, deaths. Who wrought that work did never such before, Nor so divinely will ever do more. Soon as he saw, he knew me, and gave speech: "Son of Laertes, high in wisdom's reach, And yet unhappy wretch! For in this heart, Of all exploits achiev'd by thy desert, Thy worth but works out some sinister fate, As I in earth did. I was generate By Jove himself, and yet past mean oppress'd By one my far inferior, whose proud hest Impos'd abhorréd labours on my hand. Of all which one was, to descend this strand, And hale the dog from thence. He could not think An act that danger could make deeper sink. And yet this depth I drew, and fetch'd as high, As this was low the dog. The Deity Of sleight and wisdom, as of downright pow'r, Both stoop'd and rais'd, and made me conqueror." This said, he made descent again as low As Pluto's court, when I stood firm for show Of more heroës of the times before, And might perhaps have seen my wish of more, As Theseus and Pirithous deriv'd From roots of Deity. But before th' achiev'd rare sight of these, The rank soul'd multitude in infinite flocks Rose, venting sounds so rude, that pale fear Took me, lest the Gorgon's head rush'd in Amongst them, thrust up, in my dread by grim Persephone. I therefore sent my men before to ship, and after went; where boarded, set, and launch'd, the ocean wave Our oars and fore winds speedy passage gave. End of the 11th Book.